A bit of Commanders news this morning. Washington has granted Jonathan Allen permission to seek a trade. Allen has spent his entire 8-year career with the Commanders. Now, the Commanders have been preparing for the possibility of life without Allen. In 2023, the Commanders extended Deron Payne on a $90 million contract. Last year, they selected Johnny Newton in the second round of the draft. Allen has the third highest cap number on the Commanders team in 2025 at $22.47 million. A trade or outright release would free up nearly $17 million in cap space. Already, multiple teams have fielded calls related to Allen in recent days. Conversations are expected to continue this week in Indianapolis at the NFL Scouting Combine. A little bit more football news. The Philadelphia Eagles tush-push play is as controversial as it is successful. The play wasn't banned last year by the league, but the league said that one team has issued a proposal to ban it for the 2025 season and beyond. Per The Athletic, it was the Green Bay Packers who issued this proposal to the league's competition committee. It'll be interesting to see if the Packers proposal gets enough support to lead another change, or if this is going to be an end to what has become the NFL's most polarizing play. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, including, I got no idea how far west I am, Indianapolis, Indiana, where I am checking in live at the NFL Scouting Combine. The news is starting fast and furious, B. Yeah. Obviously, the major news in Commanderland, Washington has given defensive tackle Jonathan Allen permission to seek a trade. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I think there's a number of things I want to start with. John Allen was Washington's best defensive tackle probably over the last 5 years. He's played well. He's dealt with injury. He's going into the last year of his deal with no guaranteed money on it. And this is Washington really doing right by a player. If they can work out a trade and it works well, that's terrific. If not, Allen's probably going to be gone. And yeah. This is the business of football,
we
dude.
say it all the time. When they give you permission or they don't give you any extension and you have no guarantee, that's normally a message.
Yeah, man.
Listen, man, I understand people. I like John. John's been cool, but the whole thing about it, this is the business of it, and I think guys know before fans know.
Oh, yeah.
They already know, like, if they haven't done nothing, they haven't come talk to me, something is in the works. Hell, I dealt with it. Art Monk dealt with it. Joe Montana dealt with it. Marcus Allen. Everybody's going to deal with it at some point. Quarterbacks are the only ones that normally end up not dealing with that, but a lot of them deal with it too.
Totally. I don't think anybody is surprised right now. The only thing that kind of makes I'm curious about, and we got time as this will go, is what, if anything, is the corresponding move? Because let's be real, this isn't just about creating cap space. They got a ton of cap space.
Yeah.
This is about creating more cap space, or is it about really trying to investigate the trade market? Because I've said this repeatedly, Washington doesn't have a ton of draft capital to offer. Because of the Lattimore trade, they have 3 picks inside the top 80, which have real value.
Yeah.
But, after, it's not like they have significant, they're swimming in picks. They're not.
They're not swimming in picks, but And Doc says this a lot. We can sit here and try to figure out everything we want, but I'll just say, whoever was on the defensive line last year, people ran the ball on them. Who was on the defensive line the year before that? They ran the ball on them.
Yeah.
How about the year before that? They ran the ball on them. So no one is secure, to be honest with you. But when you don't have any guaranteed, you're definitely not secure. That's all this is.
Totally.
They know they have to get better, and they're figuring out a way to do it. And I know there could be a lot of people who may say, well, this guy was good to me, and this guy is that, whatever. It ain't about how they're good to you. It's about how they play on the football field. And if these people think that there's a chance that we can get somebody better and move on, I go along with it. You said it the whole time last offseason. If we get the general manager first, that'll be the first move. We got the man that we wanted. We got the general manager. So if they make these moves, I'm not questioning anything. I don't follow it enough to question it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I follow it, but I ain't going in depth like that.
I honestly don't think this is really a surprise if you're an informed Burgundy and Gold fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of this is...
It's not a surprise, Jay, if you're dealing with somebody. Fan is fanatical.
Right.
So they never understand nothing.
Right.
They always think, oh, I can't believe this. This is how it goes. That's the natural way for them to act. But it is what it is.
We have a pretty packed show today. ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reed is set to join us here live in Indy coming up at 10:30. Then our guy Barstool Nate's talking at 11. Commanders general manager Adam Peters will address the media at noon. Giants general manager Joe Shane is speaking right now. Lord knows what might be said there. You got the Packers. The Packers are trying to ban the tush push, and their GM just came out and said, yeah, I'm just bad. Well, my team does poorly at stopping it. More or less is like
every team does poorly at stopping it.
I know. My thing with the tush push is the play should completely be legal, but it used to be illegal to try to push a runner from behind. I think that rule should remain in play. I don't know that others agree with me, but I think it's dangerous. You see this when a player gets down inside, when a ball carrier, whether it's a receiver, running back, quarterback, whoever, they get down like inside the 10 or the 5, and then a big old offensive tackle comes running from 15 yards behind and just tries to smash the pile further into the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's dangerous. Like, if we actually care about player safety, that is a rule you could change.
But our fans think, fans and coaches and everybody, they think it's dangerous unless it's happening for them.
Right.
When somebody do it against them, they have a problem with it. When they do it for them, it's all good. But, like I told you yesterday, they don't necessarily push him from behind. They lift his ass up and push him across the pile. And that damn show, if pushing or pulling a guy is illegal, lifting him and pushing him across it has to be illegal.
Totally. And the way that play completely devalues any hint of neutral zone or pre-snap motion, somehow that play is just allowed to be complete and utter chaos.
Helmet's damn near touching on that play.
Right. But specific to Jonathan Allen, right? He has been in Washington since he was drafted in 2017, 2 Pro Bowls. Over his career, he has 42 sacks for an interior guy, 118 quarterback hits. Allen's been a good player for them. They got him 17th overall. He slipped in the draft. People were surprised he was there. By and large, very healthy. His rookie year, he missed significant time, and then this year he missed significant time. It says a lot about John Allen, the dude, that he pushed to come back this season when many thought he was done for the year. I thought he was quite good in the playoff games.
Uh-huh.
And don't be mad because I tweeted it out, but it was just a really good explanation. This is the business of football, and folks shouldn't be surprised or upset. This is just
how you tweeted out what I said.
I did. You had a great quote,
and I meant it.
You said that's the business of football. I dealt with it. Art Monk dealt with it. Hell, Joe Montana dealt with it.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you like this: when you get into this league, I want to tell every guy, yes, you should be prepared to play, but you damn sure are obligated for yourself to learn the business side of this game. Because the moment that they can get rid of you and get somebody they think is better than you, they will. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the guy is better than you, but this is what it goes about. When you sign your rookie deal, you can be playing a certain level. Once you get to that next deal, you can no longer play like you did on the rookie deal because now it may not be good enough. It's basically what I mentioned about. Remember I told you my boy Kenny said he had gotten when they give you a better
severance
job.
Or something?
No, to give you the better job. What you call it?
Promotion.
Yeah, he got a promotion. I said, did they give you more money? He said, no, I got a different title. I said, nah, dog, don't accept that. And he said, why? I said, because you can get fired for today, what you do, the same stuff you were doing yesterday, if you continue it. This is the same thing with the NFL. Once you move on and you make that big time player money, your standards go up. What they expect goes up. And if you're not living up to it on a consistent or better than consistent basis, they start thinking that you're no longer the player that they thought you were. It has nothing to necessarily do with how well you play or not. It has a lot to do with how much more money we're giving you now. So when you get more money, you have to elevate. And if you don't elevate in their eyes, it's not necessarily in the player's eyes or the coach's eyes or anybody. It's what the front office has stipulated what they expect you to do. If you're not doing it, then that chance comes for them to move on.
It totally be. If you look at the top 4 cap numbers on Washington's roster, Deron Payne's at the top of the list. Has his cap numbers over $26 million. He's got $9 million in guarantees. He would carry a $26 million dead cap hit if you cut him. Payne ain't going.
Deron?
Deron.
Yeah, he ain't going to run.
So for everybody that's saying, oh, why not get rid of Deron? It's math, dude. Yeah. Some of these is math.
The business of the sport once again.
Right.
And I tell every guy, man, I was a union rep. I got as high as executive vice president. And what I learned is that most guys are idiotic when it comes to the business side of football. I would call meetings when I had to teach them something about the new CBA. Nobody showed up. You know, the only time they showed up when they got checks. So only time I would hold their damn checks for weeks until I figured out the day I'm going to do this and I'm going to educate you. Everybody came. You know when I gave them the check? After the damn meeting. And if you didn't come to the meeting, I didn't give it to you. I mailed it to you. So I did my job. So every player has to learn that too. And
sure.
then you don't get overwhelmed by anything. It's not like I was ambushed. No, you weren't. If you already learned the business, you know what's coming. You know how to expect it. And your agent should be teaching that too.
I honestly don't think this one has any surprises, honestly. If you look at
John, I don't think. I think John is an intelligent young man. I know he understands this. I'm speaking to the fans that are going to sit up here and act like.
I don't even think many of them are surprised, B.
Jay, you don't listen to how fans act. We're going to open up these phone calls today. We'll find out.
Well, let's ask Jeff real quick while we got you. Jeffrey, you're a big burgundy and gold fan. John Allen given permission to seek a trade. You surprised?
Well, you got to think, JP, my Ashburn syndrome settled down tremendously as I started to study the game more. I'm actually not surprised. A couple of my friends, we were talking at my house, and I was like, yo, because we was talking about the whole Myles Garrett thing. I was like, yo, if we get Myles Garrett, that means John going to have to go, or they're going to have to restructure his contract, something. It's not going to be able to be that much money on the defensive line. And so I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. And
see,
I'm not.
You got to realize he works here every day. He hears a different aspect. You know the fanatical people out there. Some of them are. They just yesterday.
Of course, I just think more of them, honestly, were wanted this move, expected this move. That's all I'm saying. Specific to this one,
we had the conversation yesterday, and certain people was talking about who I like this player, what they do. That's the way people think. Let's be real. Yes, a player that does spend time with the fans, a player that signs autographs all the time, the player that might be from the area, that's all gravy if you're doing everything on the football field you're supposed to be doing. But the moment the team don't think you're playing to the level you're going to play, that means absolutely zilch to the team. The player and the fans love it. The team don't give a damn about that unless you're balling.
Indeed. I don't think this should be – I don't think it's a surprise. I think this is typical business. If you just look at the top 4 cap hits Washington has, Payne's not going anywhere because of math, frankly. It would be a serious cap problem to try to move him. He's guaranteed 9 this year. That now maybe Duran, that gets interesting next year. But as of going into 25, Payne is a D tackle. Terry has a $25 million cap hit. Frankly, no guarantees on that. I would imagine they're having contract talks with Terry.
Yeah, I would think so. Terry performed last year better than he did any year.
Right.
So it's just it is what it is, bro.
If you want to look at the numbers on it, it would be an 11 mil dead cap hit, but you'd save 14 mil. Like you would be on the right side of that thing. Again, I don't expect any of that to happen. I think they try to work out an extension for Terry. I think you pay him around 30 and everybody's happy. You throw some guarantees on this year. You guarantee the following year. The third year, which would now be 27, probably doesn't have guarantees on it. That's just the business of football. Next on the list is John Allen. About $22.5 million cap number. No guarantees. Dude, here's the truth. If they can't work out a trade, which frankly is probably unlikely, if you can't work out a trade, you take a dead cap hit of $6 million, but you save more than $16 million against the cap.
Yeah.
And if you give it this is just math, and it's fairly simple. And then if you look at the next highest cap hit for Washington, it's Lattimore. And he's got an $18 million cap number with no guarantees. I think, that kind of deal for both parties, you just tell them to play on it. Hey, man, we know you were hurt last year. We believe in you. Let's see it. Yeah. And I don't think Lattimore, with the amount of time he has missed, is in a position to seek more cash or seek more guarantees. And I don't think Washington's in a position where they have to offer it because of the injuries.
True. It's like both people, it's like, look, we're where we're supposed to be. Now, if you want to prove it.
Right.
But I wish salary cap, like implications and stuff like that, was all the math, because you'll be an A+ student then. Just
That's what I'm good at.
Simple math you cannot do.
I think so. That's your top 4. And if you want to go down the list, Luvu, they just got done, and he's a bargain at 12 on your cap.
Luvu's going nowhere.
Right. Cosme, they just got done. I mean, these are 2 contracts that got done last year.
Yeah.
Like, those guys aren't going anywhere. Wiley's your next interesting one. If you want to keep pulling the thread, Wiley has a $10 million cap hit, no guarantees. If you release him, is almost $8 million in cap savings with a 2.5 dead cap hit. That's a really interesting one. If you talk about getting better in the trenches, and if they want to sign a tackle, that's one to circle. Because after that is Armstrong, Biadasz. Armstrong has a $10 million cap number. He doesn't have guarantees this year, but they just signed him. I don't think that would be a move to be made, and contractually they would take a big dead cap hit. Biadasz has guarantees. Oh, and by the way, they're not going anywhere. And then I was curious what you thought about this. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th top cap number for your Washington Commanders. I think you keep this player around, even though the cap number is about $8.5 million. Fellow by the name of Jaden Daniels.
He ain't going no damn well.
I mean, obviously. Not to mention, that's an unbelievable steal right there.
Of like, I was trying to do it away without saying the words, but I'm gonna just change it up. That would be a category. If you think this, you're stupid.
Right.
Nowhere.
Totally. So a lot of moving parts. It's going to be an incredibly busy. We're inside of 3 weeks now. If you just consider that it's Tuesday morning, what is it, 10 o'clock? Hell yeah. Jordan Reed, what a pro.
Yeah,
not only here.
Here a little early as
you
hell.
can see him in the street. Not only here in a suit, but early. Let's go to break so we get Jordan on the other side. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley live in Indy.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. We've got a big NBA game tonight, as you got the Lakers taking on the Dallas Mavericks. Luka going back to Dallas for the first time since he left. Listen up. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% same game parlay profit boost for tonight's matchup. The Mavs and the Lakers are playing for the first time since their blockbuster trade a few weeks ago. Will Luka come out hot and show the world he's in shape? Perhaps consider an all Luka same game parlay to score 25 or more points, to record 6 or more assists, and to record 8 or more rebounds. You think that'll be lower? Let's go on the other side. Mix and match with players on either team for an even bigger payout. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get your same game parlay profit boost for tonight's Mavs versus the Lakers game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years or older and present in D.C. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Utah fired men's basketball coach Craig Smith last night with 4 games left in the team's regular season. The decision comes at a pretty unexpected juncture. The Utes are far from the NCAA tournament picture, but they did beat Kansas and Kansas State in back-to-back big wins last week. Smith leaves the Utes with a 65-62 mark in Salt Lake City. He did fail to bring Utah to the NCAA tournament during his time there. And a bit of Nationals news. This year's exhibition finale will be at Nats Park, as they've done in years past. They've faced the Yankees before. Last year, they hosted a prospect versus vets game. But this year, the Nats will face off against the Orioles. It's the first time the two clubs have wrapped up the exhibition season against each other since 2009. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan, live out in Indianapolis, Indiana. And Jordan Reed joins us. How are you, brother?
Good. Happy to be here, man. Another year. I'm excited.
It is so cool for me to watch everything for you. Jordan Reed, ESPN draft analyst. I remember me and Jordan recording podcasts at the Senior Bowl, like probably 10 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
And neither of us were sitting in these chairs. Let's start with the news of the day, at least for our audience. John Allen getting permission to seek a trade. When you look at the salary cap implications and kind of his age and coming off an injury, I don't think it's much of a surprise. What do you think Allen's potential trade market is?
Well, I think they can get a pretty good pick for him. I would say probably a day 2 pick, 3rd or 4th round pick if I had to guess right now. But I think what may hurt his value a little bit is that it's such a strong interior defensive line class. So there's probably going to be a lot of teams that probably wait until the draft to address it. But outside of that, if they're more comfortable getting a veteran right now that they know exactly what they're getting, then I would say probably a 3rd or 4th round pick if I had to guess.
I mean, what everybody is saying is how loaded this D-line class is. And can you speak to that a little bit about the impact for Allen and just league-wide?
Yeah, so I was talking about it on SportsCenter yesterday, I believe it was. I think this is the best defensive line class since 2019. And if you remember, in that class, it was Nick Bosa, Jeffrey Simmons, Dexter Lawrence was another name in that one, Brian Burns. There were so many different names in that draft class, and there was, I believe, 12 total that ended up going in that class.
Mm-hmm.
But
was it Sweat that class?
Yeah, Sweat was in that class too. So Montez, yeah, there were so many guys in that class, and I think this class eventually, 4 or 5 years from now, it could be mentioned in the same breath as that class. And I think we could get at least 10 or 11 in this year's draft class selected along defensive line. But interior, that's really where the strength of this year's class. And I mean, Mason Graham, I believe he's the guy at the top. After that, you have guys like Walter Nolan of Ole Miss, Kenneth Grant at Michigan, Derek Harmon of Oregon. There's so many different names that I believe could go in round 1.
Which of those guys get around 29 where Washington's picking at, or do they have to move up and try to solidify one of the better ones?
Yeah, I think you're probably looking at Derek Harmon of Oregon. He's one that will probably be in that range. I think once Kenneth Grant and Walter Nolan test, they'll probably go in the teens or the early 20s at the latest. So Derek Harmon is one name I definitely would circle that will probably be there around 29. And, you know, he's a guy that had a phenomenal year this year. And he originally was at Michigan State the first 2 or 3 years of his career and then transferred to Oregon, took advantage of the transfer portal. And, you know, he's somebody that was ridiculous as far as just a pass rush ability with him, then also really good as a run stopper as well.
This kid, Harmon, 6'5", 310. He can go. There's a bunch of SEC guys I'm curious about at that 29 slot. Talk to me about the kid the Texas A&M DN that's all length, range, athlete. Sawyer, I think's the last name.
So he's the Ohio State one.
Oh no, that's Jack Sawyer. What's the
Shamar Stewart is the one that you're talking about.
Okay,
he'll probably already be on the jet of the city of the team by the time Washington comes on.
You don't think any chance he gets to 29?
I would be surprised if he gets outside the top 15.
Okay,
honestly, but I mean, he's a terrific player. The thing about him is that he never had a season of where he had over 1.5 sacks. He never had a single season where he had over 1.5 sacks. So the production was always lacking with him. But he's a pressures over production type of player. And if you turn on the tape, he's creating so much chaos and so much pressure, but he just wasn't finishing those reps with sacks. So eventually you're hoping the production really catches up to the traits. But like I said, he's probably going to be on the private jet of the city on the way to the city of the team that drafts him by the time Washington's on the board at 29.
All right, George, we that defensive line is a position that Washington is in need of. I also think they need to improve offensive line. Any of those guys standing out? Around 29.
Yeah. I think you're probably in the range of, Donovan Jackson of Ohio State is one name that I think is really intriguing at 29 that could be in play for them. But one name I would circle for Washington fans is Josh Connerly out of Oregon. He's a really intriguing name, and he played primarily left tackle during his career at Oregon. I think he's about a year away from being a true starter. But, for Washington, I think that's somebody that they could develop slowly. He can play along the interior as well. But I believe he's a tackle on the next level. So Josh Connerly definitely is one name that I would keep an eye on.
You got a pair of Oregon Ducks coming east so far in this conversation. We're talking with our friend Jordan Reed here on the Rude Guest Hotline. We are live in Indiana for the NFL Scouting Combine. I don't expect Washington to be actively looking up, but what's interesting with this draft class is it seems like the strength is D-line particularly. Then is it O-line after that? Like, this isn't a skill position driven draft outside of maybe Genty or something. Do you think there's a lot of movement, guys trying to move up when it's not quarterback driven?
Yeah, it's not a strong top of the draft class. It isn't like what we saw last year where we're just seeing dudes after dudes go inside of the top 10, and we saw how well that last year's draft class played during their rookie seasons. But this year's draft, I really only see 3 blue chip guys at the top, in my opinion. That's Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, and Mason Graham. Those are the only clear-cut type 3 guys at the top of the draft. But after that, you're seeing some projects or some guys that have some questions. So I think we could hear a lot of surprise names at the top of the draft. But what I will say is that I think this has a chance to be a historically good running back class.
Really?
That would be the strongest position after defensive line, in my opinion.
Wow.
And it's very reminiscent of 2017. Now, I don't think it has the star power that 2017 had. And that, just refreshing your memory, it was Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Joe Mixon, Dalvin Cook, Alvin Kamara, just name after name in that draft class. But there's a lot of depth in this year's draft class. And there was 30 running backs total drafted in 2017. I think we could get more than 30 drafted in this year's draft class.
Wow.
It's that deep.
Wow. No chance Genty gets to 29, right?
I would be really surprised. But
who's your second best back on the board?
It would
Hampton?
be Marion Hampton out of North Carolina. He's one that's
Could
catching a lot of
he
steam.
get to 29?
After he tests, I don't think he's going to be there, honestly.
I've heard – it's funny how you start to hear buzz. Last night I went to dinner at this place, High Velocity, which is just a sports bar inside the JW Marriott. But the Marriott is kind of like the epicenter of the combine.
Yep, so where all the chatter.
And you start to hear about guys, and the 2 guys I heard about were Hampton, what they're expecting his numbers to look like. And some of this is maybe, I wonder, as more and more guys don't test, how then it becomes like an opportunity for these other guys to really rise, right?
Yeah. I mean, that could be, and Genty already said he's not going to do anything here at the combine. So it's going to be a prime opportunity for some of these guys to step up, like an Amari and Hampton or, Travion Henderson, Quinshad Judkins, Caleb Johnson of Iowa. There's a lot of opportunity for some of these guys that can take advantage of just because some of the marquee names are not testing or not performing at the combine.
But why do you think guys have been performing well on the field all this time? Then they go to the combine, they still test well too. Then some guy comes out the blue and tests ridiculously, and they always push these guys up. Why haven't they been able to figure it out without some guys just show up and are good at testing?
Well, I think it's just the rise of analytics, honestly, just
Mhm.
because you're dealing with probability and you have what's called thresholds or outliers with a lot of teams. And what I mean by thresholds is that there's some teams that will not draft a running back if he runs higher than a 4.6, just because, and I'm just historically speaking, hypothetically, maybe there's never a starter in the first or the second round that's ran a 4.6. Why would I draft a guy that runs a 4.6? Just because that goes against the probability that's happened in years past. So with the testing stuff, I really just use it to confirm or deny some things that I saw on tape. And it's not always the end all be all when you're talking about stacking a certain position.
At the top of this draft, we're talking with our friend Jordan Reed, ESPN NFL draft and college football analyst. You can give him a follow on social media, which his wife wants him to be more active on. At Jordan_Reed, REID. Jordan, a girl dad, just like me and B. The top of this draft is boring, dude. It's not quarterback driven. Nobody cares about the Titans.
Yeah.
Like, do you think anything happens to sexy this thing up?
Well, you know,
like Deion start demanding to go
you know
more.
why
It
you
always
saying,
happens.
okay, let me back up. JP, you're saying it's boring because Washington is usually always inside the top 10 of the top 15. So you guys are reading mock drafts in October and November. Now that you're at 29 and in the back of the draft, now you're saying it's boring.
Bullseye. I'm not used to the 29th pick. Usually we're doing draft content by November. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Different world now.
But I mean, whenever the draft is not quarterback driven, especially like what we saw last year with 3 guys go at the top of the draft and 6 total inside the top 12, to the normal fan or the normal guy or girl that doesn't follow the draft all year long, it's always going to be boring or just not sexy at the top. But I actually like this year's draft class just because it's very defensive heavy, especially at the top of the draft. But also, I'm really interested to see where Shedeur Sanders and also Cam Ward are selected.
So do you think the Deion effect affects where Shedeur goes?
I mean, it really just depends on the person that you're talking to. Honestly, It doesn't affect it at all for me, but there's always going to be some people that have some preconceived notions and feelings towards Coach Prime, and you just can't let that leak into the evaluation of Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion.
Always do, though.
Yeah, but for me, that's just not something that's going to happen just because you have to separate him from his dad. And if you're not doing that, now that's going to cloud your evaluation of Shedeur Sanders.
Dog, if you didn't separate me from my dad, that's going to cloud your evaluation of me. Who's your guy of the 2 quarterbacks? I like Ward better.
Yeah, I'm a Ward
I think
guy.
he's got a stronger arm.
Yeah, I love Cam Ward, man. And I went on Dominic Foxworth's show, and he just let me spill everything out about Cam Ward. I think he's being severely underrated in this year's draft class. And I think a lot of that is because people are using last year's draft class as the standard, the quarterback class. What I'm meaning is that there was so much excitement about last year's draft class, and we had 6 guys go inside the top 12. So everybody is measuring Shedeur Sanders and also Cam Ward against that draft class. But for me, I would have picked Cam Ward ahead of J.J. McCarthy. He would have been the 4th quarterback selected if he was in last year's draft class. Now, Shedeur would be more so in that 5th or 6th quarterback or 7th quarterback selected in last year's draft. But for me, if Cam Ward was in this draft class, he would have been the 4th guy off of the board.
That's interesting because I thought, for me, just watching Miami and watching Colorado, and I'm not pretending to watch all 22 on it, but I watched both those teams a fair amount. I told you how much I love that kid Restrepo. He's going to be a player in this league.
Yep.
To me, it really wasn't that close. Now, Shedeur can make some incredible plays, but Cam seems to do it way more consistently, and the arm strength, especially to throw outs for like quick hitters in the pros against pro corners. I just, that to me is a clear advantage.
And the player he reminds me of is Jordan Love when he was coming out of Utah State. I think they're very comparable. Now, he's not as big or as tall as what Jordan was coming out, but it's just from a skill set standpoint, I think they're very reminiscent of each other. And I'll say this about Cam Ward. He has to have a demanding position coach just because, and this is the best way that I put it to everybody, is that as a coach, you want him to go off the 10 or 15-foot high dive. Sometimes he ventures off and he goes off the 25 or 30-foot high dive just because he's curious with some throws. But that's just the life of a playmaker. And you guys have seen that with Jaden Daniels, and that sometimes out-of-structure plays ends up being their best plays. And I believe Cam Ward is that type of quarterback that can make an offensive coordinator right, even though he calls the wrong play. So he's going to venture off and wonder sometimes, and you guys have seen his low lights. There's going to be some what the heck moments with him or head scratching moments, but that's just the life of a playmaker.
Oh, yeah.
All right. circling back to Washington, last one. They got 3 in the top 80, some real value there, and then 3 in the last 200.
Yeah.
What should be the primary goal? 3 in the top 80, starters, development. What do you look for there?
I think you look for starters. You're always looking for starters in the draft. And, everybody has a different developmental arc. But if I'm just gauging off of year one of Adam Peters' draft, he's looking for instant impact guys. And, I'm looking at Mike Samersteele, who came in and started right away. Johnny Newton, eventually, once he got healthy, he started taking some more snaps.
He's starting now.
Yeah, he's going to be a starter now. Right, so he's looking for those instant impact type of
Coleman
guys.
was your day one left tackle.
Starter.
Yeah.
We were sitting here when I was on your podcast right before the season. Are they really going to go into the season with Brandon Coleman, a rookie, as a starting left tackle? And, they showed that they're firmly comfortable with that. So he's looking for those
dog in the run. He's got to get better in pass pro, but he's a rookie left tackle, man.
Yeah.
Dude, thank you. Seriously.
No problem, man.
I always appreciate it. And
Appreciate
everybody should be following Jordan Reed at Jordan Reed, Jordan_REID.
Not the former Commanders tight end.
I bet you get that less and less now.
I get it every day almost.
Really?
Yep.
Just
every time I go on Washington radio
or
do something with the Commanders, say, that wasn't the former tight end.
Pull up your Instagram photo or something.
Right.
You'll know the difference.
It's also spelled differently.
It is.
It's spelled different. They don't look nothing alike.
Yeah, I thought once he retired, I would get it less.
I thought you would too. Wow.
It has not happened.
Well, we'll see what we can do. We'll spread Jordan Reed awareness, the correct Jordan Reed awareness. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you as always, JP.
We bring Jordan Reed on the program because he's a true draft expert, watches all the tape. From the smallest levels of college football all the way to the top. I have seen him do this over the years. He's an expert in his field. And frankly, if you're looking at an expert in the field of buying or selling a house, there's only one dude in the DMV Brian and I would trust. His name is John Leahy.
And that dude is John Leahy. And you know what? George and Sylvia, they have recently retired. And thanks to that, they were able to relocate to Florida, and they could be closer to their daughter and their grandchildren. But all didn't go according to plan. You know why? Because they tried to sell the home by themselves. And given the fact that they needed to sell their home quickly and at a certain price to be able to afford their new place in Florida, Sylvia and George quickly discovered they needed an expert. And that expert was John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. They came in to save the day. Needless to say, they worked their magic, getting the property sold in only 3 weeks with a cash offer of $15,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. And that's John without an H. And John offers you flexible fees, customizing your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
You heard me talk about the home valuation tool on John's website. It's really, really valuable because it's easy to think about, oh, man, my house is worth so much. I should do this. I should do that. But until you actually know what the numbers are, it's all just kind of funny money. So go on the website, check out the home valuation tool, and figure out what you're sitting on. And if you're sitting on enough, call John. Have a conversation because what could happen next could be life-changing for you and your family. And if you're a little nervous that you got a little bit of upgrades, don't be. Talk to John. He could front you some cash before you put your house on the market. Then you get that cash back, probably 2 or 3x. Settle up with John at closing. Bang. Everybody's happy. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Three, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Got me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got me? All right, 3, 2, 1. B-Mitch here. As I start my motorcycle riding journey, Law Tigers and Harley Davidson of DC completely outfit. 3, 2, 1. B-Mitch here. As I start my motorcycle riding journey, Law Tigers and Harley Davidson of DC completely outfitted me for safety and performance. My new gear is absolutely incredible. And after meeting with Law Tigers, I feel better riding knowing Law Tigers has my back. Remember, they're riders too. Check it out. They partnered with Harley Davidson of DC to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps Fans Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue. That is
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In just a few minutes, we'll be joined by Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate. Very curious about Nate Dogg's opinion on the John Allen news. John Allen news is big here in Indy, but it's one of like a lot of things that are big here in Indy. The whole NFL is here.
I'm on my way, Jay. On my way.
You should come, especially. I mean,
no, I shouldn't.
I thought you were getting paid to just go out to dinner.
Nah, if I was, I'll be there already. Duh.
Tell those folks they can pay me to go to dinner if they need it. Not the same cachet though for a big-ear blogger. Here's something that's really interesting though, B. A bunch of the people we have on the show, our guy Phil Perry, a bunch of New England reporters are just following Mike Vrabel around. And Vrabel's a unit. He's a big fella, and he's doing the Patriots media, which is like 2 tables over from me. So there's just like 50 Boston people just hanging out at our table. It's kind of interesting. I'm hearing the accent, all of it.
Just say, hey man, step off.
I mean, it's like radio. What's crazy, B? I remember when I first started coming out here to do the podcast, there were like 6 tables and it was just empty. And now I am at table 45. I bet there's at least, how high do these numbers go? I bet there's at least 60.
Well,
now.
One thing about the NFL, they're not going to turn down broadcasting. And as long as people are talking about them and have them in people's minds, they're going to always accept more.
Well, dude, so listen, this is also funny. So I'm not exactly sure how this happened, but I am at the NBC table, and then there's an Odyssey table also. I just figured I'd sit here because Hoffman's coming for 980, and Hoffman can do his show there. We each have our own space. That, you know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of room for everybody.
What
But
NBC are you at? That's NBC local from Washington?
yeah,
Or national.
so
Because they might run in there and tell you get the hell out of their way.
B, I'll drop you a picture in the text thread. This is very much NBC local, which typically I would think would just say NBC4, WRC, some version of that, right?
Yeah.
My thing says, I'll send you a picture of both of them. Mine says NBC Commanders in DC.
All right. Well, you're right. You're in the right spot.
What's even better is the Odyssey one. We work for the company called Odyssey, right?
Yep.
They have it written down as Audacity, Washington, D.C.
Well, first of all, they got to be silly to put Audacity.
What's up, Raheem? Good, man. How are you? Raheem Morris just walked by. Obviously, a lot of...
Raheem, I say, what's up?
B. Mitch says, what's up? He's kind of far away. The Falcons GM earlier today was talking about the Kirk Cousins situation and that Kirk is going to stick around. You know, what complicates this thing for Washington with John Allen
Kirk gonna
is
stick around where?
Until they can make a move with him in Atlanta, basically.
Oh, yeah, man. But hey, would you stick around for $50 million if you're not even playing? Hell yeah. What else is he going to do?
Right. What's interesting with Allen is I think they'll probably have to release him before the new league year starts.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you don't have the luxury of waiting for the draft. You know what I mean? Whereas with Kirk, they're paying him regardless. So they have the luxury of waiting for the draft, which is kind of when deals tend to happen at a much faster pace. So it's just going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds.
For them to make the move that they made, there's no way that they're going to go into next season with Kirk on the books.
He's not going to be on that team by training camp.
Yeah.
But
they basically told him straight up, we moving on.
Right.
You know?
But that said, it might not happen before the draft, whereas it might not happen before free agency opens, which is only 2 weeks out. Like, the Allen thing is going to happen. So the timelines are much more difficult. Basically, the real reason this news comes out this morning is because Adam Peters has to talk on a microphone in an hour. And he's going to get asked about it, so now there's your answer.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, when he gets asked about Terry, he's probably going to say, yeah, we're looking forward to
Does the John
working
thing
on
take over the press conference? Where it's talking.
It doesn't take it over. It becomes probably the most pertinent topic, but you still have, I mean, really the biggest question for Peters is this team is clearly in win now mode. How do you balance your desire to build through the draft with a team that made it to the NFC title game and appears to be a real contender? Because building through the draft takes time.
Yeah.
And perhaps the best way to say that is, how do you do both, right?
But I think
you want to build long term.
Building through the draft is your mindset. But when you got as much money as they have and they can also make it more, you don't just build through the draft. You still drafting well, but you can go get a couple people that can make that thing grow quicker too. So totally. I think they're in a position right now where building through the draft is still something that's pertinent. They got 6 picks. They may get more, they may not. But they can get 2 or 3 players that can make this building through the draft thing be just a little bit more push forward.
I think you're going to see, just kind of based on last night talking to some folks, being around here today, I think there's at least one aggressive play. There's at least one jersey that can be sold in the team store. You know what I'm saying? Like, There's a dude that has been to a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro or something. I think that's coming to Washington, and I think it's pretty
that's
exciting.
Not going to be the focus because that used to be the focus.
No, but
it's
where it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I thought Daniel Jeremiah had an awesome. I was listening to his podcast last night, and he said you got to shop at the hardware store before you go to the toy store. Speaking of the toy store, Barstool Nate joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Washington Commanders have granted defensive tackle Jonathan Allen permission to seek a trade. Allen is a two-time Pro Bowler, and he has a cap hit of $22.3 million. Now, Washington could save $16.3 million in cap space, whether he's traded or released before June 1st. Seattle had inquired about Allen before the 2023 trade deadline, according to multiple sources. But with this new coaching staff in place, it's uncertain if the Seahawks are still interested. Teams have started to reach out, though, and more conversations are expected at the Combine in Indianapolis. Allen has a base salary of $15.5 million, though none of it is guaranteed. Now, throughout the season, Allen did miss 9 games with a torn left pectoral muscle. He played in the final 2 regular season games as well as 3 postseason contests. He finished with 3 sacks, 3 tackles for a loss, and 7 QB hits. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put your team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, here's how the sausage gets made. Diana Rossini just sat down, and I had to tell Diana, we have a guest. Barstool Nate is on the line, and I can only imagine how mad Nate Dogg would be if we just bumped him when his theme song was playing. So, Diana, you still have to come back.
Now, Diana, you can talk now, Don. We'll bring Nate back on Mickey Mouse.
I don't think she was actually coming on. She sat down. I think she was tired. Nate Dogg, what's up, bud?
Hey, guys. Thanks for not bumping me. How are you today?
We're good, dude.
We seriously thought about it, though.
That's all right. You got to do what you got to do.
Eric, big news this morning is
Yep.
John Allen seeking a trade. I don't think this is much of a surprise. What was your reaction when
Give
you
him
saw it?
permission to seek a trade.
Give him permission to seek a trade, yes.
Yeah, not a big surprise. It's unfortunate, obviously. He's been here forever, 2-time Pro Bowler, heart and soul of locker room type of guy. And we're finally good, which is kind of the ironic part. But it seems like he's ready to move on. I don't want to say he never completely lived up to expectations coming out of Alabama or anything like that, because obviously he's a very good player and has been quite a good defensive tackle for this team. Him and Payne never together became like that crazy demon force in the middle that I think we all wanted them to be, whether their fault or, just the teams they've been on combined fault, whatever. I think it's fair that he wants to go somewhere else. I think it's fair if fans of the team are like, why does he want to go now? But, he has 1 more year on his contract. It's still a rebuilding team. We have to remember that. I'll say it every week until the cows come home. This is the second year of the rebuild. He's a veteran. He's on the wrong side of 30, as they say in the biz. I think it makes sense from both sides.
But do you see another move coming behind this that, we give him a chance to go look for a trade, try to find it, then bring somebody else at that position or somewhere else?
Yeah, it just, I guess it all depends on the market. I'm reading a lot right now that it's a very good defensive tackle draft, which may hurt the trade a bit. But also you have to remember, GMs are smart. They're sharp. They know that he's a good veteran player. He's, again, a 2-time Pro Bowler. He could still have 3, 4, 5 more years in that tank. What we get back for him, you hope Adam Peters can do Adam Peters magic and get, a couple picks, 3rd and 4th, or maybe he's looking bigger. Maybe Adam Peters is looking at that wide receiver type of trade, using him as bait. I don't know. It's very early in the process. I'm sure we'll see a lot of leaks and a lot of rumors and all that stuff in the next few hours and days and weeks.
You might see rumors. You're not going to see leaks.
Okay, leaks is actually, you're right. Leaks is a bad word.
Yeah.
No. I think we're so conditioned to thinking about this franchise and leaks that doesn't really happen anymore, and that's actually very encouraging. I'm glad you caught me there. But
if I may, sometimes they want stuff leaked, so you might see leaks. Like sometimes there's information they want out there that might get out. But in general, it's a very.
That's not a leak if I want it out there.
It's not exactly. It's not like the toxic.
Yeah.
Snake pit, what they call it, a viper pit. It used to be. To your point,
I don't think losing Jonathan Allen is the end of the world. He, especially against the run, we saw that he wasn't all there this last season. I think that we just have to remember as a fan base that we are still building this roster back up from basically nothing, and they want to get younger at that position. Jonathan Allen was injured for the most of the season. He is over 30 years old. It is a good defensive tackle draft. I think there's a lot of good things that came from Jonathan Allen being on this team for as long as he's been on the team, and just sailing through the rough seas as he has. I wish him the best in his future endeavors.
I think that's the exact way to say it. Allen was mostly really good here. He and Payne never became this dominant Alabama wall force that folks hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
They were probably better than what most fans thought, but never delivered on the really exciting promise. And dude, I think Beamish said it best to open the show. This is the business of football. If it happened to Joe Montana, it can happen. It happened to Tom Brady. What, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
This is what happens.
It happens in football, in sports.
I think you just nailed it. Jonathan Allen is a very good football player. Not like he was a scrub or anything like that. But I also don't think this is, we're not taking like a huge jump off the ninth rung of the ladder back down to the ground. Maybe it's a half step down, 2 steps down, 1 step down, somewhere in there, depending on his health and all that stuff. We save $15 million on the cap. That opens up the checkbook to sign a wide receiver. Get some safety help, get some defensive back help, whatever you need, whatever. Anybody listening to this has a different number one need position. That's what I've learned in the last couple of weeks. Some people say wide receivers are the biggest need. Some people say still tight end. Some people say offensive line. We have a lot of positions of need depending on who you ask. And Jonathan Allen, we weren't going to, sign to another 5-year deal for a ginormous contract. So I think it's just best for both sides that he moves on, we move on, and we start over at the defensive tackle position.
I don't think you're starting over. I think you're starting Johnny Newton
over. Sure.
I think this is why you drafted Newton. I think Newton had some health problems, and I think you're looking at Newton and Payne. I think they liked Sheldon Day a lot. I think this also, we just had Jordan Reed on, ESPN draft analyst, and I'm sure you've heard this if you've been reading about it, but the amount of defensive tackle strength in this draft is through the roof. And I think Washington, with those 3 picks at the top 80, I won't be surprised at all if one of those gets moved. They did it last year to make it a volume play, right? Mm-hmm. They traded back in the second round. They were still able to get Sam Still, and they added more picks there. If they moved out of 61, would not surprise me in the slightest. No. I think the reason you stay at 29 is so you get 1 first-rounder where you get a 5th-year extension if there's a guy you really like. But right now they have 3 picks in the top 80. If that ends up being 4 in the top 90 or 5 in the top 100, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, and I know we talk about it every draft season, but we have to hammer home that there is not a lot of value moving from that 29th pick into the second round to pick up an extra 5th because of the extra year you get from taking a guy in the first round. I do not want Adam Peters to trade back from that pick. I think it's very important to get that extra year.
But like when he say they build from the draft, I think we automatically assume that every year they just got to go. How about building from the draft is like, I'm letting go of the guy that we've had here for some years, and the guy we drafted last year now is implemented into that position. And if you look at it like that, all of a sudden, the draft may not be immediately that year, but it could be the next year. Maybe 2 or 3 years from that point. But they are still building from the draft, and I think they have the right people in place at other positions that can help them get to where they want to get quicker.
Yeah, and that's why you trust your front office and you trust your GM, and you say, hey, thank you for your service here, but we do have to get younger. We did pick a guy last year who we think we can fill in your spot. And I think Washington's doing the right thing, and everybody's saying that both sides are kind of like just working together to make this happen. It's not going to be animosity. It's not going to be any bad blood. It's you want out. We're ready to move on. Let's meet somewhere in the middle and let's make this happen. Seems like they want to make it happen sooner than later. Just based, I don't want to say it's urgent, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's overall. Jonathan Allen was a good player here. He leaves as a kind of like a top 10 defensive tackle over the last decade overall. Maybe he's on the downside. Maybe he has a little more resurgence in him. We'll see, but we'll probably see it in Detroit or Chicago or Tennessee. It won't be in Washington.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. This is nobody's mad, nobody's upset. This is just normal.
It happens.
I don't frankly think this is part of. I think unless it's a player involved, if it's like some level of player for player trade, then it becomes interesting that John's available. But if it's just for a draft pick, I think he just gets released because they're going to have to release him long before the draft. And I just think knowing that it's a D-line heavy draft, I just don't really see that. Now, if it's a player for player thing, it gets a little more interesting. Talking with our friend Eric Nathan here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. You can follow all of Nate Dogg's work at Barstool Nate. It's about 2 weeks roughly till the new league year, Nate Dogg. Do you think there's a big move coming, whether it's free agency or a trade, but do you think there's a big move coming for Washington?
$1 billion question, and I think what you're alluding to is Myles Garrett or one of the wide receivers.
That's, if I may, sorry to interrupt you, I don't think you should box that in because what if it's not Garrett? What if, like,
then it's not a big move.
What if Trent Williams became available? Like there are a lot of things that just because we haven't considered or they haven't been publicly discussed doesn't mean that they couldn't happen. That's all I'm saying.
I do not think, unless it is Myles Garrett, that we're making any huge trades or moves. I would say.
Would Kupp or Debo not count for you?
Kupp would be a move, but I don't think that's I think we have to tier the ratings on moves. I think when I think huge move, I think Myles Garrett. I think everything else is a good move or a sizable move. But Myles Garrett is the one move that I think everybody is, keeping their eyes peeled for. Like a wide receiver like Kupp or Godwin would be great. I absolutely would love to upgrade the wide receiver move with a veteran who we know has just like years and years and years behind him instead of going to the draft. And, because wide receivers in the draft, I think, is the biggest crapshoot you can get. So I would love a veteran wide receiver. I don't want to break the bank for one, though. I think we have to just remain saying trust the process is going to get tiring, but we just have to keep doing it. I know we just made the NFC Championship game, but we're not ready to mortgage the next 5 years of this franchise for one veteran wide receiver. Myles Garrett is a different animal. He's on a tier of his own. He is above and beyond every other player who's available, in my opinion.
If Garrett becomes available, I think he's the biggest free agent out there. No matter if Trent becomes available or not.
I agree, but he's not available, and he wouldn't become a free agent. It would have to be a draft.
I know.
It would have to be a trade acquisition.
I don't care if you get him trade. I don't care if you get him free agency. To try and acquire him, you got to make a big move.
Right. I agree with that, B. Obviously, Garrett is a massive move. I also don't think that would hit until the draft. I think they'll probably try to show him. I think Cleveland tries to show him they're committed to putting together a playoff roster, and then they probably throw some guaranteed money on there. The Garrett thing seems so hard to pull off. Not to say it can't happen, but it seems very hard to pull off. So the Raiders GM that they just hired from Tampa is a guy, John Spytek.
Yes.
He just said he can't commit to a Max Crosby extension this offseason, but wants to ensure Crosby's with the franchise for the long haul.
That makes no sense.
Well, dude, here's what makes less sense, B. Tell me, just as a former player that knows this industry, Crosby has not 1, but 2 years left on his deal with 0 guarantees. Not 1, but 2 years with 0 guarantees.
Uh-huh.
You think Max Crosby's playing for 2 full seasons?
Hell no.
That's interesting.
That dude's basically saying, listen, man, we're going to try to see if we're going to fool you. But if they're not trying to get a deal now, they're not trying to get one.
Now, Nate Dogg, they've been very clear this dude is never available, but he's got 2 years left on a deal with no guaranteed money that eventually he's not going to be happy about. Max Crosby qualify as a big move.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Absolutely.
Is a ginormous move. I think he's younger, holdout waiting to happen. He's not playing 2 more seasons with 0 guaranteed money. That is one of the silliest ideas I think that any player could have of Max Crosby's caliber.
Yeah. I mean, so when I said that earlier, like, don't lock in that Myles Garrett is the only big move possible. That's all I'm saying. Like, there more things can change, things can emerge, contract talks that are, what if Godwin, like in Tampa and Godwin have until the day before free agency opens to work out a deal. And many think they're going to. What if they don't? Like, there's just, and then Godwin would hit true free agency and you don't have to send a pick for him. You know, like there's just a lot of moving parts in what is a very complicated
and this is why football is king, because we could talk hypotheticals and contracts, and everybody knows everything about every player, and it's just extremely fun. The season just ended, but the season's just beginning too, because the off season to some people is more exciting than the regular season because of all this. Just the draft is exciting, free agency is exciting, and we're a good team now. It's not like we're a 2-14 team looking to get some player to make a splash in the offseason. This is a team that went to the NFC Championship game. So everything's exciting for us right now, times 1,000. I don't know what happens. I don't want people to get too high or too low, though. Adam Peters knows what he's doing. He's not going to make a splash for the sake of making a splash, and we as fans should not expect him to do that. We should expect him to do the right, smart thing for the team now and for the team in 5 years.
I agree.
I agree. And I think it's a remarkable place to land that we all feel comfortable that is what they'll do. You know?
It's amazing.
Isn't it amazing to feel like that, though?
It's incredible. Yeah. It's a feeling that we have not had, and we have
something we're not accustomed to
understand. What's that?
There's something we're not accustomed to.
Hey,
not at all.
Nate Dogg, give me a quick one on Terps hoops and a quick one on Caps hockey.
Crab 5, baby. I have mentioned many a times to you, JP, that growing up, Terps basketball was my number one thing. I'm a Maryland alum like you are. All I cared about was Maryland basketball. It has been a real shame to watch this once prestigious program that was a nationwide powerhouse, kind of not be that over the last decade or so. It's very exciting to watch them back, just in the mainstream, national recognition. It's Maryland basketball. When Maryland basketball is good, college basketball is good. I'm looking forward to a very exciting March and April watching my boys. And then Ovi is Ovi, 13 goals till the record. I am going to make Amtrak a lot of money over the next couple months, trying to go to every single game possible to be in the arena when he breaks the record. I think I have seen every single one of his goals in my life, and I'm not going to miss the record breaker. Very exciting times.
Is going to where the Islanders play pretty accessible for you? Because I feel like they've got a couple up there too, which might make it easier.
April 6th, I already have my tickets, and then I think it's April 15th, the last game of the season, or the second to last game of the season. I can't remember. I also have tickets. So yeah, Islanders are easy. DC is easy. The tough ones are going to be the West Coast games, but you got to do what you got to do. Spirit Airlines.
You can make it, Nate. Somebody just take you on, put you on their lap. You make it.
Nate, we also we did a draft yesterday of what game we think Ovi breaks the record. What is your pick? Where do you think Ovi breaks the record?
So I hope he does it at home, right? Like, we won the cup on the road. I hope he does it at home. I don't think that he is going to think too hard about where he does it. He's not going to pass up an empty netter because he's in Minnesota on March 27th, and then he's at home against the Sabres on March 30th. If I had to guess right now, I would say it's either going to be April 4th at home against the Blackhawks, April 6th on the road in Long Island against the Islanders, or April 10th back at home against the Hurricanes. I think it's going to be one of those three games.
Hey, April 4th would be a good day for him to do it.
Is that your pick?
Yeah.
I can't. Does anybody remember mine? I think I have March 30th.
I got April 4th and April Fool's Day.
I got March 30th and then maybe April 13th. I think those are my two.
I'll be there with bells on.
All right. You want to fly to Indiana to watch the Maryland game with me tomorrow night?
No, I'm busy. Sorry, I got so many work things going on. I can't make it. I'll be on the Altcast for Monumental on Thursday, though, watching the Caps with Grant and Tarek, though.
Damn, that's messed up. Well, one, his name's Tarek, so
Yeah,
work on that.
Tarek.
That's what I said.
Two, you've never come on an Altcast with me. It's
You
kind of
didn't
messed
ask
up.
him. Duh.
Hey, I'm just an invite away, JP. You know that. You say jump, I ask how high, and then you never say jump again. So,
Well, I
can
wouldn't
only
say jump,
do
but I
what
know you break your ankle when you jump.
That's true. That is true. Thank
You should-
Jim.
You should tweet Rossini, thanks for not bumping me. Will you do that? And
Is she still there?
no, she left.
Okay. Well, she can make up more rumors about the Jets. And
All right, dude, we got to go.
all right, have fun in Indy.
We'll do. That's our friend, Mr. Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate. He is all systems go, believing in the Commanders brass. A lot of breaking news, updates, rumors floating around here at the Combine. We got GMs, head coaches talking now. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to open these phone lines up at 11:45.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders appear to be open for business when it comes to one of their defensive linemen. Washington has had trade conversations already about Jonathan Allen. Now, Allen is entering the last year of his contract and is set to earn a base salary of $15.5 million in 2025. Ian Rappaport is reporting that Washington plans to do right by Allen, wanting to send him to a desirable spot. However, if the Commanders can't find a trade partner, Allen may be released. They have given him the opportunity today to start speaking with some teams. Allen has spent all 8 years of his career thus far in Washington. Looking to upgrade your office game? We'll swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Can't stand it. I'ma set it straight. This Watergate. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. B holding it down in the Navy Yard studio. I'm out in Indianapolis, Indiana, live at the NFL Scouting Combine. Did I drop or did the music just drop?
Just turn it off.
Okay, all right. That had me worried for a second. A lot going on, B. I thought we should check in with the stream. A lot of folks are watching. Seems like folks are all fired up about the John Allen news. What does your gut tell you, B? If they're not able to get a trade done in the next 3 weeks, not even 3, is it? All right, today's the 25th. How many weeks is it till March 12th, Brian? It looks like 2 weeks.
March 12th, a little bit over 2 weeks.
2 weeks in a day. I think this is headed towards a release, don't you?
Yeah. If they're going to do right by him, they give him a chance to find a trade. You don't give you a release and you can talk to everybody.
Yeah, and if you're going to end up releasing him, you typically would do it earlier than later.
Yeah.
Like so the tampering period opens on the 10th. It'd be like a Sunday night, the 9th. If you're doing right by a player means not holding on to them to screw up their opportunity at the full free agent market.
Totally.
That's like, if you want an example of doing wrong by a player, I'll give you one. How Ron handled Morgan Moses a few years back when they didn't release Moses. Sometimes there is a second wave of free agency after the draft, and that's not ideal for players, but at least it happens. I think Moses got released late in the cycle and really limited what his options were. Some of that was a result of Leno getting released in Chicago after the draft, but still, ideally, if you're going to do right by an NFL player, let them have a crack at free agency when the big old pie opens up in March.
Guys know that there's a possibility. So if someone were to be in that position, give them more time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And nobody's. I mean, B, you had the line of the day. You said, "Hell, it happened to Joe Montana." Like, these things happen.
Yeah.
It's real life. I think it's about managing your situation well. And John was a good player for them, and they like him. But this is how real organizations are run.
Totally.
And I think we're going to hear about lots of other guys on lots of other teams maybe getting released. And I'll be fascinated kind of what happens with the Niners, honestly, just because they can talk about wanting to trade Debo all they want, but they're not going to keep him on their books. It's entirely possible he hits free agency.
You got a point. And do you gamble with that if you're a team that wants him and wait and see if they release him?
It gets hard to think they won't. But I don't know. They will take a dead money hit on it.
Mm-hmm.
here's the deal, John. Once you agree to a situation where you can seek a trade, it means you're not coming back. And
More likely.
one way or another, that's what it means. I
Hmm.
think, dude, if you look at the Niners cap compared to Washington's cap, now granted, San Francisco was in 2 Super Bowls over the last 4 years. There's a reason they are loaded, but Washington only has 3 players currently with a cap number north of $20 million. And one of those is John Allen, who probably won't be here in 2 weeks. San Fran has 4, and then another 4 making over 10 mil.
Yeah, that's what I mean by it. The way they're situated, there's much more stress on them and expectation than it is on Washington.
100%, dude. 100%.
That's why we can talk about how much we want about what they've done over the years. What they did last year, that comes into play.
Totally. Here's what I want to do. I want to open these phones up. We haven't even got to talk to the boys in the aquarium today. Jeff's running the show. Mr. Mullins has the day off. There's a lot going on. I think what has been the overwhelming result on the stream, White Brian? What have folks said about John Allen, kind of the reaction there in real time?
What I'm looking at is like people are offering up other people. Let me go back. Some people are giving him, say good luck somewhere else. See, that's what I mean. He always stayed and signed autograph. That doesn't make the team a difference. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm coming from. Like people do go on that, but you got different things. It's not all one way or the other.
B, did I tell you I got a comment? I'm not gonna say who it's from, but my man this morning or last night sent me a DM, said, rumor has it that Peters is working to get Max Crosby and Myles Garrett.
We're gonna get Max Crosby and Garrett.
I just said that seems impossible.
Yeah, that's a little strange right there.
Like,
so you gonna trade for both of them? So now we going into this draft with no picks. And next year neither.
And they currently have the 29th pick. Is that moving for either of those dudes? Right.
Nah.
I also, it was kind of interesting. As much as I've thought Stafford leaving makes a ton of sense, Joe Shane, the Giants GM, really seemed hesitant to push forward on that whatsoever. All right, here's what we're going to do. Open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. John Allen on the trade block. Would you move him? Are you mad they're going to? What do you think you should get in return? And what is the biggest haul out there? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. All right, B. I'm about to drop a picture in here. The Jaguars general manager is a fellow by the name of James Gladstone. Are you familiar with his work, B?
Nope.
Tell me if this dude looks old enough to drive, let alone be an NFL general manager.
Well, they going early. They're going young and young. Oh, no. This dude, like, he's about 16, 17 years old.
He doesn't look like he shaves. I mean, that is a baby face right
young.
there, man.
Hey, more power to him.
For sure. Good for him. All right. We want to get to these phones. B, you're going to run it from there. Let's let the folks weigh in on the John Allen situation.
Let's get it. Let's go line one. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane? How you doing, man?
What's up, JP? B. Mitch, how y'all doing today?
We good.
What's up, dude?
What's happening?
All right, look, I've been waiting for this trade forever. It's about time we bust up these two overrated defensive tackles. They did not produce this year. If you look at them, there's rated in the bottom half of the defensive tackles together. But, Deron Payne's making more money, so I don't see Payne on here either. You could add him, in my opinion, add both, put them both on the trade block at this point. Play the young guys. And go out there and get an edge rusher. We need an edge rusher. We need corners bad. There's a guy out there by the name of James Pierce Jr. at the University of Tennessee, go Volunteers, that is going to be a beast. And I think he'll fall in where we're at, right in that our selection. So, but it starts at the front, just like look what happened in the Super Bowl. The defensive line and the offensive line from the Eagles dominated. Football's football. You got to win in the trenches, and that's at any level. And that's where we need to start: build the trenches and then move outside. I think we got the right people in place right now to start moving forward. Let's get rid of all this Ron Rivera draft picks, which none of them will be on this roster, I think, by next year. So I think we're in a good hands, but we got to get some help on the secondary, and we got to get some pass rush.
Well, I think
blank.
All right,
Thanks, dude.
But I think you get the pass rush and you get some better help up front, the secondary gets better. Let's go to Fort Worth and check out our guy, Toothpick.
That made me laugh.
A little too hard. You're laughing a little too hard there, JP.
I never heard him say that. That was funny.
I mess with him sometimes with that.
I like that.
Yeah, but listen, JP, I really got to tell you, man, I really do dig all ears. I appreciate
Thanks,
the work
dude.
you're doing, man, and following in the big footprints of George Michael, man. You're doing it for DC. I appreciate that, for real.
Thank you, bro. Nobody compares to George. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. Big
Just take the
footprints, man.
damn compliment, dude. Stop downplaying stuff every goddamn time.
Thank you, B. All right, Toothpaste, please
listen,
continue.
Let's go, Toothpick.
All right, here we go. Listen, John Allen, man, for real, man. I wish him well. I appreciate the dude for everything he did, him and his family, everything they did in D.C. A lot of it, not put in the news and things like that. But we need a disruptor, man. We need somebody that's going to booger up the offensive line and their blocking speeds. Somebody that's going to be a problem every week. We don't have that with him or Deron Payne. So if you're in the business of winning, that's what you need. We don't have it. So got to go. I wish them well, and I know they're going to do right now. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, bro.
Toothpick, did you say booger up the offense?
Booger it up. Yeah, I can't say the other word. Right?
I like it.
But you got to booger it up.
Booger it up. Just build it up, right?
You got to disrupt.
Just up there. Okay.
There we go.
Booger. Wow.
Thank you.
A little weird, a little different way to doing it.
Chris Sims has an awesome stat that he says you need guys that bleep up, and that should be its own stat, because a lot of times, especially a D tackle, they bleep up a play without getting any sort of statistic.
That screw things up. I know what you mean.
You need a way to keep track of that.
I know what the bleep means.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Savannah Park. Check out our guy Carlos. What's up, Los?
Tuesday. Yeah, happy Tuesday. Hey, man, listen, I honestly thought that I was going to hear some more outlandish stuff when it comes to this Jonathan Allen trade. I thought I was going to hear people say, hey, man, listen, he walked the same shoot that I walked 2 weeks ago, man. We can't trade him. But, no, being realistically, we're only going to get a third round, maybe a fourth round out of it. He's 8 years into the league. He's not
Can I tell you something? What was your name, sir?
Oh, it's Carlos from Savannah Park. I know you probably spelled it wrong, right?
No. Because I'm here, B's running I don't have the software. But let me tell you something. If you're upset about a third or a fourth, I think you need
I'm not upset.
I think you need to wrap your mind around nothing. I think nothing is.
Oh no, we're good. I don't care. That's what I'm saying. I don't care that let him go. Like he's done great for the organization. Great, and he grew up a fan. Like, hey man, good luck to you. Go out there. We're only going to get a fourth or a fifth or a third round of it. If not, we're just going to release him. But guess what? It is a new age in this organization. We're going to get some people that are going to, blow stuff up for this defense. We had running backs rush over 100 yards almost every game with Jonathan Allen. Everyone is tradable. That's just my take on it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I appreciate you, man. Definitely.
Thanks, Los. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, let's go to line 4 and check out my guy, Drew, in Florida. Drew always somewhere else. What's up, Drew?
Drew's always on the move.
Hey, B. Mitch. Hey, JP.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, we got you.
Hey, yeah. We're not coming back to the cold till it's warm up there. So,
Smart.
That's that plan. But as far as Jonathan Allen, I've always liked Johnson as a Redskin, as a commander. But as everyone's kind of said, the business of football, it's kind of time to move on. And I trust Adam Peters. So I'm all good with that. And I think we need a game changer, a disruptor on defense, whether that's Myles Garrett or Crosby or Micah Parsons, someone of that ilk that has the chance of changing every play is clearly missing on this defense. So I want that. I did have a question for you guys, though, and that is if they don't get a trade for Allen done, you mentioned earlier that they can let Lattimore play on the contract he has. Would that be an option for Jonathan, or do they have to cut him?
They would have to cut him, but if they tell a guy you got the permission to go look for a trade, it's basically telling you we're about to let you go.
Yeah, I think I think Rap Sheet reported it. I think this is the best language I've seen on it. Where are you, Rap? Ian Rappaport said the Commanders have had trade conversations centered around Pro Bowl D lineman Jonathan Allen. Sources say Washington plans to do right by the player, and Allen's camp is involved in helping him land at the right spot, either via trade or free agency. He has 1 year left at $15 million. So what that tells you is he's either going to get traded or he's going to be a free agent, and that means you're going to cut him. I think they believe Johnny Newton can play at a high level and cost a quarter of it.
Yeah,
and I think it's just a way of getting out in front of some of these contracts, frankly.
Right. I do think doing it sooner rather than later is a good sign of a high-functioning organization.
Last year.
Yeah.
He played 5 games last year. That's also a fact.
All right, Drew. Appreciate you, man. Let's close this thing out. Let's get Jupe before we go to the break, but we're going to continue these phone calls on in the next hour. Let's go to Jupe right there on line 5.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
I'm not mad at it at all. I've been saying got to keep an open mind. There's going to be players that we all like that might get traded or released or whatnot. In AP, we trust. Like, so far, your man has hit on every pick and move, and we got to keep in mind he might make a mistake. There's not one GM in the league that's 100% on every move they make, but so far AP is like 80, 90%, and I'm good with that. So what he think is best, I'm roll with it. All right, fellas?
All right, man. Well, I'll just say this, man. In this day and age, you can follow people on YouTube, whatever else. You can follow them on social media. You like them that much? Hey, follow them at the next thing. You can call them on the phone. But you know what? I think a move is going to be made. Take us a quick break here. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
To Jonathan Allen permission to seek a trade. Allen spent his entire 8-year career in Washington. The Commanders, they've been preparing for a little bit now for the possibility of life without Allen. In 2023, the Commanders extended Deron Payne on a $90 million contract. And last year, they selected Johnny Newton in the second round of the draft. Allen has the third highest cap number on the Commanders team in 2025 at $22.47 million. A trade or outright release would free up nearly $17 million in cap space. Moving over to some Nats news, if everything goes according to plan, we could see James Wood very soon this spring. Manager JV Martinez spoke to reporters down in West Palm Beach this morning and said that as long as everything still looks good, Wood could be the DH on Thursday. Now, the young outfielder was held out of Saturday's game due to left quad issue. He has been participating in defensive drills starting on Sunday and has been taking BP without any issue. This doesn't seem to be a long-term injury, but the Nats, of course, are going to be super cautious with their star outfielder. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. The combine is going on in Indianapolis right now, but, Adam Peters is speaking, and when he speaks, we like to go with that. We're going to go right out there to Indianapolis and get Adam Peters talking to the media.
And so really everything's still on the table in terms of whether it's a trade or staying here or whatever. So we're still going through that. It's kind of early in the stages. We haven't done a lot of exploring yet, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
All right, we're back. We're going to try to get that to you later on. That's a little bit too, we can't hear it clearly, but we will get it later on. Probably play it around 1 o'clock. But we're going to continue on with taking the phone calls, 800-636-1067. Going to find out from you all, your take on John being given permission to seek a trade, and what will you take for him? What kind of pick you expecting? Let's go to Trucker Dan. What's up, Trucker Dan? How you doing, man?
Long time no speak. How you feeling?
Oh, good, bro. How you doing?
Okay, man. I take the third for Jonathan Allen. But hey, it's true that if we don't get a pick for him, and then we end up cutting him, we still get a compensatory pick next year.
I think you do. That's next year, though, and you get some level of a pick for him if you cut him. But this year, I think the focus has to be on what we're going to do this year. We're trying to put something on the field, so I think you get at best a third round pick, nothing better.
I think in the draft, I think with our first round, if Mike Green or that guy from Tennessee ain't there, we got to go with a defensive tackle on our first round pick. That's pretty much what I'm thinking.
All right, brother, man.
Get out on that one. All
right, Trucker Dan, appreciate you, brother. Let's continue on line 2. Let's go to Columbus and check out Jaden. What's up, Jay?
Yeah, how's it going, B-Mitch?
Going good, man.
Yeah, I've talked to a couple of my friends that are Skins fans. I'm not really, not that I don't care. It's an interior D lineman. We're paying one already. You can't pay two because no other team's doing it. Look at what the Rams did. All their guys are young. They're young and inexpensive. Look at what the Chiefs did. They pay one guy. They pay Chris Jones, and they let all their young guys just play. And they're a good unit. Look at Philly. You pay one guy. They drafted 2 corners out of rookies. They came in and were studs immediately. I'm not saying it's easier.
Let me say something to you, Joe Jay. The Eagles happened to hit on those 2 guys. Both of those guys play at the level of Chris Jones and how we had my man Aaron Donald playing in the past. And they happen to be on a rookie contract. That's luck. That don't always happen. Sometimes you got to pay 2 of them. It's been done in the past.
But look at what the Rams did. The Rams got rid of Aaron Donald last year. Their defense got
Aaron
better.
Donald retired. Aaron Donald retired. They got better because they picked them right. Now, if you get the right players, yes, I understand. But at this point, you can't just look at it like that if you don't have the right player.
Right, but I guess, don't you think, because I think what these teams have to do, we're going to pay Daniel $70 million, right? We're going to pay Terry. We're going to pay our offensive linemen. So I think you got to prioritize that and then you kind of just
You're
gotta
gonna pay Daniels
on your
Daniels $70 million in 4 or 5 years. In 3 or 4 years, you can't worry about what's gonna happen in 3 or 4 years. You got 3 years prior to that, though, dog. And while Daniels on that rookie contract, you better hit where you can.
Right. I mean, I'd rather load up on offense and kind of just patch up the defense, draft a couple young guys, and hope they hit. Because that's what it looks like the new trend is. You pay your offense, you pay one guy on defense, which is Payne, and you have to kind of filter everything around it, in my opinion.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that's how the teams are set up with that. They just load up on offense and don't play defense. Because if you can't stop nobody, you're not winning them in the game. Because the Eagles are paying a few people on defense, and they're paying people on offense. They just happen to have the salary cap handed. You know, when you look at Kansas City, yeah, they pay Chris Jones, but they're about to pay their linebacker. Their cornerback was making some good money. So it's like everybody, it goes different ways. What the Eagles are doing right now, they lucked up with a defensive line in a young age. And when you could do that, then you're ahead of the game. Appreciate your call, man.
Right.
All right, Jay. Appreciate you. All right, let's go to Julian. What's Julian in there? That's on line 1.
Hey, what's up, B-Man? How's it going, brother?
Going well, baby. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Honestly, man, I think for Jonathan Allen, I mean, if we don't, do a trade, I mean, I'm thinking either a 4th-round pick or a 5th max. But if not, go ahead and release them. But I was also going to throw this in there. What if in free agency, we go after a defensive tackle by the name of Odigi Zula, to take his spot. He's younger in Dallas, and he's going to be a free agent. So
yeah,
I was thinking, how do you feel about that?
He is a young guy whose name has popped up a lot. I think there may be a chance that they might try to look at him, but at this point, you got to put yourself in position to go get who you want or who you may want. I think John being a little older, having an injury last year and not having any guarantee kind of made him expendable. And they're trying to give him the opportunity to go out there and find a good suitor. I think they're doing the right thing by the player, but eventually they're going to have to decide on what they're going to do next year and look at everything else in the rearview mirror.
So it sounds good.
Yep. All right, man. Appreciate your call. We're taking your phone call, 800-636-1067. The Washington Commanders have given John Allen giving him the right to go out and pursue a trade. What are you willing to give up for him, and what are your thoughts on it? Adam Peters is speaking now in Indianapolis. It was kind of hard for us to hear him, but we'll try to get that at you later on. But let's go to Nick. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
What's up, B-Mitch? How you doing, man?
Chilling, bro.
Hey, man. So I just got back in the car from working real quick, but I don't know if anyone brought this up, but did anyone mention about the fact that maybe we just letting Cleveland know that we're willing to shop them for, sweeten that pot for Miles?
I don't think that's it.
Well, obviously we're going to have to give up picks too, but I'm just trying to say that way, make it easier on them to let them know that, we can work with it.
I think if they were trying to do that, they would be trying to say something. When they tell the player to go find out what's best for you, I don't think they're trying to send any message to Cleveland. I think Myles Garrett might be paying attention and say, hell, they got 78 now, they're going to get some more? Oh, let me try to get on that way.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, make it like kind of let J.A. go and try and get the money from Cleveland up front on his own, like how you guys been preaching all day, like if you got respect for the player, let him go out and try and, get their contract. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think, just sitting here watching everything that they've done since Josh Harris and this whole crew has come in, they've done nothing but first-class stuff. I don't think they've said or done anything to show anything else. I think they're going to be like that for the long haul. But eventually it comes to a point where, you may not be playing to the ability of what the decision makers think you should be. And I think that's all. People come into this league and they perform at a certain level. And sometimes you get that rookie contract and you perform better than it. Then you get that second contract and some people think it's okay to keep performing how they did on the rookie contract. Nope. You got to step it up some more because you're looking for the third contract. And if you're going to get a third contract, you can't just be playing the other one. And I think when injuries start to pop up, and that's the unfortunate thing about professional sports, injuries start popping up, dollars are going up. They start looking for a cheaper option. And let's be real. If you played in high school, if you played in college, wherever, you always was concerned about the guy coming behind you because someone is always trying to take your job. It's not like they can't find people that want it. And I think that's exactly what happened with this situation now, where they think they can get the play, the ability that they've been getting from John, from somebody younger and cheaper. Let's go to Orlando. Check out Mike. Mike, what's going on, man?
What's going on, B. Mitch? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man.
Yes, sir. So I think my thoughts on the whole John Allen, it's been great. It's time to move on. We need to get fresh on the trenches, man. And you know, it's been great. He was a class act while he was here.
Yep, and I think that's gonna go a long ways for him. You know, appreciate your call, man. Because what happens when you start looking around, teams are going to ask, what kind of character he has, kind of person he is. Do I have to worry about any concerns about him? No, I don't think there's anything you need to worry about with John. John was there. He showed up. He worked his tail off. Just maybe, listen, sometimes your good is not good enough for somebody else. You know, that's just what it is. It happens like that. And I don't think it's a bad thing or whatever. It's just, as I stated earlier, the business of sports, of professional sports. You could be out there performing at such a level, and we get happy because as we see a person, John grew up in the area. He was like a first-round pick. When you see those people, you start to have a certain affinity for them. And we can get a little blinded by things. The people that job is to make sure the team is built the proper way and have the ability to compete with other teams, they can't get blinded. They can't like the person. As I've said many a times, I have sat there and I have, guys on the team, and you see them about to get cut, you absolutely like that guy. But you know why they may be doing it. And you like I said earlier, you got phones. You can stay friends with them, but they just might not be your teammate. And these Adam Peters and his crew, their job is to make the Washington Commanders as good as they possibly could be. Their job is to make the Washington Commanders competitive at a level to where they hope to end up in the Super Bowl and win it. Their job is not to keep people because they like them. Their job is not to keep the guy that, he signed autographs extra. Don't make a difference. As I say many a times, I don't care what the guy does off the field if he's not performing on the field. There have been a lot of guys who come in and they go by that. They try to do everything about the fans. But it ultimately comes down to what level of player you having. Are you going to step up and do your thing? You know, because if you're handling your business, you be around. If you're not, they don't care that you stayed and signed an autograph for 4 extra hours. They don't care that you signed that guy's jersey or called that person's mom. They don't care about that. It's a great thing. That's gravy on top of it. But they're not going to worry about that. It comes down to how well you play for the money we pay. You know, supply and demand is in our economics. But when you look at football, it's kind of the same sense. The supply is how well are you playing? The demand is the money that you get paid. So when that supply is not as good, you don't get as much money. And when they think they can go get somebody that's doing it as good for less, they're making that move because that makes sense. You know, that's efficiency. I hate to even use that word. There's so much in the damn media today. Hate using the word efficient, but that's what they're looking for. They're looking for who can we get to do this job at the least price, at the lowest price. And sometimes it's not that veteran guy. It happens. We could go through this thing. We could name all kind of names, and it's happened to a lot of people. So I'm going to say this, okay? Jeff, we already got your opinion. Brian, who's your big guy, your D tackle? I've got
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. If he gets to the point, and he's supposed to be making like $29, $30 million, but he's playing like a $20 million guy, they're going to have to let him go. Where your mind go?
Yeah, especially because they're just a bad football team. I mean, if
you got to forget about how bad the team is. I'm just talking about you hear people go, oh man, this guy signed autograph, stayed and signed all the autographs. That is noble. But they don't pay you to sign autographs. And I say it sometimes. I hope people don't think I'm being dismissive and I'm being just this mean and rude. But you're paid to play football at a high level. You're not paid to sign autographs, take pictures, do nothing like that. But the person that does it and sells himself and his team, that's a great thing. But the first job mentality have to step up. When your first job is not the best job, you know what you end up with? No job. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. No, I agree. And it seems like the best case scenario for all parties is to just let Allen try to bounce back somewhere else. Because the Commanders are going to contend for a Super Bowl next year. And if you're not showing up like the high draft pick you are, then you can't be here.
See, I think I look at the last 5, I'm going to say maybe 6 years. And I remember the days when the fan base, all we talked about was the 4 first-round draft picks. And I always ask the question, is the performance living up to it? I looked on this text thread. Some of these guys are saying they haven't lived up to they haven't produced at the level you expected. And sometimes that's because of us. As we automatically assume, and that's why I always discuss, we don't have to have all first rounders. Everybody drafts a first rounder and they think that first rounder is going to play at a certain level. They draft a second, third rounder, you think he's going to be less than the first rounder. Not necessarily true. There's a lot of people in this league that are second round and beyond. Some guys are undrafted that play better than the damn first rounders. Okay? I think James Harris, who played for the Steelers for a long time, he was probably undrafted, wasn't he? But the dude played unbelievable for double-digit years at a high level, will probably end up in the Hall of Fame. So let's stop always just expecting a guy to be at a certain level because of the round he was picked in. Some guys, just like the kid we talked about yesterday, the young man that goes to Howard, didn't do a lot in high school, wasn't starting, but now considered one of the best players in basketball. Why? Because they bloom late. So we got to start looking at that instead of worrying about the round somebody was picked. There are a lot of first rounds that I went into practice against, and I cooked their asses all the time, okay, because they were happy with being drafted in the first round. I was trying to take their job and make them lose some more money and show the coach how good I was. And your mindset has to be that way. If it's not that way, you're going to have problems. We're going to take a quick break here. We get back, we'll be joined by our guy. He's going to be excited. He's going to be motivated. Jimmy Passos to talk to us about the Maryland Terrapins. We'll be right back. That's what I do. I bullshit my way through it.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America. Garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. So 2 weeks away from free agency, we get our first little taste of what the Commanders may be thinking of doing an off-season free agency this year. They have given defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade. Of course, he's been a mainstay for 8 seasons in D.C., 17th pick overall in the 2017 draft. But a John Allen trade or release could give the team close to $100 million in cap space, $98.6 million if they moved on from John Allen this season. Scouting combine this week in Indianapolis. GM Adam Peters speaking right now at this moment today in Indianapolis. Capitals look to keep things going back on the ice tonight against Calgary. 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. And Hokies Hoops, Virginia Tech home against Louisville. Pre-game at 8:30, 9 p.m. tip-off for Virginia Tech basketball tonight on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Huh? What the fuck? B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. The B. Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find your contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. I know we're getting you a lot of football today because the combine is in, and when NFL comes, they rule. All right? But also, there's a lot of good basketball going on in this area, and we're expecting to talk to Jimmy Passos in a few. But there's the Maryland Terrapins. They're playing some unbelievable ball out there. So well that now they're called the Crab Five. I know you remember the Fab Five back in the day, Michigan, but this is now the Crab Five. And joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our guy, Jimmy Passos. What up, Jay? How you doing, brother?
Look, anytime, where's JP? I got B. Mitch man on the mic.
Well, you know,
JP somewhere famous. I know that.
He is in Indianapolis, but he walked away to listen to Adam Peters. He's supposed to be back. He may be back anytime soon. He know you're coming on, so we expect him to come back.
It's all right. I'll talk to the real boss. That's you.
I got you. So what has been your impression so far with the Maryland Terrapins?
Look, it's funny they're calling them the Crab Five. I think that's very clever. I think Kevin Willard, look, I could go all over the place because Tony Skinner Mason, Chris Caputo, year 3, is doing a really good job at GW. Georgetown and Cooley probably going to go to the NIT, but the Big East tournament's wide open. But everybody's got their little things going on, you know, and everybody's making improvements. But I don't think anybody saw how well the Maryland Terrapins, and I'm a huge Terps guy. I love Derek Queen. I know Gillespie was on our circuit at Under Armour. I knew him at Belmont. Belmont, full disclosure, was an Under Armour school. So while I knew these guys were going to be good, and I said they were going to go to the NCAA from day one, Derek Queen, B. Mitch, and you're a pro.
Huh?
There are those guys that just have it. Those guys that just Lawrence Taylor type, and I'm not saying he's LT, but Queen's big, long, knows how to play, has a lot of savvy, can handle the ball. He's like Derek Coleman to me, for those old people listening, like the Syracuse guys. So, like I said, the Caputo thing and the GW doing great. They got a great Skins on the bubble. Georgetown's taking the next step. They got a great freshman. Things are going on around the area. No one saw the job Kevin Willard was going to do. And you played for great coaches.
But
what he's done is kind of made him a 5-man rotation. Geronimo and DHS off the bench. He's meshed them. And I think the surprise of the team, to me, is Rice from Bullis, Rodney Rice's son, Rodney Rice Jr. That's my take. Is they've been great, but they've exceeded expectations. They're rolling, and they got that little magic touch that they could go like all the way. B. Mitch.
Do
Now you're talking my language.
Do they like you look at them, and I think once you get to the NCAA's, it's about depth. You can have the 5 guys that can play, but you're gonna need some guys to come in and play. Do they have that as well?
Geronimo's established. Kapari's better at home than on the road. Geronimo's been around. He's taken him. He doesn't shoot threes anymore. He's a 4 or 5 athletic shot blocker. And Jay's good off the bench as a little backup point guard who play at Memphis, so he's got real experience. But if Deshaun Harris-Smith, who's accepted his role well off the bench, could turn into that little, he's kind of a 3-4 trapped in a 2-man's body, but in a rough and tumble game, can he help you? Absolutely. I saw him on the road, and they lost at Washington, and they had to get their act together in January like everybody else. Washington, by the way, a lot of good players have been there. I went on the Washington trip to see what it was like with Washington and Oregon joining the league. Ask Brenda Freeze. She's had Oregon, who's been in the Final Four before, UCLA and USC are dominating women's basketball right now, joined the league. So you had to adjust to that and the travel. But Willard, I'll say it again, masterful job. They beat Villanova. I was there. They manhandled Syracuse. Marquette was a learning lesson. They go out west. They don't play well. Everybody's on them. And what he's done since that trip, they played well against Oregon. What he's done since the first week of January is he's tightened his lineup. And remember, it's long timeouts in the NCAA. Yes, I'm more worried about foul trouble. And Juju Reese has just been a mature look. He really cleaned up his act. He's got that look like he's getting ready for the pros. I think he could play in the NBA, maybe as a backup center, or does he start as a two-way? Juju Reese has been most consistent. Queen's the star. Selton Miguel is just a 25-year-old kid that everybody has, so it's fair. Everybody has him. That's a 2-guard that played at South Florida. Bruno Fernando's his cousin, loves Maryland, has shot the ball well. And then Jacoby Gillespie is as good as advertised. He's finding his role. But if I had to give, most important player from January 15th on, it's been Rodney Rice from Bullis, who played for Bruce Kelly, lives up by JP. And let me tell you something. He has just shot the ball consistently. They're a threat. There's a big game against Michigan State. They got Northwestern at home. Yeah, they got to go to Michigan, who's like the talk of the town. But right now, they're a 1-4 seed, which is a double bye, which is huge. I want to see where they go. I want them to go to Providence, Cleveland, or Raleigh, so they're close. I really want to go to Providence, and then they're going to win game 1. Game 2 will be a barn burner. It always is, but that's how it works. That's their next step, and JP knows this. They've won. Turns won, beat Connecticut 7-10. Got killed by Alabama. I was there when we beat West Virginia. It's time for this program to go to the second weekend, and I think Will has done a masterful job. But in Derek Queen, anything can happen. I said this before you get on, JP. He's like Derek Coleman, who played
like that.
He's like, he can do anything, everything. He knows how to win, handle the ball. All right, he doesn't really shoot threes yet. He'll be in the NBA. I picked a guy like 5th, 6th, or 7th next year, so he's a new format. So, JP, can he be Purvis Ellis and B. Mitch? Can he be a freshman that rides? Can he be Paolo Banchero and take him all the way? That's why it's March Madness. It's going to be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Talking with our friend Jimmy Patsos, of course, won a national championship on Gary Williams' staff with the Terps back when I was in college, coached everywhere, knows everybody. Few people are more connected in the college, hell, just the basketball world than Jimmy Patsos. And Jimmy, a big reason I want to talk to you is obviously the big picture for the Terps, right? But this game tomorrow night feels like the biggest one in College Park in a long time. Right now, they are tied for third in the Big Ten, playing Michigan State, who's the top team in the Big Ten. I think Maryland is under. I think they should be ranked higher at 16. Seems not fair to me, but whatever. Sparty comes in at 8th. Give us some specifics to watch in this matchup tomorrow night in College Park.
Look, it starts with Tom Izzo, and I can't say enough about him as a human being and a great guy and all that. He can coach. Yeah. And Izzo has done as good a job with the portal and the NIL. And look, we've all talked about it. Larinaga, maybe he was 75, too old. Tony Bennett got up frustrated. Guys don't like it. Jay Wright didn't want to deal with it. Izzo's like, this is the way it is. We'll deal with it.
Yeah.
And you know what?
I respect
He's
that.
found guys. He's got 2 guys coming. And Chrissy Winter Scott's son's coming.
I know he's got 2 kids from here.
Right? Yeah, they weren't cheap either. If anybody listened, these weren't like come here and get your education. You had to battle NIL, and you're not going to start as a freshman maybe, or you're going to have to, work your way into the lineup like everybody else. This is a situation where Tom Izzo has embraced the way college basketball's changed. If you talk to Gary Williams, who has a big birthday coming up next week, JP, we'll talk about that.
Okay. We got Coach coming on tomorrow with us.
Oh, yeah. He's got a big 80th coming up. Happy birthday, March 4th. You can tell him that. So here's the deal. You can ask this about to Gary Williams. If you're going to stay in coaching, you have to adapt to the situation. Gary Williams, that guy wouldn't give you a free cheeseburger. I tried, trust me. He told the line harder than any coach in America, and I mean that, and following the rules. The rules are NIL's allowed. Tom Izzo has done a great job. What I think is going to happen, they always score more than you think. Yeah, they play tough D. You got to get back in transition and stop them tomorrow night. What I think is, it probably is the biggest game of the Willard era. The Purdue win at home was huge. They're sold out the rest of the season because Greg Manning, my former player and assistant, Greg Manning's on staff. I'm going to be at the Northwestern game unless I go to Auburn, Alabama. I was at the Wiz last night. The Wizards all of a sudden have some, young guys, but you need some old guys. Well, Izzo has figured that out. Yeah, we all want Cooper Flagg. Of course we do. And maybe Harper. I don't like Bailey. You add those pieces in. Well, Izzo is mismatching young guys with old guys, and we're going to pay guys, and that's okay. But we're still going to be held accountable on defense, and we're still going to practice hard every day, and you're never going to beat them easily. But I think Willard's got the right style to beat them. They got to handle the first couple of minutes. Last time they played there, they came in and scored way too many points early. Got to get back in transition against Tom Izzo. But I think Willard's got a great opportunity. 1 through 4 is the magic number. I think 1 through 5 in the NCAA is the magic number because Connecticut won it 2 years ago was a 5. And so you're at the Wizards hearing the buzz about the Terps. Unfortunately, I won't be at the Terps. I'm glad to be with the young Wizards game. But I was there last night as a fan walking around. And when Georgetown gets it together and they're heading in the right direction, next year they're going to start playing. And he's going to start playing Virginia too, Willard. So is year 3 of the program, is this a big game? Of course it is, JP. But is it everything? No. Going to Michigan's a big game. And Northwestern, Chris Collins just went and beat Ohio State. You got 3 big ones before we get to the tournament. And we all know this, B. Mitch. Winning 3 in a row, it feels great. Losing 3 in a row sure doesn't feel great. So, can you go 2 out of 3 in these next 3? You did your job. And I'm interested to see. Nobody knows what's going on in Michigan except they have Wolf to transfer from Yale. Yes, Yale, he graduated. And he's kicking butt at the 4. And he's up for the Indiana job, even though he's at Michigan because he was a Bobby Knight manager. There's all kinds of stuff going on, and these coaches have to stay focused. And what I will say about Izzo and Michigan State, he's just done a great job of being himself, but he loves coaching. And just because you added some transfers in NIL, hey, if the ingredients change, if the cooking shows change, if that's how the world's going to go, Izzo's done a fantastic job. And I think he's given hope to a lot of older coaches. It's all right. Yeah. It's semi-pro basketball. So what? Got to get back in defense. Got to match their intensity. Can't let them push you around early. And the B-Mitch thing about the depth. I'm more concerned about the depth due to foul trouble, B-Mitch, and I am concerned about that. Geronimo is the X factor tomorrow night. He has to get in there and play hard inside.
Yeah, but what you said about Izzo, I have to respect that because there are a lot of coaches who ran from
Tony Bennett quit.
When everything was in
Coach
their
K
favor
quit.
and they were getting all the damn people, they stayed around because they had the advantage. When everybody else, when the rabbit got the gun, then they all of a sudden want to run. So I have to respect Izzo. I've always liked him because he was defensive minded, and now after hearing that, I respect him even more.
No, and I'm glad. And you guys know Michigan State's not the easiest place to recruit to. It's not on some beach, It's not the glamorous Michigan. What he's done year over year there, and the pros he's produced, including Christie, he has way more pros than you think out there. But coming into DC and getting George Scott, Cam Ward, when I said, wow, I said, what are you doing here last year? Izzo said, I'm in it. If I want to win it, Jimmy, I'm in it. And we're ready. We're locked and loaded. And we got charter planes, too. We can come down here and we got some money. I'm sure Magic Johnson dropped a check on him, because he's paying middle relievers $10 million for the Dodgers. So why not give him money? It's just a new world, and that's okay. And I just think the fact, B. Mitch, and you know this as a pro, Some guys, when they pay you a lot or this, they treat you differently. You've been in major NFL locker rooms. Izzo's like, I'll do all that, but everybody in this locker room's the same. I know them really well. Doug Wojcik's their assistant. You're going to practice hard.
Yep.
There's no load management. I don't want to hear about you can't go today. And you're going to set screens and you're going to rebound. Tell me, Mitch, your experience in a locker room. Like, some guys can do it and some guys can't, where they keep their, toughest thing going.
Yep.
Jimmy, you're correct. They got a bunch of games left. There's a whole lot of basketball to be played. You said it's the biggest game of the Willard era tomorrow night. You think they get the dub with Sparty in town?
Yeah, 71, 74. Yeah, Willard's been scoring. 74-68, Maryland.
Yeah, that's what makes me most comfortable with this Terps team. All 5 of the starters can fill it up. And when you watch Bama, Auburn, Florida, Duke, they're scoring 90 a night. I feel like these Terps can keep up.
Yeah, Willard's turned the scoring up. He's let him take some shots. Willard's done a great job. Hey, hey, Gary and we used to scream, hey, you missed a 3, bad shot, you made a good shot, whatever, and all that. But we played fast-paced. Willard's like a medium-paced guy, but his offense, he's let him go this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Willard's up for National Coach of the Year. And I think in year 3, he's embracing the area. He's figured out the job. He came from Seton Hall, a Big East Catholic school with no football, blah, 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 New Jersey. First year NCAA. Last year they missed on the portal. I got 20 schools right now, and I won't name them, that missed badly on the portal. Willard hit on the portal, and he went to Angola this summer, anybody listened, and made sure when other schools were expressing with South Miguel, and did a really good job in researching Rice, that he wasn't hurt, and that Virginia Tech wasn't all his fault. I'm not saying it was anybody's fault, but there's always a reason guys leave. It's not just money. And picked up the backup point guard who's been really solid for him. Jay's been really solid for Memphis. Willard has masterfully worked the portal, along with a possible freshman of the year, and Juju Reese, a 5-man stand. Remember, it's retention. We got to keep the good ones we got. And they did. And Geronimo stayed to be a backup. So I'm just going to give Willard a lot of credit. I'm really excited for what's coming up. But, yeah, I think it's a huge game tomorrow night, and that's okay. We want big games in College Park. I work for Under Armour. We love big games. Auburn's number 1. Wisconsin's number 15. I went out to Wisconsin, Illinois. By the way, Willard beat them. We got St. Mary's out west, who just does an amazing job and beat Gonzaga. You watch all these guys, sometimes you guys got to win a big game, JP. It's good to be in a big game, and it's even better to win it. So I'm all Willard. I'm all Maryland. I'm totally bummed I can't go tomorrow night, but I'll have it on DVR. And you know what? I just think it's great for the program.
I'm going to have to watch. I'm going to find I guess they got plenty of Big Ten bars in Indiana. I should be able to find it.
I
Jim,
think they'll be asking you lots of questions out there in Indiana. And, look at Indiana. Mike's a really good guy and a good coach. I don't know him like that. And he went to the NCAA 2 years ago. They want more. Bloomington want more. So you'll be at the combine running around. Go to, St. Elmo's, get the shrimp that clears you right out.
Yeah, there you go.
But the Purdue guys, they've had their issues. Zach Edey's not there anymore. The 7'2" guy who's the 9th pick of the draft and is going to be all rookie isn't there anymore. And Purdue's going, what's going on? That's the thing. Enjoy this year, Maryland, because we don't know what next year is. And I'm not being a downer, but Reese, Miguel, and Queen are gone. So keep Rice. You got to keep Rice and Gillespie. But, enjoy the next 6 weeks because this is how it is in college basketball. And then you reload.
Yep, you have to.
Jimmy, thank you, brother. Appreciate you making time
Love
for us.
you guys. Be Mitch. I owe you. See you.
All right, bro.
You can follow him at Coach Patsos. That was Jimmy Patsos on the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Adam Peters talked at the podium. Sure, everybody heard that. What you didn't hear was that he talked to the side with just DC reporters. You will hear that exclusively right here on B. Mitch and Finley, 1 o'clock. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot going on. Caps play tonight, Terps play tomorrow, but the biggest news today coming from Indiana.
There it is.
There it is, B. Coming from Indiana is Adam Peters, Commanders general manager, said at the podium on the record that everything is on the table when it comes to John Allen. That includes him playing here, him getting traded, him getting released. Everything is on the table with John.
Yeah.
I think they're clearly trying to do everything the right way. I know John's agent, Blake, and he's widely respected in the league. Like, you're not just – this isn't just going to go nuclear. And
I think he's been around long enough. He understands this time, you know. And I think people always look at this thing in one way, like, oh, okay, this is happening. They must not like him. No, it may just not be the right situation.
Yeah, I think John probably wants to get a couple more years on a contract, and Washington probably isn't going to do that.
True.
And I think in turn, this is what you get. All right, let me see what the market's got. Maybe somebody will give me 3 years and guarantee 2 of them. This is just the business of football. I don't know. It was interesting that Peter said bringing him back is an option. I kind of doubt it, but that crazy things happen in this league all the time.
If that were to happen, him to come back, it would be nobody out there was interested, and now they can lower the salary.
Right.
That's the only way he come back.
Right. It would be a cut. And probably that's injury driven because he only played 5 games last year.
Yep.
And Peters was also asked about Terry McLaurin. I think that was in the private scrum that we're going to play here in just a minute. So let me give everybody the lay of the land here. All the GMs, maybe not all, most of the GMs. I don't know how well this bodes for the Bears, but Ryan Poles, Bears general manager, seemed to do like the private presser. That's the old Bruce Allen move. So take what you want from that. But generally, the general managers talk at the podium, then they step down, and a lot of times they talk to local beat reporters privately. And the PR people do a really good job of kind of shutting down if other folks try to get in there because, you know, the teams value the folks that put the time in every day. And that's why we get to ask some other questions, have some different conversations, and a little more specific. I mean, at the podium, these guys get asked about everything super random, whereas in the private scrum, they get asked a little more direct questions about the team. And Peters talked about a Terry McLaurin contract extension. You'll hear the answer when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Things about to get very busy very soon this offseason in the NFL. We get word today that the Commanders have given defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade. That would clear some more salary cap space for GM Adam Peters and the Commanders to use this offseason.
We always want to go through the draft, and we'll continue to do that. But in the situation we're in, we got 28 free agents. I think it's 28. So we'll be active in free agency because we have to be, just to field the team. But a lot of those we'll look to bring a lot of the guys we had back from last year and then build off of that.
That was Peters speaking today to the general media at the Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. JP and B. Mitch are going to have some more comments from Adam Peters coming up here next hour on The Fan. Now, if John Allen is traded or released, Commanders could have $98.6 million in salary cap space, with free agency now 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from tomorrow. Capitals look to keep things going back on the ice tonight. Home against Calgary, 7 p.m. on The Fan. And college hoops, Virginia Tech home hosting Louisville, 9 p.m. tip-off for the Hokies over on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Is Jeff running the board or my daughter's? Jeez, this is my 9-year-old's favorite song, Jeff.
She got a good taste in music.
All right, a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. Browns general manager Andrew Berry addressing the crowd here in Indianapolis, and he has made clear Cleveland's stance has not changed. They are not trading Myles Garrett, and that when teams call, he doesn't talk to them because he's not trading Myles Garrett. So, for all the Garrett talk, it doesn't necessarily
him and say he's lying.
It doesn't necessarily mean that Myles Garrett won't get traded, but at least right now they're saying it ain't happening.
He say he ain't talking to somebody. I guarantee he's talked to somebody already.
Speaking of somebody that talked, so Adam Peters did his time at the podium, and then Adam Peters talked with DC reporters off to the side. We have that audio for you now.
It's just always so funny because it's like the same thing as over there, except the people I know are asking the questions and they're all really close. So
we can make the questions a little different. Will that help? You guys had a ton of success last year, a lot of veteran free agents, 1-year deals. How different does your outlook to free agency come in this year where you want to get some of those guys back, but you got a lot of cap space too?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as last year. We have a little less cap space, but we really operate more off a cash budget. And so cap space and that stuff is always kind of whatever's on the internet. It's not always the case. But I think not really compare this year to last year, but we just have a lot of free agents and we still have a lot of holes to fill on the roster. We have, I think, the second least amount of players on our roster in the league right now. So we'll be busy, but we want to spend, on Commanders and spend the right way. So that's how we're going to look at it.
How important is it to get a few of those deals done before free agency opens? Some of the guys you've identified as Commanders, keep them in-house.
Yeah, certainly like to do that. And we're talking with a lot of those guys right now. It just depends on what they want to do and if they want to, if we can come to an agreement before free agency. Some guys want to hit free agency and see what their market is. Some guys want to get stuff done right away. The great thing is the culture that DQ created, there's a lot of guys that want to come back, and we've had a lot of really good conversations with that. And so proud of that, proud of what DQ's created, and having a lot of guys that want to be Commanders going forward.
Tell us which ones want to come back.
No.
when John Allen says I'd like to seek a trade, and you guys have that discussion, without giving away trade secrets, what goes through the GM's mind and when that takes place?
I think they're always these kind of decisions and things you have to come up with are always tough, right? And with John, who's been a great player as a Commander, as a football teamer and a Redskin. He's been a great person for this franchise for a long time. So you have to weigh in everything, and we looked at internally and okay, what decision we want to make that we think is best for the team, but also you want to do what's best for that player. So those are tough conversations to have, but you always want to have them civilly, and we have, and his agent's been really good with us, and look forward to coming to a resolution.
And for you, last year you were a month into the gig.
Yeah.
How much more different do you feel this time around with the success you've had and the quarterback you have?
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know what a scrum was. Sean said you have a scrum. I was like, what is a scrum? And so then I found out what a scrum was. So it's a lot different. Everything we've done, not everything once, but most everything once. So that's, really helpful. But, like we said on the podium, having a quarterback is a great thing, and not just a quarterback, but a really, really good one who's an awesome person. So proud of that, and proud of Jaden, what he accomplished, and everything that he's accomplished. He's self-made. He's got two great parents that helped him a lot, and a lot of people that helped him along the way, but he was never given anything. So to have somebody like that leading your franchise is it's really cool.
Do you feel like you have enough draft capital where if you wanted to make a significant trade, that you would still be able to build to the draft?
Like what? No.
You tell me.
I mean, there's always gonna be trade-offs if you do something like that. And we have 7 picks, and so it's a full allotment. It's not our own 7 picks, but I think it just goes back to Sam just always doing what we think is best for the team.
Does the success of the team and having Jaden on a rookie deal alter the way that you approach this offseason as opposed to last year?
Yeah, I think every offseason is different, in terms of last offseason. There was a lot we had to accomplish, and I thought we did a really good job. And this year, I mean, we still have a lot of challenges. So having Jaden is great, obviously, but you still want to build the team the right way with the right type of people.
How does the recovery timeline for Sam Cosme impact your evaluation of the roster right now?
I don't think it will. I mean, we have so much. We just have a lot of places we have to fill in, so we're going to look at it the same way. Sam's doing an incredible job. He's in there every day already. I mean, he wouldn't believe it. I mean, he's in there as much as he can every day. So he's going to attack this rehab and get back as soon as he can. And we're not going to rush him. He had a major surgery, but we know that he'll be back and be a really good player when he comes back. So it's just really more about building the depth there and just a lot of depth around the team.
For year 1 to year 2, what are some lessons you're pulling from last year into this year?
Everything. Everything's a lesson that we've learned. But I think, we hit on it over there, but just trying to bring in commanders and the right type of people.
Where do things stand for you as giving Terry McLaurin extension as far as a priority for you guys this offseason?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get into those conversations, and if we do, those will probably remain private. But first of all, congratulations to Terry on his wedding with Caitlin, and we love Terry. He's a great commander, and we're really looking forward to having him again next year. Yeah.
You've worked with a lot of really good pass rushers over the years now. You've scouted a lot of really good pass rushers. What are your must-have traits for that position, and how they changed it?
Have they changed? I don't think they each want to be like 6'5" with 36-inch arms and run like a 1-3-10 time and be able to turn the corner and also have power. But those guys don't grow on trees. So, I think what you're looking for is someone who's relentless, someone who's physical, someone who's got that get off, and really to be really good in this league, I think you have to have both speed and power. And so that's what you look for in a pass rusher.
Have any players influenced your view of that position?
Yeah, I think every year someone influences your view, and there's different ways that guys win, and so, we're around guys like this year we had probably the top 2 guys were DA and Fowler, and they do it a different way than guys that we had before, like Bosa or D Ford. So it really opens your eyes, and it makes you, I think, the more experience you have, the better you can be at finding guys that can do what you want to do by seeing different traits in them that you've seen with the players you've been with.
The stuff I'm measuring here. Go ahead, Candace.
Hi there. So far, you all have largely been able to keep this coaching staff together.
Yeah.
So what does that say about, going back to your point of what Dan Quinn, the culture he's built, what does that have to say with keeping most of this coaching staff together?
Well, that's exactly it. I think you hit it. It's the culture that he built, that people want to be here and coaches want to be here, and coaches that have other opportunities will turn those down to stay here. And that's all DQ and what he's built in this culture and the environment. And I think it's really, really fun to be a coach here. I'm not a coach, but I'm around them all the time, and they love it. And not only that, but we have a great group of coaches. I think, I would put that first-year coaching staff against any first-year coaching staff and what he assembled. And that goes back to last year when there were so many people that wanted to coach with him, just knowing about him, not even knowing him really well, and then wanting to stay this year. It speaks a lot to who he is.
And how do you go about prioritizing which position groups that you all kind of target in draft and free agency?
I think first you look at where you don't have anybody in the depth chart, which there's a few places that we don't, but you assess really your needs with what's available both in the draft and free agency, and try to balance that as much as you can. And it's like a puzzle a little bit where, okay, this position's really strong in free agency, where this position will probably need to address during the draft. And that can change, and that's fluid, just depending on, there's all different ways to get guys to. There's trades and cap casualties and things that can happen. But you try to do, going into the offseason and into March, really just understanding the totality of the classes and understanding where you can best use your assets.
You mentioned the fans. You mentioned the fans, and they're going to watch the combine. So what takes place for the GM and all your staff when you bring guys into a room? Are there guys that surprise you and kind of turn your head and go, oh, this is one of our guys?
Yeah, there are. And really the biggest mistakes at the combine that I've made or places where I've been have made is putting too much into that, 15, 20-minute interview and like saying, okay, this guy's not commander, for example. Because there's so much that goes into those things, and you could get a player who's not really good in interview settings. Like, I'm not a great interview setting person, so I understand that. And some people are really good in interview settings and really, but they're not hitting the marks other places. So, but in the room, it's really cool. You have a bunch of people around the table. We have the player kind of sitting in the middle, and then our coaches are on a Zoom. So so they can talk to them, and we watch film with them, and you really get to know them. And just you ask questions that your scouts have spent 6 months finding answers to and confirming those, or thinking you need to really look into those more. So it's a really cool process, but you can't make any sweeping judgments in those 15 or 20 minutes. But it's a good, for myself, it's the first time that I get to really meet these guys. So it's really cool to see. And all these guys have been through so much to get here and achieve their dreams. So it's really proud. You're proud of them and all they've been through and how excited they are. So you try to take that into account too. This is so important for them that you really want to make them feel comfortable and at ease so they can be their best selves.
Do you anticipate emphasizing, prioritizing athleticism to the degree that you did last year?
Pardon me?
Do you plan on prioritizing athleticism in the draft as to the high degree that you did last year?
I don't know that we totally prioritize. You always prioritize athleticism, right? And so, but you always want great athletes on your team. I think it's always about the people, and the tape and really how they learn and everything. There's so much that goes into it. Athleticism, obviously, you want everything, but as you get later in the draft, there's certain things you're going to give on. Will you give on a little bit of athleticism for technique or size or anything like that? And those are things you have to balance. And having a great relationship with the coaches and understanding what they want and what they need, you can make those decisions a little bit better.
All right. Thanks, AP.
Commanders General Manager Adam Peters speaking with the DC media there. A couple things that really stood out to me, and none of this should be a surprise, Peters Peters came up under Belichick, then was out in Denver with Elway, and then was with the Niners with Lynch and Shanahan. Mm-hmm. He is taught to not say anything, right?
Yeah.
And I think he largely did that. I think they're telling the truth with John. They want to do right by everybody, but do right by everybody means we're okay to cut them. Yeah. If we get to the finish line and nobody wants you.
First of all, they got to do right by them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
right.
What's best for the team as they move forward. So, and I think John understands that, and I'm sure his agent already has told him about that.
Sure. Listen, these guys have been talking about this for some time.
Yeah.
I also think I thought Fortier asked a good question. I thought Mitch asked a good question, and I kind of tried to get this question started where it's like, okay, last year you had a ton of success with 1 year veteran free agents. How different does that need to look this year? And Peters said, we'll see what happens. We just want good Commanders players. He did say they're already talking with some of their guys they want to keep in-house. And some guys want to go to free agency, but some guys want the security to get everything done. If I had to guess, Ertz is probably near the top of that list. He's been very clear he wants to be there. I don't know who else, because even a guy like Bobby Wagner, who obviously loved it here and knows the DQ a long time, the way he played, I wonder if he wouldn't want to just see what the market has to offer,
Yeah, I mean, he has that right. And also, he could be in a point where you never know. The guy that's played as long as Bobby may be like, listen, I only got a year or so left. I'm gonna play somewhere where I'm having fun. That pops up too.
Yeah, for sure. And then Fortier's question where he asked, hey, do you guys have enough draft capital to make a big move? And Peters just kind of laughed at it and said, there's always trade-offs. And that's one of the things I've been saying is if you're just looking at the draft picks for this year, they don't have that much. 3 in the top 80 is nice, but of the 7, 3 of those are 200 plus. So it makes those conversations a little more difficult. But my guess with a John Allen trade, if a John Allen trade actually happens, I think you're talking about kind of a pick swap thing, like 6 and Allen gets you a 5, something like that.
Yeah.
And maybe that gets to be a 4, but I kind of doubt it. But maybe 5 and John gets to be a 4th. But I do believe this team is going to be aggressive. I think there are aggressive moves coming. I don't know necessarily how they get there. And one thing that's become way more common is putting the picks involved in a trade further out. So, yeah, this year the first pick is 29, but we don't know where the hell the 2026 first rounder is going to be.
I think when you look at this thing, Jay, they can have a mindset of what they want to do. They're not competing against them, though. They're competing against the other teams. And where those other teams are at and what they have to compete with, that may adjust their thought process.
Totally. And I believe so Tischler asked a good question where he asked, hey, with Jaden on a rookie deal, does that change how you have to build this roster? We talked about it earlier that Jaden only counts about 11 mil on the cap this year, which is kind of fascinating. And I thought AP was honest. He's like, yeah, obviously we're really lucky to have Jaden, and we want to take advantage of everything. But at the same time, we've got to build what's right for the team over the long haul.
Yeah.
And I think that's accurate.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think you could put the quarterback being on a rookie deal, that is a plus. But hell, if the quarterback's on a rookie deal and you don't utilize the funds you have at that moment, that could set you back too. So it's a lot that goes into it. Some people make it look easy, and you watch other teams and you see that it's not. We automatically write off that the other person was stupid, but sometimes they just don't know how to manipulate the whole situation.
All right, you got to hear Adam Peters there. I think we open these phones and let some of these folks react to what Peters has said. I think he's been pretty consistent. He didn't say no to a single thing. He didn't say no to a trade. He didn't say no to a Terry extension. He didn't say no to keeping John Allen. He didn't say no to anything. But he also didn't say yes. What do you think is the most likely outcome after listening to AP at the podium and then privately with the DC reporters? Is the outcome that this team's going to be aggressive, or are they going to play it close to the vest and try to keep building through the draft? Take your calls next. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Before we run, got to tell you about my friends over at Door Pro America. We had a terrible, old, loud, crappy garage door. We call it Door Pro America. Now we have a silent, dope garage door. It's a true game changer having the app where you can open it and close it at any time. B's got cameras on his. I got cameras on mine. The garage door, man, makes a big difference. You probably don't think about how much your old crappy garage door matters until you get a new one. And then you're like, damn, this is way better. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installations. They do it all like true pros. They came to my house, moved everything out, moved everything back in. It was a seamless process. Call them, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out now at doorproamerica.com. We got tomorrow. Dan Quinn talking at 1 o'clock, reacting to all the news. All right. 3. What time is Gary? Oh, right. So we'll run DQ after because that audio sucks anyway, right? Okay. 3, 2. B. Mitch and Finley. What day is tomorrow? Wednesday? Okay. 3, 2. B. Mitch and Finley, and we are holding it down. I'll be in Indy. B. Mitch is in the Navy Yard studios reacting to all the rumors, all the speculation coming out of the NFL Combine. Dan Quinn will address the media, and the legend, the Hall of Famer, the national champion, Gary Williams, joins B. Mitch and Finley at 1 o'clock in advance of the biggest Terps game in years.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Busy offseason ahead for the Commanders. Things really started to ramp up today with word that defensive tackle John Allen has been granted permission to seek a trade. Just has a year left, no guarantee on his contract for this season. A John Allen trade or release could save them $15.5 million more and give them close to $99 million in cap space for free agency, which starts in a couple of weeks. Some other NFL news today. Chiefs GM Brett Veach says he expects tight end Travis Kelce to return to them and play next season. Also a report today that tight end Rob Gronkowski is considering a return to the NFL. Capitals look to keep things going tonight, back on the ice, trying to score some more goals. Ovi just 13 away from the Great Ones record. Caps and Calgary Flames, 7 p.m. for Caps hockey tonight on the Fan. College hoops, Virginia Tech home hosting Louisville. That's at 9 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. Mike Vrabel, head coach of the New England Patriots, says New England will do everything possible to look for a number one receiver in before this coming season. They got the 4th overall pick.
Yeah.
They got a lot of money to spend.
Well, he may have a tight end because Gronkowski says he may be thinking about a return to the NFL.
I saw that. That's pretty interesting, too.
Yeah.
Obviously, the story for us in Washington is Adam Peters. I thought if you missed any of that audio, you can get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind. I also posted it to my YouTube page at JP Finley DC if you'd like to watch it. Peters does the big scrum for the whole NFL world, and then he does a side scrum with just DC reporters. Same thing will happen tomorrow with Dan Quinn, so stay tuned for that. Would Peters specifically be, I think, he was asked, do they have the draft capital to make a big trade? And he gave a long answer saying there's always trade-offs. I would hardly run with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Peters does everything possible to keep everything as low-key as possible.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the way, listen, man, you as a guy talking to the media all the time, you want to be able to tell them everything. Sometimes you can't tell them one thing because they're going to run with it. So you got to just be like, I mean, a lot of players have done how to do it too, where you talk, and the person think you really gave them a lot, then you go home and you realize they gave you nothing. And I think he's mastered it. I don't blame him.
Now, that said, I'm curious where the folks are, if they feel like Washington has an aggressive offseason coming, or if it's going to be, I think a lot of folks last year, it's kind of funny. I think a lot of folks last year were disappointed by how they handled free agency, and then all they did was go out and win 12 games and get to the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
I would hardly say there's a wrong approach to this, but I'm curious now that you've heard Adam Peters talk, and now that you know John Allen is at least on the trade market, and he's not going to talk about Terry McLaurin, but he values him and wants him to be around a while. As you've heard these things, how do you feel Washington's going to handle the offseason? Start with our guy Smitty and Laurel. What up, Smitty?
Fellas, how we doing today?
We're good.
We're good, buddy. How are you?
Good. B, let me ask you a question. So let's say, hypothetically, Detroit is interested in John Allen. John Allen is interested in Detroit, but Detroit doesn't want to give up anything for the trade. Could they just wait to get him cut and then John Allen just go there?
Yes, but they have to worry about.
But somebody else might come and offer something for him, and then they don't get him.
So from the Commanders' point of view, would you say that the priority is really not the 4th or 5th rounder that they may get for Allen, but just the salary cap space that they're going to be saving? Appreciate you guys.
I don't know if it's like the salary cap space or the player, but
I think it's both.
What if somebody comes and offer a 2nd round pick for him?
Yeah, or just for his example, if Detroit really wants him, well, who Detroit went to the wire with to win the NFC North? Minnesota. So maybe Minnesota starts calling.
But wouldn't they have to? But when would they have to? In other words, when would they have to make this decision to cut them? That would have to be before
first weekend of March.
Yeah.
First weekend of March. No, it'll have to be before. It'll happen within the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Okay, I got you. I appreciate it, man.
Because otherwise he's on the books. I mean, maybe you could do it with him on the books, and I doubt there's like a significant bonus that has to be paid out. But generally, a lot of these contracts have a bonus mechanism that it gets activated within the first week of the new league year. That's generally why you see a lot of these things happen before free agency opens. Maybe you could keep him around, and then a trade happens closer to the draft if there's none of those mechanisms. But the other side of this is if you're not able to work out a trade, doing right by the player means letting him be available when free agency opens.
Yeah.
So certainly for me, I think this happens within the next 2 weeks, a little prior to that, but within the next 2 weeks. I wanted to check in with the boys in the aquarium on all this. Jeffrey, hardcore Commanders fan, you've now heard from Peters. You feeling this is an aggressive offseason coming?
JP, I don't know where to put it. One thing about Peters, when he talk, he don't leave you in, like, he don't leave you with confusion. You know, he's been saying since the jump he's want to build through the draft. He done made some moves during the regular season. I really don't know. I don't know if it could be aggressive. It could not be aggressive. But where I'm at now, I'm okay with however he decides to go. If he want to go aggressive, I'm with it. If he don't want to be aggressive and want to build through the draft, I'm with it. It's like this is his first season here. You know, we're not used to the moves that he make or how he make them. You know, so only thing we can do is sit back and enjoy the ride, from my perspective.
I think that's fair. I think that's exactly what he wants. I go back to his first presser. I want to be in on every call, but that doesn't mean I'm making every move.
True.
Who else is in there today? Is White Brian in there?
Yeah, got White Brian and Max.
Okay, Max a big Skins fan. Max, how you feeling
Who the
today?
hell is Spike?
Feeling good.
I noticed they called somebody Spike on the text thread.
Max, you do feel good? Tell me why, bud.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I like I said, or like everybody's been saying, I trust Adam Peters implicitly with everything that he hasn't made anything. He hasn't made any like egregiously good or I mean, he's made some outrageously good moves with Jaden Daniels, but he hasn't made any like horrible missteps. And until he does that, he's got my faith implicitly.
Implicit faith in a general manager of the Burgundy and Gold. What a world, B.
What a world we live in here.
If you want to call it, or do you think the Commanders are going to be aggressive? Now you've heard everything Peters has said. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. One thing I think is silly is a lot of times folks get caught up in being aggressive and then like discounting if you're not and you're not doing enough to win. I mean, there are certainly teams that are constantly pressing the gas and trying to add, but there are other teams that just kind of go the slow build route.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have the reality is, once you have a quarterback, once you have a top 10 player in the league, you're probably in the playoff conversation no matter what. So do you want to add? Sure. But does that mean adding recklessly or necessarily just doing something to do it? I think that'd be kind of silly.
I think Adam has a game plan of what he wants to do, but if something pops up, he doesn't mind changing direction. And I think that's a good way to be. You know, some people, I'm only doing it one way. But what if the player you actually want pops up in a different way? You're going to not change up to go get him? I think if something presents itself and he thinks it works, he'll change. He'll make a move for it. If something he wants to do comes in a way where, I can't do that. You know, where they try to make him just sell a hole for him, he won't do that.
I agree.
He adjusts.
I agree. I think if there's a trade, I think a John Allen plus a pick for a pick back is your best shot. I think also the people that keep thinking something's going to happen with Marshawn Lattimore, how much more clear does Peters have to make this, that he is a part of this team for the long haul? Like, I mean, he's now said it at the end of the year presser, and he said it again today. Like, people got to stop with that thought process.
Hey, man, that's those people I was talking about earlier. They hear and they think what they want to hear and think, Jay.
Matt Mayoko just walked by. You get Debo for a fifth? Oh, Mayoko says you can get Debo for a fifth.
Hell, go get him.
I think Debo for a fifth, B. You could here, sit down. Everybody knows Matt Mayoko covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. I just kind of grabbed him as he was walking by.
Well, you do it all the time, Jay.
You got me? Yeah, we hear you. You guys hear Matt, right?
Yeah,
B?
we got him. Yeah.
All right. What is the Debo trade market?
Well, it's kind of running on parallel paths here because he's been given permission to talk to teams. The first domino that has to fall is that he has to work out an agreement with the team that he'd be going to. He's due a $15 million option bonus on March 22nd. I can't imagine any team willing to pay that.
Yeah, to jump on
so
that.
Then there's the element of what would make Debo happy contractually with a new team. Once he finds that situation, then the team and the 49ers can work something out. So the 49ers would be on the hook $31 million in dead money if they trade him. If they end up releasing him, they can designate that a post-June 1 cut, and only $10 million would count against the cap this year, which would create $5 million in savings from what they have now, and then the rest would accelerate to next year. So there could be teams that will go, you know what, why would we trade a fifth-round pick when the 49ers aren't going to keep him anyway, and we can get him on the open market without giving up anything? So if the 49ers were able to get a fifth-round pick out of that, the question would be, if you're the 49ers, does it make sense to take that fifth-round pick and have the $31 million in dead money? Or would it make just more sense to cut ties with him altogether and spread that out over 2 years and not take on that dead money hit immediately?
Where do you think Debo ends up?
Boy, that's a great question. I mean,
It's definitely not San Fran, right?
I don't think so. I think that's run its course, and I think it was going to be a very difficult decision for the 49ers based on all the stuff that he's done with them and the fact that, I mean, he kind of defines this certain era of 49er football in a lot of ways. So it was going to be a difficult decision, but now I think you're at the point, if you're the 49ers, where he did request a trade in 2022, but that was contract negotiations.
Right.
That was all about getting that deal, which he ultimately got. Now it feels like it's run its course, and if a guy honestly doesn't want to be there, why would they want him there?
Right.
And when you were kind of on the fence with him anyway. So where does he end up? I think Washington is certainly a team that would take him. It's kind of interesting, though. Adam Peters, does Adam knowing Debo well help or hurt?
Yeah, because he knows all of it
He
well.
knows it all.
Right.
And he knows where he was 2 years ago, and now he knows where he is now. So is that kind of a downward trajectory that Adam Peters would say, you know what, thanks, but no thanks. I think we'll move on. I'm trying to think. Pittsburgh would be a team.
They've constantly seemed desperate for receiver help.
He
talked about Denver at Super Bowl. I saw Debo talk about Denver.
Yeah, well, Debo talked about Denver. Well,
Yeah.
then Denver. I mean, if he's talking about him, then that's
which is kind of wild for a player under contract to talk about. No, it was one of these things he got asked about, like what places will be cool or whatever. But he's like, yeah, Denver's cool.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Steelers need somebody, and they were hot after they wanted Brandon Ayuk last year. Yeah, those would be some of the teams. I mean, maybe the Chargers. With how he fits into the run scheme. Here's one for you. How about Buffalo?
Yeah.
And the reason I say
they
Buffalo,
just paid Shakir a bunch of cash.
They did. And I don't know that they'd have to pay Debo a whole lot of money, but where I think Debo would excel is against a defense that plays zone coverage. So he's good against zone. He has a difficult time separating against man. If you're playing the Buffalo Bills, this is anecdotally, but I would think that most teams are playing zone coverage against the Bills because if you're turning and running with a receiver down the field and you have your back turned to Josh Allen, so I would think that Debo would fit in pretty well there with the run game mechanics of it as well. So those would be some of the teams that I would look at. But yeah, I would say it's funny because I had seen that A lot of people were anticipating Denver getting in on that, and if Debo's
that was a couple weeks. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining me at the table here. Last thing from me, unless you got to
I might
go.
have
You
to
got to
go.
go.
One more. Yeah.
Adam Peters, you covered him for 6 seasons before he
Yeah,
left,
yeah.
right? Year 2, they find all the success in Washington in year 1. They got the rookie quarterback. He's obviously the real deal. Do you expect somebody that's known Adam a long time? Do you expect an aggressive offseason from him?
Yeah, I think what he grew up with the 49ers was to look at everything. And if there's a bold move to be made, you make the bold move. Adam, I would think Adam will really focus on both lines. But yeah, I mean, I would say, without knowing their cap situation,
it's good.
I would fully expect him to go for it. I mean, he's got the quarterback. We know that.
Yep.
And once you have that, it gives you free reign to go for it. And,
It does.
And they're not far away. They were far ahead of the
Expectations,
pace, the
sure.
expectations, the path, the pace that everybody thought they'd be in. So, yeah, I don't see why you'd want to wait around. I think they're going for it.
There you have it. Thank you, Matt.
All right, JP.
Sorry I
Great to
just
see you.
grabbed you out of
No, love it.
Matt Mayoko, terrific reporter. Give him a follow at Matt Mayoko, NBCS, I think. I think Mayoko just nailed it, B. Adam Peters has been crystal clear that he wants to look at everything all the time. Doesn't mean he's going to do everything all the time, but he's looking. And if there's something there, he's going to go.
That's
I
exactly
think
what I'm saying. He if something pops up that makes sense, he will try it.
totally, man. I think just because folks get this like impression in their mind that because of how year 1 went, year 2 is necessarily going to be the exact same. And I think we learned a lot just at the trade deadline when they went and got Lattimore.
Yeah.
Now,
You
obviously,
don't pick a person out in 1 year.
right, that wasn't the year people wanted or expected for Lattimore, but they believe he's a dog. Speaking of dogs, I think B-Mitch took one last night and they won outright. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
Brian Mitchell here. We've got a big NBA game coming up tonight, and listen up. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% same-game parlay profit boost for tonight's matchup. The Mavs and Lakers are playing for the first time since their blockbuster trade a few weeks ago. Will Luka come out hot and show the world that he's in shape now? Perhaps consider an all-Luka same-game parlay. How about Luka to score 25 or more points, to record 6 or more assists, and to record 8 or more rebounds? Mix and match the players on either team for an even bigger payout. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get your same game parlay profit boost for tonight's Mavs versus Lakers game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and in D.C. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Just like that. I'd like to add something real quick from day one of the combine for the B. Mitchell Finley program. I don't really find any value in like the need to pester coaches and general managers about what position they see Travis Hunter playing. One, if you're picking outside the top 5, don't bother that guy because Travis Hunter ain't getting outside the top 5. 2, he's going to play both. And like some of this is just overly football nerditry about like where he's going to practice and practice reps. The dude's outrageously great. He'll be good. You agree with that, B?
I think if you pick him top 5, you're going to have him focusing on one position and you may have some trick plays with him. But if he is picked outside the top 5, maybe later, like you said, he's going to be picking the first. They're going to have him sign up for a certain position. And I believe he'll be signing up for the cornerback position. They will have plays for him to play corner, play receiver. But you look at all the analytics today, they're not going to let him play as much as he played in college.
I agree, dude. To me, it kind of reminds me of Champ.
Yeah.
I think that's the best comp for him. And unless he could be a true top 4 NFL wideout, unless he is ready to be better than Justin Jefferson or Amon-Ra St. Brown or Tyreek Hill, name your player, right? Jamar Chase. Unless he's of that caliber, he's worth way more to you as a corner. And then you get him some looks here and there in certain packages or certain yardage situations.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks. We just saved you 100 questions. You don't have to keep asking. Just ask me and B. Mitch. Let's make some bets, Jeffrey. All right.
Gather around.
Heard it here first. White Brian, what up?
Lost. Not one person won yesterday.
Wow.
I thought B took the Timberwolves.
I had a parlay, dog.
Yeah, he took the Hornets too. And
of course you had a parlay.
Yeah.
That's how you roll, B. All right.
Wow, damn, they lost by 42.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
I'll never bet on them again.
The Hornets?
They lost by 42, 130 to 88.
Damn.
Now, that Timberwolves game was good. I was watching that one for a bit.
I saw the highlights this morning.
Yeah, they were down big in their fourth.
Damn, 42 points is bad.
You shouldn't be allowed to stay in the NBA if you lose by that many. Like what do they do in soccer?
Oh, you get relegated?
Yeah, they relegate them out of the damn league.
What do you like, White Brian?
I don't know. It's not a good college basketball night.
Tennessee LSU is really weird. Why is LSU
do something outside of what you work on every day? You'll see life is a little bit more exciting. And don't make that sound again. His wife didn't even think it was him.
Yo, that was you, and it was creepy. I don't know. Do any of the other guys in there have a pick?
I'm taking the Bay Golf Club.
Oh, we got TGL tonight.
Yeah.
Can I put an over-under in, or do I have to just pick a side?
It just shows sides and to lead after certain holes.
No, I mean for my bet.
No, you got to go by what somebody offering. You can't just make up no damn bet.
No, but I'm saying, can I just bet an over in a basketball game instead of picking a
you
side?
can do that
easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm taking the over in Toledo versus Kent State.
How about I take the over with the Lakers and the Mavericks tonight?
Who yelled easily? That person sounded like Landfill. Landfill?
People keep saying I sound like Landfill.
Oh my God,
You kinda
dude!
do.
Damn, that's Max.
Yep,
you
there
sound
is.
you're a little higher
We gonna
pitched
call
than
you- We
Landfill.
gonna call you LL from now on.
Oh boy,
Lil
Well.
Landfill.
Oh no.
Yo, I thought that was Landfill. I was like, there's no way Landfill came into work on a day off.
Give me the over in the Lakers and Mavericks game tonight.
All right.
Oh, that should be. What time is that?
I got
That's
Luka,
an NBA game. I'm actually going to watch.
232.
Luka first basket plus 410.
Listen, little Landfill, betting something that is plus 410 in our game is so stupid.
All right, you know what? I'll change my pick then. Caps puck line -1.5.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stick with what I got.
Damn, dog, this Mavericks Lakers game doesn't start till 10.
Yeah,
I don't know how much of that I can commit to.
It's
I gotta be
called-
honest with you.
It's called Tape It.
Tape it. I'm at a hotel. You think the Courtyard Marriott's got DVR, B?
Have your wife do it and send it to you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to get right on that. Awesome first day in Indy. I hope everybody listening enjoyed it. Thank you to Jordan Reed for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Matt Mayoko for joining us. Thank you to Jimmy Patsos for joining us. Caps tonight. Get another dub, boys. Terps tomorrow. We are. It's a lot of football going on, though, man. This combine turns out some crazy discussions. Where will John Allen go? Maybe we'll know tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Craig Hoffman owes you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by the Reynolds team, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Lots to talk about with the Commanders. So the NFL scouting combine's underway in Indianapolis. GM Adam Peters spoke today. He confirmed the earlier reports from this morning that the team has allowed defensive tackle John Allen to seek a trade. They've given him permission to seek a trade elsewhere. Allen headed into the final year of his contract, not guaranteed this year. So should he be traded or released, the Commanders would free up more money, possibly as much up to $98.6 million in cap space for free agency. If Allen leaves via trade or release, and free agency is only 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from tomorrow in the NFL. Adam Peters also confirming that they will be, as he said, active in free agency, 28 of their own free agents. So they have to fill some spots whether or not players are brought back. Peters also confirmed that senior personnel exec, former GM and former Washington player Martin Mayhew has decided to retire. Caps look to keep things going. Capitals back on the ice tonight against Calgary, 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. Also college hoops. Virginia Tech home against Louisville, 9 p.m. for Hokies hoops over on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
A good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. February 25th, 2025. We are taking you up to 6:30 today on the Fan. Got a great show planned for you, including Caps tickets that will be given away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. That is 2 hours from right now. And at 5 o'clock in 3 hours, DJ Hers, who was outstanding at times as a rookie lefty for the Nats in the rotation. Last year, he's now competing for a job in their starting rotation at spring training. He stops by to talk about his fight for a roster spot. He will be pitching in a game this spring for the first time tomorrow, but we'll have him on at 5 before that. Danny, what's up?
Not much, dude. We talk about this all the time, how you and I are adults by age only. Like, there's very little other criteria or boxes that we would check that would quantify as a grown men. So there's been this weird sound at our house that only happens in the morning, and it's like, we're not sure if it's hot water related or pressure related, or people will use these words.
Is it the same time every day?
No, it's in the morning, though, sometimes.
Is it related to an action you guys are taking when somebody's flushing a toilet,
Great question.
using a shower?
So this is usually, it's happened now a couple times before we get up. So it's almost like, okay, it's time to get up. It's loud enough to, like, it comes through the pipes.
So it's nothing you guys are doing.
No. So the trigger, the first time it happened was this past weekend, where it just happened. Everybody was home and everybody like showered. So it's like, I took a shower. Both my older kids took a shower. My wife showered. My mother-in-law was there. She showered. We washed the baby. We ran the dishwasher. Like, all the water you could use, we used. Happened to be one sitting. And it started there. So everyone thinks it's water related. So it's this big, loud, weird noise, and no one can make heads or tails of it. We've got videos of it. We recorded it and sent it to people. So the good folks of Michael and Sons, if you can't, we can't. Michael and Sons have come over a couple times, and today was like the water guy's turn to like take a gander at this and this valve and that thing, and let's run this and figure it out. It's not a water problem. So now they got an HVAC guy that's going to come over, and everyone's doing the best they can to solve this. Here's the reason I bring it up. He looks to me, oh, adult male, you're home, you're here. I'll tell you these things, and I have no follow-ups. I have no questions. I don't understand any of the things that he's saying.
I'd rather just not be there to avoid the awkwardness of, why aren't you just handling
this? How do you very nice man, did everything he was supposed to do and went above and beyond. It was super kind and great. He's like explaining these things to me. Like, it sounded like, Chris Farley being like the inline rotary girders Or Chevy Chase being like, yeah, it's the 34th Fetzer valve. It's ball bearings. I have no idea what anyone's talking about.
Well, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas today.
Finally.
Yes, it is Christmas Day for the Grant and Danny radio show because our guy Danny Rouillet today came in with wrapped Christmas presents for everybody. Yeah. 2 months to the day after Christmas, he gave Ryan and Darius and me presents.
Yes.
Which is very kind of you. I got my awesome new box of Motive Pure so that I can drink a little more water. The fellas both got nice polo shirts, it looked like. But, February 25th. And this was a beautiful wrap job.
Great wrap job.
The good people at 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. This was very nice paper. But, yeah, we had a little Christmas gift opening today from the Rouillet.
Finally. Your gift and Ryan's gift came promptly in time for Christmas. For whatever reason, the idea that Darius's polo shirt that I got for him, I took a little bit of risk with the color palette. I will fully admit that. And maybe that was my own fault. That was my lesson here. They were bewildered that I might want the thing that I paid for. It took almost to March? It took almost 3 months to get the damn thing.
Darius is your Eleanor at Christmas time. I don't know if you remember this. You've given him presents before that he's opened and they say dad on them. Now, we now know that his nickname is Dad on the show. So it actually worked out perfectly.
What was that thing?
You gave him a gift card that it was, I don't remember where it was to.
It was a GAR gift card.
Oh, right.
GAR gift card. And it was signed from like the kids and everything to Grandpa.
Right. It was like, Merry Christmas, Dad.
And Darius is like, you definitely are just giving me something you were going to give your dad. And you're like, no, I swear it's for you. We just wrote the wrong thing on it. But between that and now this, Darius is your Eleanor.
I have a hard time, but I got it. The polo shirt's there. Hope he likes it. He was polite when he opened it and said, "Oh, I like it." His voice went up a couple octaves.
I'm sorry that I'm so hard to buy gifts for.
Right.
I apologize.
Well, you know what you did.
I know.
You're just minding his business for whatever reason. I go, Darius will like this, and I thought of him, and I ordered it. And you would have thought, I was like, listen, take the actual silk, chase worms around that make silk, and take one thread at a time, and build this thing over weeks and weeks and months, and then hand deliver it to me via the bicycle and stork. I mean, insane how long it took.
I'm a big fan of the late February Christmas exchange.
Yeah.
I wish you would have told us we could have done a white elephant today.
We're 16% of the way to the next Christmas.
I would have made Christmas cookies and we could have done the whole thing. Late February exchange. But let's get to the news of the day. The NFL Combine is going on in Indianapolis. A lot of executives from around the league are talking, including Adam Peters, who's answering questions for the first time this offseason. Last time he spoke was the day after the season ended, and we haven't really heard from him since then. So there's a lot of ground to cover. Now, I'm going to tell you before we play any of these clips, there's no reason to try to pull any wool over anybody's eyes. He really didn't say anything. Peters is getting better at this. He's always been good at it.
Mm-hmm.
But I have noticed with each press conference, he answers fewer and fewer questions. There's less and less information disseminated. And I don't really mind that from my GM, to be honest, especially this time of year ahead of free agency or the draft. It doesn't really behoove the team or benefit the Commanders if any information's out there. So he's very selective and smart about what he's going to disseminate. In the media, it keeps you in the dark, which isn't as fun. But it forces us to do a lot of speculating, which I don't think is always the best thing for the team. If you remember, they really didn't leak at all that they were going to take Daniels. There are other things that they've done along the way, including the head coaching search last year run by Peters, where they just, you're guessing. I mean, they're not letting anybody know anything. And I think there's some good to that. I think you probably want to get people a little more plugged in to have them see things your way more often. But that's kind of the 500 level course of working with the media, and he's still new at it. But man, was he able to speak today for about 15 minutes without giving a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, sort of generally very complimentary of all the right things, and sort of the general kind of plans and things they're looking for. He threw that, the commander tag, that thing around a couple different times. But there was a few interesting answers, and we'll play it for you. But where some good questions were asked, including the one that I think is the central theme of this offseason, which is, talent versus chemistry. And you can't have 100% of one and not the other, right? Otherwise, the whole thing won't work. And where that balance is, and so the question was about red flags, green flags, and kind of where do you draw the line and things like that. And he kind of pointed to This is how our culture got built. The exit interviews, things that he hadn't revealed before, that everybody said how much fun that they had and how they were overjoyed at the player, additions. And a lot of those guys are free agents, and you want to bring a lot of those guys back. And so there's some semblances, little sprouts of seeds of what the plans might be.
Well, I want to start with his opening statement because he came out and he actually did break the little bit of news that was offered up. It's not all that significant, but he did acknowledge and thank Martin Mayhew, who has retired from the organization. This is one half of the leaders of the Marty Party. Of course, Marty Herney's already no longer with the team, but now Martin Mayhew, who stayed on for a season and helped them a lot, actually, this year, according to Peters, in helping to indoctrinate this new front office, is no longer with the organization. This is how he opened his presser in Indy.
Before we get started, I just wanted to say one thing and thank somebody, and Martin Mayhew. And Martin has decided to retire, and I can't say enough great things about him. He spent 26 years in the NFL. I first met him. The first time I ever had any correspondence with him, I was at UCLA. And I wrote letters to all the front office people in the NFL. And one guy got back to me. It was Martin when he was with the Lions. And it was really cool. And never got to meet him until I got to San Francisco. And he was a great coworker, great confidant, great friend. And he's 26 years in the NFL. He's dedicated a lot of his life to this franchise as a player and then as a GM. Also got his law degree at Georgetown, which is pretty impressive. And, for the last a little over a year, when I got here, he was one of the first people that I really wanted to keep and work with. And I was lucky enough that he wanted to stay. And we couldn't have done what we did last year without him. He was instrumental in everything we did in terms of the draft. Free agency, he made a lot of big deals in free agency, and he was just a great friend, great confidant, just a great person. And so just wanted to thank him for all he's given to this franchise and this league. And he will be missed, but just wanted to say how much I appreciate him. He's we talk about commanders a lot. He's a true commander. So with that, I'll take some questions.
So that's Adam Peters on Martin Mayhew. Two things on that. Number one, I thought the anecdote he said about him being the only executive that responded to him when he was sending letters to all 32 teams, trying to get into front offices and ask questions. That's pretty amazing.
Very cool.
That speaks, I think, to the character of Martin Mayhew, and I like that he told that story today. Second thing that stands out to me about that opening statement is how nice is it that they now celebrate and commend people on the way out rather than bash them?
Yep.
I mean, and if you don't have anything nice to say, you just don't say anything. They didn't have a big party for Marty Herney. He just kind of went away, and they put up a graphic on social media and said, thanks a lot for your time. And that was kind of it. There's no bashing. There's no leaking. There's no, this guy was awful. He's the reason we picked this player. Can you believe how wrong he was about this? It's just the opposite of how it's been for so long.
Very classy.
They do everything in a way that is admirable now, which I like.
Yeah, even if behind the scenes they're going, we didn't let that guy anywhere near a decision. Like he couldn't even decide what color folders to have for the notes that he wasn't taking. So but you don't need to do that on the way out the door. When things are going well, instead of hogging the credit and wanting to puff your chest out, you let everybody else compliment you and make everybody that's there feel empowered and part of something. And we're all pulling the rope in the same direction. It takes the village. That's the way you do it. You're just very, very kind. I mean, I'll always remember Martin Mayhew on two fronts. One, when he was a player here, was a Super Bowl champion, an interception for a touchdown against Dallas in one of the only game that Washington lost in that Super Bowl year where they were trying. So they were 14-1 before resting people in the final week of the season. And they almost won that game, 24-21 loss. And then I'll remember him just agreeing with Ron Rivera at the podium. And this is where I get irrational, where I can't properly quantify things, and I want my pound of flesh. And when when I feel that angry and irritated and annoyed, I need everyone to know that it was bad and it was wrong, and I want you to acknowledge it. And then once you do, I can move on. But they're more mature than me, and they do a much better job, and that's why they're in charge. 100%, yeah. So I'm glad that's over.
Yeah. I was happy enough for him that he got to go out with a little dignity here this year, and I do think he was helpful to the cause in terms of any of the institutional knowledge they may have needed about players or scouting or evaluating. Because part of learning is figuring out, how did you guys do it? Because we want to not do that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm being serious. Like, it was so bad evaluating and picking players. Like, hey, what did you guys do in this situation? All right, let's make sure we don't do that. I think also the relationship that Peters had with him from their time that he referenced there in San Fran, knowing him as long as he has and going back as far as they do, I think that relationship was probably important. But in terms of replacing him, there's not a whole lot to figure out here.
Yeah, no need.
They've got Peters. They've got Lance Newmark as his assistant. They've got Brandon Sosna, the VP of football operations. It's an outstanding front office that they have put together that's intact for a second year. So they'll be just fine there. The big news going into the combine for the Commanders, and before we found out about Mayhew, is still number one for me in terms of storylines of the day. And that is that the team is allowing Jonathan Allen to seek a trade. His agent can now work the phones. But Washington is allowing John Allen to seek a trade. This should surprise nobody. We've talked really since the beginning of last season about the fact that Allen is in the final year of a deal in 2025, that his cap number's over $20 million, that by releasing him, they could save over $16 million of cap space, and that he's about to be 30 years old. Now he's coming off of an injury. He's just not quite the same player he was in the prime of his career. And then they drafted Johnny Newton a year ago in the spring, and it made him even more expendable. So it was either going to be Allen or Payne or both, and it seems like Allen is unlikely to be here. This was Peters today talking about what led to the decision to allow Allen to go look for a new home.
Yeah, that is true. We have done that, and with John, he's another person who's been a great commander, a great person for this franchise, and he's going in the last year of his deal, and wanted to give him and his representation, Blake Baratz, who's a really good agent. They just talked about it and said wanted to be able to explore opportunities, and so we let them do that, and we're staying in contact with them, every day. Just texted with them this morning, and really everything's still on the table in terms of whether it's a trade or staying here or whatever. So we're still going through that. It's kind of early in the stages. We haven't done a lot of exploring yet, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
Seems to me like the agent made it pretty clear quickly to as many people as he could in the media that the Commanders are allowing John Allen to seek a trade, because I don't think the team put that out there. I could be wrong, but again, they're pretty coy. They're not in the business really of saying a whole lot. And Peters, by him answering that question, which he doesn't really do, it tells me, all right, if the agent's willing to talk about
everybody already knows.
then I'm willing to talk about it. But Allen, if you're looking at annual average value on that 4-year, $72 million contract, $18 million per, it's the fifth highest paid player on the team, behind Sam Cosmi, who got the big extension, and then Terry McLaurin, Deron Payne, and Marshawn Lattimore. So we're talking about 16 plus million in savings if they were to rid themselves of the Allen contract and cap space.
His cap number this year is 22.4, $6 million in dead cap, which you can either just take the hit now, roll it over, spread it out over 2 years. If it's post June 1, it's 16.4. I'm not sure exactly how to maneuver that if it's a trade. I think it all goes into this year if he was traded, but I'd have to double check and clarify that. But the point is $16.4 million in cap space savings if he's moved off the roster one way or the other.
We can get into what Adam Peters had to say about Marshawn Lattimore a little later in the hour, but I'll just let you know that he's not going anywhere. For any of the few rumors that were circulating out there and people who have suggested, well, maybe they'll move on from Lattimore because there's no guaranteed money and they've got the off-ramp. They're not going to. I mean, he doubled down again. He said it at the end of the year. He thought he was ultra competitive despite the injury after he got into the building. They really think he's going to have a bounce-back season, a renaissance to his career. So he is a big believer in Lattimore. Peters made that very, very clear. We'll play that audio a little bit later in the hour. But while we're talking about John Allen, let's tee this up for our listening audience and take your temperature for the first time on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What do you think they could get for Allen on the open market? They're letting him seek a trade. What's his value with 1 year left on his deal? A season where he missed the majority of the year with injury, played really well in the postseason. But if you remember, before the injury in the first several weeks, he was not playing at a very high level by his standards. What would a team be willing to give up? What might they get for him? 800-636-1067 is how you can join us to talk John Allen next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. We've got an NBA game tonight that is pretty darn big. Listen up, FanDuel's giving all customers 50% in same-game parlay profit boosts for tonight's matchup. The Mavs and the Lakers are playing. It is the first time they are playing since the blockbuster trade a few weeks back that rattled the NBA world. Luka coming off of, his debut performances now. It's going to come out hot. You think he's going to show the world that he's in some shape tonight? Perhaps consider an all Luka same game parlay. 25 or more points, 6 or more assists, 8 or more rebounds. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to get your SGP profit boost for tonight's Mavs Lakers game. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required, minimum 3-leg parlay required, bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roll Forsey, we're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. So you heard the Commanders news today as we are now 2 weeks out from free agency in the NFL. The team has given John Allen permission to seek a trade. 2017 draft 17th pick overall could save him $15.5 million under the salary cap. Also, GM Adam Peters confirmed today senior personnel exec, former GM Martin Mayhew, has decided to retire. Other news from the Combine, Cleveland GM Andrew Berry said today, once again, they don't plan to trade edge Myles Garrett. Also today, there's a report that tight end Rob Gronkowski is working out, feels good, feels healthy, and is considering a return to the NFL. Caps hockey tonight look to keep things going. Home ice against Calgary, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. College hoops. Virginia Tech takes on number 19 Louisville, 9 p.m. over on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Roll Forsey on the Fan.
Yeah, that is true. We have done that, and with John, he's another person who's been a great commander, a great person for this franchise, and he's going in the last year of his deal, and wanted to give him and his representation, Blake Baratz, who's a really good agent. They just talked about it and said wanted to be able to explore opportunities, and so we let them do that, and we're staying in contact with them every day. Just texted with them this morning, and really everything's still on the table in terms of whether it's a trade or staying here or whatever. So we're still going through that. It's kind of early in the stages. We haven't done a lot of exploring yet, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
Adam Peters, GM Commanders, on Jonathan Allen, who with his agent's help will now seek a trade. Sounded to me like I don't know if you agree with this, Danny, that maybe they came to Washington wanting an extension or, hey, let's get some more money and add to this contract. Washington said, no, we're good. And then they said, okay, well, let us look around to try to have that possibility for him to get one more bite at the apple. And look, you give the organization all that he has with blood, sweat, tears, leadership, then they'll do right by you on the back end generally in good business. And that's kind of where they are. They feel like with Deron Payne and Johnny Newton, the ability to find D tackles like they were able to last year with Holmes and Day and some of the guys that played that position. Obviously, they could still draft someone in the mid-rounds. They could go out and sign somebody as well, saving money without Allen. It would make sense for both parties if he were to find a home. So the question now becomes, what will they get for John Allen? And that's what we want to hit on the phones with you guys at 800-636-1067. Before we answer that question, our poll of the day is actually Allen-related as well. Each and every day on this show, we give you a poll on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account you can go vote on. And right now, we're asking you, our poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. What would you prefer to happen as far as Allen and the Commanders go this offseason? Trade him for a draft pick, release him outright, and get the cap space, or keep him on the roster? So for me, I think it's pretty easy. You want to trade him, get a draft pick, even if it means you don't get as much of the cap space. If you've got to eat some of that or help pay some of that to get a decent pick. Like if I could get a fourth and send some money with him, I would gladly do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that should be the goal in terms of getting a trade done. I just don't know. I mean, this is one of my worst skills. I've got a lot of bad ones. I'm always stunned at what people fetch from the open market in terms of trades.
I also think it's impossible to know.
Yeah.
Like you might be bad at it. I think everyone's bad at it. We all are.
Yeah.
Do GMs really know what guys are worth before they start calling around? I bet you they don't.
Yeah, who knows, right? I mean, you could be talk to nearly anything. But just on paper, to me, this is one of those, if I'm a team, I can't give you a premium pick, talking about Washington. Because if I just wait, you're probably cutting him. And then we're going to sign a whole new deal anyway. And if I trade for him, it's probably with the idea that I'd want him here and we're going to have to sign a new deal, right? Like he's not happy with it, the whole point of this trade operation. So that's why we're seeking a trade. You're seeking a team willing to sign you to the deal that you're looking for in potential free agency. And you're just basically you're negotiating with one team instead of all of them in the free agent market. I know he's getting cut. I'm not going to have a big proxy fight there, or a bidding war, rather, is the thing I was looking for. So I think a 4 would be amazing. To me, it's probably in that round 5 range.
Yeah, I would even expect a 5 or maybe even be happy with a 5. I'm thinking it's a late round pick. It's a day 3 pick. Because if I'm in a team trying to trade for John Allen, I'm taking on a contract you don't want. 1 year at 20+ million right now. Washington doesn't want to do that. There's a really good chance you just release him outright, I think.
Yeah.
If I know that, then I'm not giving you a whole lot. So again, this is where I'm offering if I'm the Commanders. I've got all the cap space in the world. I really don't need more cap space. Do we really think they're going to spend all the cap space they have even at this moment, with the cap having leaped exponentially, with them already having had the third most space? Now, if you were to trade him, release him, whatever, you're creating even more space, maybe upwards of $16 million in savings. There's only so much money that they need.
Yeah.
Like, I wish they spent up to the very limit. They're not going to do that. We saw that last year. We've seen it around here for years, all the way back to Bruce Allen. They roll a bunch of this money over, they save it, and it's a pretty practical, prudent, smart thing to do in terms of building over several years. But because you don't need that money, pay for the draft pick. An extra round based on, hey, instead of you taking on his, I'm just making this up, but his full 22 million or whatever, we'll give you 8 million with him. We'll pay down part of this salary, and then you give us an extra round better in the draft. Like, that's the kind of creativity I hope they can work out.
I love that.
But I'm with you on just the value's not great. You would have had to have traded him probably last offseason, and you might have gotten a day 2 pick. And even that's bullish. I'm not sure, but you probably could have gotten 2 earlier day 3 picks. Now it's, this is, to me, this feels like a 5 or a 6 or something like that.
I think that's the window.
Or a pick swap. It seems like Adam Peters is a big pick swap guy. Jared's in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What do you think they can get for Allen?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
So I think, Grant, I think you're exactly right. It's a late round pick. It's definitely a day 3. But let me say this as just strictly a fan perspective, and I'm an emotional fan. I would do anything to keep John Allen on this team. And I understand that maybe his production has gone down, his sack total, all that stuff. But just something about the fact that we drafted him, he was a hit first round, he's a life for Washington, he's from here. And the fact that he could potentially end his career here, and then I would think you'd get into the Ring of Fame, almost like a Ryan Kerrigan is just sort of the loved one that we haven't had for a long time. I think if you actually talked him, there's a small chance he would, I don't want to say make a pay cut, but maybe consider something where he can stay here another 2 or 3 years and then sort of retiring to the glory that way.
I love that idea. I'd wonder. I would go, listen, if I'm the team, I'm going, we can't pay what's close to, that's not quite top of the market, but it's close. It's upper market, and we're not going to get upper market production. But we still value you. You're part of this culture that we're trying to change here. You have seen the bad, and you did everything you could to come back and be part of the good. We would like you to continue to do that, understanding your role is going to be slightly different going forward, but we still value some of those intangibles, some of the leadership. You're one of the, I call them the Saturday night guys, right? Where it's before a big game. He's one of the guys that might stand up and say something. Bobby Wagner's done it, and others. I like you an awful lot, and you have been here in Washington, done everything right. Could we tear this deal up and sign something else that maybe gets you some guaranteed money, but it's maybe not what you would get on the open market? And now if he's not willing to do that, fare thee well. I wouldn't have any ill will or ill feelings. It would take 2 to tango right there. But I love the sentiment.
Yeah, I think we have reverence here correctly for the guys that have been here a while and played at a high level on some bad teams. But this to me would be a case of putting our guy over and like venerating someone where do we need to? I mean, are we sure? Like, I'm an Allen guy. I don't want to be Mr. Robot here. But when you're talking about like Kerrigan, and I don't know. I mean, I think he's made a Pro Bowl, maybe 2 Pro Bowls in his career. He's had some very good seasons. Again, he was the best player and the most important leader in the locker room at times during his career. He went to Stonebridge High School. He's a local guy. We've got a good relationship with him. He's been good to the station, and he's great to fans, and he's called into our show many times, and he gave away tickets to some big games on our show. used us as a platform to do that, and that was very cool. I liked the guy, but I think when you get into the business of like letting your emotions help you make decisions, yeah, but he's from here and he's been here the whole time, and let's have him finish here and let's put him up there in the rafters. If you want him in the Ring of Fame, he could be in the Ring of Fame still. Like having him around for a couple of more years, getting 4.5 sacks ain't going to change whether or not he was a Ring of Fame player, in my opinion. So I am all for a year too early, not a year too late. That is my general philosophy. And I would not always be maybe beloved as like Mr. Feel Good, but I don't know that that's how you win very often either. I think you got to make really tough decisions.
Yeah, there's some really hard parts, and this is one of them.
Let's go to Jay in DC on Grant and Danny. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Hey, Jay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, I got two things. First, like, how often do players actually even find an actual trade partner? And I actually don't think they want to find anybody. I'm hoping he actually stays, but I just want to say, like, I love the guy. Like, I'm a fan. I don't work for the team, and I do think people can be robots sometimes and be like, "Oh, let's get rid of this guy," all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't have any books with the team or anything. I just want the guy to stay. He's one of my favorite players. He's from Virginia. He is a true fan, and he like speaks like the fans speak. So I'm rooting for him to stay, even if it doesn't make sense. I did hear like people were reporting that he had some issues with the coaching staff and stuff like in the beginning of the season, and I think that's probably why this is happening. On top of his progress with the team, but I don't care about stats. Like, I wanted Rock Cartwright to stay on the team. Like,
yeah, if you just want your guys, like as a fan, I like
don't begrudge that at all. Yeah,
that's what fandom is. That's awesome. What Adam Peters is doing, his job's a little different. PFF is just one metric. I always try to say that it's not the end all be all, but it is tangible, quantifiable number. His overall grade this year was the worst that we've seen in a while. It was 54.6, which ranked 119 out of 219 basically inline defensive players. So you're talking about him having been just below average in their grading. And in terms of run defense, they had him 178 out of 219. Now, do I think he was actually that bad against the run? I don't, but I know that this team couldn't stop the run. He was not a big part of the second part of the season. Obviously, he was injured. I thought he played really well at the end of the year when he came back. And at the right price, as you said, absolutely, this is a guy you still want on your team. But we're talking about one of the higher paid D tackles in the league this season. And if you can save a ton of money by not having to pay him, remember, they just drafted a D tackle in the second round who's got to play basically in the first round in Johnny Newton. He's not going to get better playing 35, 40% of snaps. That guy's got to be on the field. So I think the wheels have been in motion here for a little while. Again, this should not surprise anybody. We've been talking about this for months.
Yeah, you could see the writing on the wall, right? As the career arc progressed, we didn't get some of the same huge, massive, disruptive plays that we're used to seeing over the last couple of years. I know the injury really changed the arc of this season. But in terms of, again, you don't want to major in. Now, when you're really bad, you kind of have to do this every once in a while. You have to pay great money for good. And if he was making, I'm just making this number up, $15 million this year, I think it's a different conversation. And that was his cap number. That's more closer to the middle of the pack. But his cap number, just again looking at AAV, so I haven't done everybody's cap number this year, but in terms of annual average value, is the 8th highest paid defensive tackle in the sport, right? Like that 22 plus. You can't have that because he's not the 8th best tackle in the sport. You can't do that too many times and field a great team.
There
and
was
that's what
a
we're
time
looking
that
at.
he was,
yes,
and that time's no longer.
Yeah, and that's okay. Like
Right.
if there was I got to make it up a number. There's a $15 million cap hit. Now all of a sudden, hey, that's a little bit more reasonable.
A lot of NFL news today coming out of the Combine. Next, we'll get outside of the Commanders and go to one of the big stories of the day elsewhere. We've been wondering whether one of the great players of all time at his position is coming back or retiring. We got some insight on that. We'll get to that next right here on The Fan. The NFL news bountiful today. This is what happens at the combine. All of the GMs and head coaches that are there do press conferences, and they're done at these big podiums in a big open room at the Colts Stadium. And media from all over the country descends upon the microphones and the podiums, and they can ask whatever they want. And so, a lot of the burning questions of the last several weeks get answered finally. One of the things we found out today was that the Chiefs are expecting Travis Kelce to continue to play. There's been a lot of speculation that he may retire. Kelce coming off of what was a dud of a Super Bowl performance. And by his standards, Danny, as a Hall of Famer, I know people say he dropped passes. I don't know if those are technically drops or not, but he was kind of lackadaisical.
Yeah, balls that I wish were caught, tell you that.
Exactly. He had a couple of balls that he had a chance at that he wasn't able to pull in. And it wasn't just him. Mahomes played poorly. The offensive line was a disaster. But there was one play specifically, I'm sure you've seen the video of, where the 35-year-old tight end is just standing flat-footed for the entirety of a play where Mahomes is kind of running around, then scrambles, then gets some yards past the line of scrimmage. Kelce never moves.
Couldn't be bothered.
And he just looked like an old, tired guy. And when I heard after the game on his own podcast that he was considering retirement, I thought, yeah, that is what it looked like to me. He didn't look like he was that physically able, but it sounds like he's going to run it back one more time. And after the way the season ended, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like, now again, it's one play, so who knows what's going through his mind or not, but it was very Hainsworthy, honestly. It looked like a guy that was checked out and defeated, not someone that had their entire heart and soul geared towards doing everything you possibly can to win a game.
Do we think that was the game? Not that that's a good excuse, but was that the game weighing on him more than it was
Great
him
question.
being like old and tired?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, listen, you're not going to be the same as you were when you were 25, especially that kind of physical position. And, guys that age like Alex Ovechkin do are rarefied. That doesn't happen. What's happening to Travis Kelce is far more normal, where you don't have your same burst and speed, but you got your mind, you got your tricks, you got your little gimmicks, and you can't do 10 targets a week for 17 weeks over the long haul of the season. So they kind of save him and wait, and that was their formula last year. This year, too, to a degree, it just didn't materialize in the Super Bowl. So they expect him back. I don't know, man. I could see either where he's going. What's more fun is chopping it up via Zoom with my brother, making a bunch of money and dishing about celebs.
So if I was him, I even hate saying that because, that guy does what he wants to do. What do I know? But I'm with you. I probably would just say, it's been real. Thanks for the memories. I'm dating Taylor Swift. I'm going to go travel the world with the most famous person on the planet, with the most famous woman, not only in America, but on planet Earth, probably. And we're going to go to some really cool countries, and I'm going to see some really fun concerts and shows and meet a bunch of celebrities that way. And he's also positioned himself to be one of the biggest media stars in all of sports.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his brother. Jason Kelce is everywhere. He's on every pregame show that ESPN does. He's on every commercial, and he's a center. He wasn't catching passes and scoring touchdowns. He's not dating Taylor Swift. So what the hell do you think Travis Kelce's post-career is going to look like? So, yeah, I would probably say that I'm retiring, but it sounds to me like he has given them some type of indication that makes them think he's going to come back. But listen to these numbers, because I think this is telling. In 2021, when he was 32 and still in his prime, he was targeted 134 times. This year, he was targeted 133 times. So I'm just using those as comps.
Wow.
Because it was one target difference. They're still throwing him the ball about the same amount that they always have. The difference was he caught 92 balls that year for 1,125 yards. This year, he caught 97 balls more because he was closer to the line of scrimmage more often for 823 yards. So on basically the same number of targets,
wow,
he was down 300 yards from 3 years ago. 300 yards from 12.2 yards per catch to 8.5. To say that he is a shell of what he was at one point in time is an understatement. He's on his last legs.
Yeah.
But for the Chiefs, with no Tyreek Hill, who's long gone and in Miami, Kelce will be the next one to go away. They're just rearranging the deck chairs around Mahomes, and they keep winning 12 and 13 games.
Yeah, they're barking up the Juju Smith-Schuster tree, the mid-30s DeAndre Hopkins tree, like anybody who can run around and catch a couple passes from home so we can do some magic late game.
Alex Ovechkin is back on the ice tonight for the Capitals. 25 games to go, 12 goals away from Wayne Gretzky. We will discuss that as soon as we return, set the table for their game tonight. Also, we got to get into the comments of the Cleveland Browns front office. Their general manager, Andrew Berry, today was asked about a Myles Garrett trade and what he said is going to be very important to Commanders fans. We'll get you that next right here on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. A lot of Commanders news as the NFL scouting combine starts in Indianapolis. GM Adam Peters spoke today and confirmed the earlier report from this morning that the Commanders have granted defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade. Now, a trade or release of Allen could save the team $15.5 million or so it would potentially give the Commanders more than $98.6 million in salary cap space heading into free agency, which starts in a couple of weeks. And second year now of the continued rebuild for Adam Peters in D.C.
I don't really compare this year to last year, but we just have a lot of free agents, and we still have a lot of holes to fill on the roster. We have, I think, the second least amount of players on our roster in the league right now. So we'll be busy, but we want to spend, on Commanders and spend the right way. So that's how we're going to look at it.
Yeah, recalibration, I should say, continues, and it's going to be a busy couple of weeks. Free agency starts 2 weeks from tomorrow. Franchise tag windows open for another week. Also, Peters confirmed today that senior personnel exec, former GM, former Washington player Martin Mayhew has decided to retire. Capitals looking to go back on the ice and get back into the win column again. Great weekend for the Caps coming off the Four Nations face-off. They take on Calgary tonight, 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. Ovi's chase of Gretzky continues in college hoops. Virginia Tech against 19th ranked Louisville. 9 p.m. for that one on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
In 1 hour, we're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Grant and Danny exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. Get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, Sydney Sweeney's been engaged to her fiance for 3 years.
It's a long engagement, right?
It is. And now they're pushing back or calling off their wedding. After 3 years of an engagement, if you're pushing the wedding back, I don't know anything about anything. I'm assuming you're not going to get married.
I think that would be the leader right now in the
3
old
years
office
is
pool.
a pretty damn long engagement.
Yeah, tells me that there wasn't enough urgency for the nuptials to have happen, I suppose.
So I always find it interesting, too. And I know you want to get into Sydney Sweeney's love life here on Grant and Danny.
I actually have no idea who her fiance is. Is he famous?
Well, but this is kind of what's wacky, is her fiance is never around. Like, you never see this guy. He is much older than her. His name's Jonathan Davino. He is 41. She is 27. And I guess they've been engaged for 3 years, so she would have been 24. He would have been 38.
Okay.
He is a producer in Hollywood. I don't really know what that means or what that is. Wasn't the guy that just came in with the Junkies the other morning a producer?
Yes.
So he's does that, whatever that guy does. And I don't know where they met, maybe on some project and fell in love and they're engaged. But it's been 3 years. I constantly see her in different countries and places and with other attractive young females. And on screen, I guess they're together occasionally. I don't see much of that. I don't know anything, man. I just know that they've been engaged for 3 years and now their wedding's pushed back.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna say respectfully, I don't see that one making it. You know what I mean?
How much money would you put down on their wedding happening?
They may do it out of spite to show people, but then my point is, like, at some point that one's going to end. Does that make sense? Like the way Hollywood folks run through it so fast. Just in terms of, like, it's a marriage and it's a big PR
Well, that's
thing.
the other amazing thing.
Yeah.
Already, because like most marriages, I would say, for celebrities last about 3 years. When the engagement goes that long, what are you waiting for?
Right. It's a way to make sure that you're on the cover of Us Weekly or People, or you get your Mario Lopez 3 minutes on ET or whatever the stupid stories, the shows are that revolve around these folks. It's just a way to keep your name relevant so you get the next script. So to me, I think the whole thing's a farce. But them going this far, getting down this, and delaying now seems like it's probably not destined to be there for the long haul. I could be wrong.
I think if you've been engaged for 3 years and then it's time to get married and you're still not sure,
we're not ready.
Maybe we just go our separate ways. That's a long
And fare thee well, too. It was a good time.
Capitals in action tonight. Calgary Flames coming to Cap One Arena. This is the second of what is a 5-game homestand for the Capitals. On the season, game 58 of 82. So they've still got 24 games to play, counting tonight. And then this is home game 29 of what is going to be 41 for them on the season. Alex Ovechkin coming off of his hat trick. He is now just 12 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky on the all-time goals list as he looks for a fourth in a couple of games if he could tickle twine against Calgary this evening.
Obviously, I'm aware of the information that you just said, but hearing it out loud, like, I'm old enough. I saw Wayne Gretzky. I saw that dude have more assists than anybody else had points when he was done with his career. Like, he was so different and so much better than everybody else. It wasn't even close. Like, it looked like he was playing a sport and everyone else was trying to figure out the rules. Like when you'd watch him play in his prime. Just, he didn't look like he was that fast or that strong or anything. Just nobody could ever hit him. Nobody could ever stop him. And he was always in the right place. It was the right pass, put the puck wherever it's supposed to be. It was like the most effortless, easy thing. That guy's goals record is going to fall in an era where there were fewer goals scored. I know I'm just doing the thing where I stutter and just say I can't believe it.
You're just repeating a bunch of facts. Yeah.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe this record is going down.
Yeah, man, it's wild, and it is definitely happening. The question is, will it be this season, or might we have to wait another offseason if he cools off? But there's been no signs of that. And I want to point out again that Ovi is on what would be a 92-point, 58-goal pace over 82 games this season. I mean, this is the best offensive hockey he's played in years and years, and he's doing it at 39 years old for the Capitals. We're giving away those Caps tickets, remember, in less than 1 hour here on The Fan at 4 o'clock. The Browns were one of many teams today to field some questions at the Combine. Their GM did the honors, Andrew Barry. He was asked about trading Myles Garrett. This is what he had to say. Perk up, Commanders fans. Listen up, because obviously Washington is one of the teams that a lot of people think would make the most sense for Garrett, who wants out. He's asking for a trade. The Browns don't seem that interested.
As I mentioned before, understand the frustration. We've had plenty of dialogue, but ultimately my responsibility is to make the decisions that are best for the Browns, and having Myles a part of the organization is a huge piece of that. We've had plenty of dialogue, throughout the season and after the season ended. Certainly both him and his camp, both before and after the trade request. And again, our interest is in keeping Myles in Cleveland. I wouldn't really touch on any conversations that I had with other teams, just respectfully. I don't think that's appropriate just for current and future business, but it's irrelevant to this situation because we're not interested in moving Myles.
So here's the part I don't get, okay? Help me out with this.
Okay.
There's 2 years left on his deal, roughly at about $40 million. Cap numbers of 19 and 20 million before he hits free agency at the end of the 2026 season, right? Why wouldn't you just give him a massive extension right now then? Part of why he wants out, I would imagine, is his contract status. Now, someone might be able to say maybe he doesn't want to re-sign in Cleveland. He signed the 5-year, $125 million deal that is winding down in these final 2 seasons, and they are further away from winning than they were a couple years ago, and he wants to go find a new home and hunt a championship. And if that's the answer, fine. But have they been trying to extend him? Money talks. I mean, if you pay him a massive deal to make him one of the highest paid edge rushers in the league, one of the highest paid defenders of all time, which is what it would take, by the way, I would imagine then, you add 2 or 3, 4 years, whatever it is, onto what's left on his deal, and he's now under contract for another 5 years for you till he's age 35, and now he doesn't mind being a Brown. Like, we got here, I would think, 2-pronged. One, you're going in the wrong direction, and that team is nowhere near winning, thanks to the Deshaun Watson fiasco. And 2, like John Allen, he doesn't have a great contract remaining. So are they trying to get a deal done? You're telling me you want to keep him. if you want to keep him on his current contract, he shouldn't want to play there. He is underpaid pretty severely at this point.
Yeah, no guaranteed money over the next 2 seasons. Just the way that that extension that he signed was structured. So, he's middle of the pack, honestly, in terms of market. You look at the contracts guys like Brian Burns have signed and otherwise. And listen, he signed it. So, at the end, the last year of your deal, I'm a little bit more sympathetic, but with 2 seasons left, it's very affordable for the Browns to have one of the best players in the sport. So I understand maybe they aren't necessarily sprinting to tear this one up and renegotiate something, but if they could sign an extension where these next 2 years are good for us, let's get some years that maybe are good for you on the back end, you would think there may be an open dialogue, but it may be the first thing you said. It may be just him going, I'm going to toil as one of the best players in this sport for this stupid team. Get me out of here. And maybe that's it. It could be as simple as that, but it could also be, to your point, like I all of a sudden really am warming up to the idea of Cleveland's vision. If I'm shown, I'm just making up a number, $35 million guaranteed each of the next couple of seasons with a cap hit that's closer to 45 than it is to my current one of 20.
Do you know how bad they were this year? What was their record this year?
Were they 4-13?
3-14.
Yikes!
They were so terrible. They have not been that bad since they went 0-16 in 2017. For Hugh Jackson, I believe, was their head coach. Remember, they had a 2-year span in 16 and 17 where they went 1-31. Remember that? Just the joke of the NFL. I don't even know how you do that.
That's hard to do.
Like, you could try to go 1-31. You wouldn't be able to do that. It takes some luck. Maybe it's bad luck or good luck. I don't know how to do. What are we? It takes bounces.
Yeah, a lot of things breaking in certain directions.
Right.
I mean, if you punted on first down every game for those 2 years, you probably go 1-31.
They got outscored by 177 points and went 3-14 as a last place team.
Just a petting zoo this
year. They were terrible.
Yeah.
The Deshaun Watson decision contract crippled them. It ruined them. They were actually really close. They were quarterback away team. In fact, when they've had okay backup quarterback play, the 2 years before this year, they were a playoff team. Like, they were decent. Jacoby Brissett outplaying Watson. Remember, Joe Flacco led them to the playoffs, and they were frisky. The quarterback decision they made is going to haunt them for a long, long time. It's funny. I was telling Darius, I'm like, I really like Andrew Berry. You can't say, though, that he's done a great job as the GM with the Deshaun Jackson contract hanging over him as the one big decision that he's made that is the worst decision. But I also think that was ownership, maybe.
Yeah, if it's the ownership level, then
but that's convenient for me to say, I like this guy. I think he's really good. And the worst
I forgive him
decision,
for that one, yeah.
I'm going to assume was the owner. It's like, I don't know if I could do that. But I bring all this up, though. My point with the Browns is just to say, if you're Myles Garrett, why do you want out? Is it because they stink, or is it because you can't get your new contract? It's one or the other. Because even if them stinking bothers you, if they give you the contract and you're willing to sign it and stay, then it's not that they're bad. You see what I'm saying?
I do, of course, yeah.
I bet you wherever he goes, he has to sign an extension, which tells me this is more than anything else about the contract. He's played for Cleveland when they weren't that good. He's been a part of some losing teams. And it's not like at 3-14, like the Browns to me are not a team that's going to be last place again for the next 2 years after this. I don't think they're necessarily a Super Bowl contender because of what happened with Watson, but I do think they'll be back in the 7-8 win mix like where they've been in the next couple of years. They've got pieces.
So one thing,
Garrett is still there.
Yeah, one thing I will say is I can understand the following. And again, I'm talking out of my tuchus. I have no idea what he's thinking. But I could go, I'm a young player. I'm signing a deal. I want to be part of the turnaround. I'm sold on the vision. I hear from ownership. I hear from Andrew Berry. I see the moves. We've got Amari Cooper. We've got Nick Chubb. And this offensive line is pretty good. We're in this tough division, but I like what we're doing. And to have it all come crashing down and be a disaster, I don't care what your vision is anymore. It's not going to happen here. So you know what I mean? Like if you feel like you want to buy in and you're part of it, and now they're asking you, hey, buy in to be part of it again, I'm a little skeptical coming from you guys, quite frankly. I want out. And again, it could just be, as you said, yeah, I'm underpaid. I need a better contract. Who knows if money solves it? But this is one of those situations where if I'm Cleveland, I know it would be extremely painful to give up a Hall of Fame caliber player, a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, but it could also be your chance to reset. Oh, yeah. You know, like You're going to be awful.
Your only way to make up for the Deshaun Watson deal because
or
of
to even start to,
the picks and the cap space to go get multiple ones with your ones that you now have in the wake finally of getting out of the Watson deal. Like, because I'm terrible, I pick really high. And then on top of that, I get ones as well. I think that's the only way to try to mask what you've done. This is you. You painted yourself into a corner, and now you've got to get out.
Because I've got him at a really affordable deal to go 3-14. I could probably go 6-11 next year if everything breaks right with veteran Vinny at quarterback, because I'm not going to have Deshaun Watson. That's not good enough for me. There's no point in that to me. You're now treading water. To me, this is a chance for a reset. It's a forced reset. You're stuck with Watson. That's your own fault, your own making. What do you do about it? You just sort of hope it turns around? Good luck with that.
So before we talk Commanders and trying to trade for Garrett, one more point I would make on the Browns. They have the number 2 pick this year. There are 2 quarterbacks that are viewed as kind of head and shoulders better than the rest of the QBs in the class. And that's Cam Ward from Miami and Shedeur Sanders from Colorado. Both of those guys are expected to be drafted near or at the top of the board. If I was Cleveland, I'd do everything I could to trade out of the number 2 pick. I would move back to 3 if the Giants want to come up, who are desperate. Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, final year of getting a shot to prove themselves. They may sign a veteran quarterback, but if not, they need to get one of those 2 college quarterbacks to start putting them on the field in week 1 and trying to prove they've got something developing for their owner, Mara, to keep them around. But that's only 1 pick. You go back, you still get a nice allotment for it. But if I could go back from 2 to, say, 6.
See what Vegas is interested
where
in.
The Raiders
Jets
could trade up. Yeah, the Jets don't have their quarterback of the future at 7. If the Saints at number 9. Whatever it is, if I could move back and just get a king's ransom and then trade Myles Garrett, to me, that's the ball game. It's as many picks as possible. Let's play the lottery. Best way to hit is to play with the most tickets I can and just stack draft picks like I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder or something. Like what the Mystics are doing. They're picking 3 times in the top 6. I want as many picks as possible so that I can try to rebuild this thing and get out of it's not salary cap hell. It's Deshaun Watson hell. That's what I'm in right now.
But part of that is just time. Like that $90 million cap hit or whatever the hell it is isn't going anywhere.
I agree, but you can cushion the blow by a lot of rookie contracts.
Well, you're waiting it out. You're basically saying I'm going to get my teeth kicked in with a maximized roster with a bunch of kids. Either way, I can't compete when not even that. 40% of my salary cap is going to a guy that either I wish wouldn't play for me or can't play for me now because of injury.
That brings me to trading Myles Garrett.
And that brings me to trading.
They don't want to trade Myles Garrett. That's obvious. I think that they need to.
Yeah.
I think that it really makes a lot of sense for them to trade Myles Garrett because of what they could get back. And I mentioned they have pieces, and they do have good players. On the defensive
bunch of good
front,
players.
Outside of Garrett, they have Dalvin Tomlinson at D tackle, who's solid. In the linebacking core, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who I wish Washington would have drafted, is very good. Jordan Hicks is a very solid veteran. In the secondary, Denzel Ward, their former number 1, is awesome. Grant Delpit out of LSU, the safety they took in the 2nd round, is pretty good. They took Greg Newsome in round 1 and Martin Emerson in the 3rd round, who were starters for them, who were decent enough little players. That's all on the defensive side of the ball. On offense, it's a little bit more piecemealed. It's not as loaded. David Njoku, their tight end, is a legitimate weapon.
Talent, yeah.
Their line has a couple of really good players. Wyatt Teller, their guard, and Joel Bitonio. When he's healthy, even though he's a veteran now, is a really, really good player, but he's a little longer in the teeth.
Conklin, tackle.
Conklin's fine. Yep. They paid a bunch of money, like $40 million for him to come over from Tennessee. And then at wide receiver, Jerry Jeudy had his best year, made the Pro Bowl last year. So like there's a starter kit there where they could be competitive next year with the right quarterback. But I would not be in that division or in that conference with those juggernauts.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be trying to go 9-8 right now and like get to the playoffs, especially with Watson as a noose around you. I would be trying to just start over. And if you offered them multiple firsts for Myles Garrett, how the hell could they turn that down? I don't know how they could, in their right minds, with the status of that organization, if I got 2 1s and a 4, let's say, 2 1s and John Allen, how could they turn that down? That would be nuts.
I agree with you. Devil's advocate. I don't think NFL teams near enough think this way. I think there's still a culture of machismo, and you get the fans that are going to call up, how do you look the veterans in the eye? Easy. Say, go to work, do your job. But whatever. They feel like they owe it to themselves to try to be okay. Basketball's figured it out. I know it's led to some dispirited play and some frustration, but baseball's figured it out. I know some people are ticked off about it too, but this is rebuild time. You are stuck. Again, $73 million each of the next couple of seasons for someone that you either won't be able to play or that you wish wouldn't play because they're a disaster. No team could overcome that. Nobody. Sorry, I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how brilliant every other move is. You cannot fix that. You can't beat in a division that's got three really well-run teams, and you chop the rope. You missed. You're starving as everybody else for that position that we now have solved, by the way. Sorry about it. But I get it. I'm not saying I condone it, but I understand. I understand the desperation, and it didn't work. So acknowledge that it's not going to work and kickstart it. But I don't think teams think that way. I think they're going, if you look through a refracted light and we're in a funhouse mirror, we could maybe, win 9 games and then we'll look much smarter. I don't know, man. To me, I'm with you. I think it's irresponsible to turn those kind of offers down.
This is one of those situations, though, where they have to say right now they're not trading them, regardless. Because if they're not trading them, they're telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are planning on trading them right now, just by saying you're not, you're driving up the price, essentially. You're making other teams feel like, oh, well, they're going to keep him. They've got him for 2 more years. They don't want to get rid of him. I got to give him a little bit more. So they're actually doing the right thing one way or the other, but it's hard not to know exactly what they're thinking behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, my dad used to always tell us when he would pick us up from soccer or sport, some kind of sport or something. He'd come to our practice or our game, and on the way home, you're a little kid. You're like, Dad, let's stop and go to Pizza Hut. Dad, let's go here. He's like, no, we're going home. We're going home. That was his bit. And a lot of the times we did actually drive home. But even the times when we stopped and we would have this fun, dad-son time with me and my brothers and my dad or whatever, he would do the shtick the whole time that we're going home to set up the
and
fun.
Then he takes that right to head it. Yeah.
Pull into the parking lot. Like the Browns, one way or the other, when you get in the car, are saying we're going home. He's going to be ours. But here's the question that we can pose to you guys on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Would you make Cleveland an offer they can't refuse? That Godfather offer where they're saying, we don't want to trade him. We're not planning on trading him. We don't have any intention of Myles Garrett being on another team. They don't have to. When you pick up the phone and you call them and you offer something insane for them to turn down, now all of a sudden he wants out. We got this amazing offer. We're going to accept it. Would you make them that offer if you were the Commanders? And just to put a value on it, let's say 2 1s and another mid-round pick. Are you willing to offer that to Cleveland to get them to play ball here? Yes or no? 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. You heard Grant and Danny talking about Myles Garrett, and that Cleveland GM, Andrew Berry, said today they do not plan on trading their star defensive end. Adam Peters at the scouting combine was asked about the possibility of the Commanders making some kind of big deal this offseason.
There's always going to be trade-offs if you do something like that. And we have 7 picks, and so I think it just goes back to Sam just always doing what we think is best for the team.
That's at the scouting combine today. Peters spoke to the media in Indianapolis. The big news from earlier today, Commanders have given defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade after 8 seasons in D.C., 17th overall pick in the 2017 draft. If he is traded or released, could give them another $15.5 million under the salary cap, with free agency starting in 2 weeks. Capitals play the Calgary Flames tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Virginia Tech home against 19th-ranked Louisville, 9 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. DJ Hers of the Washington Nationals will join us at 5 o'clock today. He's vying for a spot in the Nats rotation. By the way, the Nationals are just a juggernaut. I would say buzzsaw, but that's reserved for the 2019 team. The Nats, starting the spring 2-0, have hung a 12 spot today.
They just hit nukes, this team.
On the Miami Marlins. I feel like they do this every year in the first week of spring training. Dylan Cruz has been on base throughout the game. Everybody pretty much has gotten in on the act. Home runs today from little Jacob Young, who's not that little anymore. You seen his muscles now?
People sleep. He's not like a 5'6" little mighty Mike. Like he's like 6 foot tall with some build.
I'll take the under on 6 foot.
Like 6'1".
I'll take the under on 5'11".
He's nearly 6'2".
But he's a little guy who has been in the weight room. He's got some big old muscles. And then Robert Hassel, the third, hit a bomb. He's having a great spring. The prospect who came over in the Juan Soto deal is closing in on being big league ready. But let's get back to the topic at hand, and that is that the Cleveland Browns are saying they do not want to trade Myles Garrett. Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, was at the podium today at the Combine. He was asked about Myles Garrett, and these are some of the answers he had about the defensive end and whether or not he's going to be on the move.
As I mentioned before, understand the frustration. We've had plenty of dialogue, but ultimately my responsibility is to make the decisions that are best for the Browns, and having Myles a part of the organization is a huge piece of that. We've had plenty of dialogue, throughout the season and after the season ended. Certainly both him and his camp, both before and after the trade requests, and again, our interest is in keeping Myles in Cleveland. I wouldn't really touch on any conversations that I had with other teams, just respectfully. I don't think that's appropriate just for current and future business, but it's irrelevant to this situation because we're not interested in moving Myles.
So that's Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns. So the question we're asking you guys is, would you make them an offer they couldn't refuse? They're saying they don't want to trade him. You don't have to want to trade him. I'm going to make you an offer that makes you trade him. I'm offering them 2 1s and a 4. I'm offering them, 2 1s and John Allen and a 5 or a 6 or whatever it is. I'm going to throw 2 1s into a package, and I'm going to make them say yes. Danny, are you willing to do the same?
I am. And here's the reason why. It's 2 reasons. One, the player. Obviously, he's incredible. You're not going to get a player this good anywhere else. I mean, you hope when you draft somebody second overall. You hope when you, find that diamond in the rough in the second round, third round, whatever, they blossom into this. But this is security. This is bona fide. This is one of the best players in the sport. This is a guy that's got a lot left. This is your dominant blue chip piece that I think would fit right in very well to what you're doing, what you're trying to do. The other, again, is how do I make my team the best? I got chips. I got these little, whatever you want to call them, marbles, you call them Skittles, to fill up the jar. I'm going to use the resources in the best possible way. I don't know that I get this level of impact if I use my first round pick, 29 overall, on somebody and do marginal free agent Marty and another 1-year veteran deal on somebody else to get to this point. I think this is the best way to make my football team the best, looking at what else is out there.
Here's my ranking of Skittle flavors, since you said Skittles.
Go.
Number 1, red. Number 2, yellow. Third is green. 4th is going to be orange. 5th is purple.
Yellow at 2 is something. That's pretty high for yellow. I don't think most people are going to have yellow in their AP top.
Yellow's
5.
damn good. Yellow hadn't lost a game all year.
What are there, 6 flavors?
5 flavors.
Yeah, yellow was 5, I think, for most.
You're forgetting that purple and orange are in the bag.
I've not forgotten. Thank you very much. Purple's the 2 seed. That's a lot of red and purple.
I will gladly give you every purple. I would pick every purple out.
Are you a yellow Starburst guy too?
Oh, I love them.
Oh, of course
Absolutely. I mean, I'll go red and pink, then yellow, then orange as far as Starbursts go.
Okay.
Yeah, I love a yellow Starburst.
Red's the one seed, we agree there. I think purple 2, green 3, orange 4. All the distance a light could travel, like light years, light millennium, light everything, warp speed, black hole, wormhole to the other side of a different galaxy that you'll never comprehend. Then more of that, then yellow.
Oh, the sleeping. All it is good. Let's go to Ryan and Culpeper. Ryan, are you making a sweetheart offer that the Browns can't refuse?
All right. Well, first of all, I'm not a Skittles fan. I'm a M&M's with the peanuts inside fan. Second of all, what's more important than money? Not much. But in this case, I think we do a little combo. We do a Myles Garrett and we get Deshaun Watson. So we take the bad contract. We don't give up any picks at any point. Maybe they give us a couple kicker kicks. I don't know. Just trying to get creative.
Oh, wait. So you're saying
get them out of their terrible deal.
We'll take Deshaun Watson's remaining contract and then just release him outright. Take all the dead money.
For 2 years.
The Commanders have all of the cap space. And then you don't have to give up any picks, which is super creative. It would never happen because teams are obsessed with their cap space.
Yeah.
And being in a good cap situation where you've got, sweet deals and no dead money and you don't have to worry about bad contracts. It's like the entire goal as a general manager. It's like balancing your budget or having a checkbook where you don't bounce anything. But if you want to not trade picks and you want to get Myles Garrett, it's not going to happen. It's not realistic, but it's actually a pretty creative idea.
Yeah, maybe next year you could do that, because this year, if you went through with that plan, it's $172.7 million of a dead cap hit. There's just no way to get, even with the Washington's cap space, you can't get around that. You now have the same problem that Cleveland does.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't, obviously, it couldn't all be in one season.
Right.
I mean, that is the salary cap. You're basically.
But I'm saying you split it over 2, you can't overcome it. I mean, you're splitting $80-some million
I don't
over
think
2
you
years.
could cut him this year if you did.
Right.
That. You would have to keep him around and, probably wait a year, which is another reason why it's not happening. Luke's in Richmond. What's up, Luke? How are you?
Controversial here, but I'm going to say no. It seems like everybody's on the yes train, but I don't think that any team in the NFL is a defensive end away from winning anything. And I'm just big on the future and keeping your draft picks.
So I don't think they're a defensive end away, Luke, but you'd acknowledge they are star defensive players away. They lack talent. They got exposed for their inability to just make enough plays against the Eagles.
Very true. Very true. And Danny was telling me there, if I'm being real, he was, you're not getting anything in the draft. It's guaranteed to be Myles Garrett. So that's a great point.
Thanks, Luke. I mean, I understand his point though. And I would understand. I guess I'd be more sympathetic to it if this was their only move. If they went, thanks, fare thee well, you're still going to go out and be shrewd and be smart and find those value signings, find your Wagners, your Ecklers, your guys up and down the lineup that thrive for you, that outperformed their deals. I mean, they threw a bunch of things at the wall and they got 10.5 sacks out of Dante Fowler. You're going to trust this front office to keep doing that. You got to do that with or without Myles Garrett. So it doesn't mean your business of the offseason is done, because you're right. Getting a new defensive end that's excellent doesn't now go, okay, now you're a champion. Not at all. There's a million needs they have to fill. Even if you just brought everybody back, you still have to upgrade. But you can't bring everyone back. You've got 30 free agents, basically.
Paul's in La Plata on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
I would not give up 2 first-round picks for him in a second or any. I think he's a great player, but I just think overall our team needs to get better. Yes, he could definitely make us a lot better, but I think we can get decent productivity out of just another 1 or 2 year guy, just like we did with Fowler, and then shore up the in a little more with a great corner or safety.
So here's the problem, though, and it's a good phone call. Thanks, Paul. You might get decent productivity. Myles Garrett is a game changer. Myles Garrett is elite. It's like the difference between saying Taylor Heineke might be able to manage the game as opposed to what you just saw from Jaden Daniels. You can count on one hand the number of guys in the NFL that have the impact of Myles Garrett, the perennial favorites for the Defensive Player of the Year award. They're guys like Micah Parsons and TJ Watt and Aaron Donald when he was playing. He's now since retired. But that's kind of the short list. That's where we're talking about. When is the last time the Commanders have had one of the best players in the NFL on their team? They've gone years and years and years between all pros, which just means you're the best player in the league at your position or one of them, right? They went from Matt Turk in 1996 until Brandon Scherf a couple of years ago, literally in the 2020s, before they had a first-team All-Pro that wasn't on, in Turk's case, he was on special teams, I guess, but there wasn't a special teamer. We're talking about maybe the best defensive player in the NFL. They just don't have that star power, Danny. Right now, they've got some good football players. Terry McLaurin's a good player. Hopefully, Marshawn Lattimore, who wasn't this past season, can be a good player for you. They haven't had a guy like this. They don't become available. It's so rare. In the way that Daniels changed everything, their offense, the whole thing changed when he showed up. That's what Myles Garrett is capable of doing for a defense. So when you tell me like Dante Fowler running that back and hoping even in a year where he had 10.5 sacks, he didn't make a huge impact. That means he made 11 plays. Now, I'm not saying that was his whole season. That's not. He had a pick six. He did a lot of good things. I actually really liked Fowler. I would keep him around. I would pay him and make sure he's my number 2 edge rusher. But the difference between the guy who can get 10 sacks in a fairly quiet season for the most part and a guy that on every single play is doubled, is chipped. I always reference when he has to run from one side of the line to the other that the 2 tight ends motion with him and there's penalties on the other team because they're trying to keep up with what side of the formation he's on to have their tight ends over there. It's just night and day, man. That they have not had anything like this. We talk about it with quarterback and people know what it looks like. This is the exact same thing on defense.
And by the way, the sentiment is correct. You can get decent production from a lot of places. Cool. And you need that still, right? I mean, Ryan Zimmerman told us this famously years ago. Not everybody gets to make $200 million, right? You got to have the below the line guys or the 34th to the 51st guy on your roster step up and play well for you. You still need that regardless, but you need more of these too. And the path to get them is you strike gold in the draft or break glass in case of emergency when a guy that is this excellent in his prime is available. And this is one of those times.
Let's go to Jeff in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jeff?
How you doing, guys? I do not make this deal, and I'll tell you why. If you look at dynasties, I'm talking about the Patriots. I'm talking about Green Bay Packers even. I'm talking about Kansas City Chiefs. They don't give up multiple first-round picks for that great player who's going to change everything. That's a Dan Snyder move. That's a Dan Snyder move. And I know that Jaden Daniels has a window, and I know, but you know what? I want the Commanders' window to be 15 years. I want it to be a long window. And I'd rather go and do a kind of a Montez Sweat reverse deal where, like there's a guy like that and he's available because some other team has some cap issues and we could pick him up and we get 2 first-round picks. And then we've got ourselves a dynasty because I think we need to change and not go after the shiny object and give all our picks away.
Well, it's not a Dan Snyder move to go get one of the best players in the league. He never did that. It would be a Dan Snyder move to go get a really old player whose best days are behind them, who's a superstar name. It's more of a Howie Roseman move. He went and got A.J. Brown as an example as a piece for a really good Eagles team. It's more of a, Green Bay Packers move when they went out in free agency finally and made a splash and added a couple of big pieces on a really good team to help Jordan Love. No, it's a winning move. Are you getting a great player? I hate that idea of anytime you go get a big name, it's a Dan Snyder thing. Dan Snyder went and got old guys past their prime that were popular names. And by the way, every free agent move he made wasn't bad. London Fletcher, Marcus Washington, Pierre Garçon, they did some really good things in free agency. So by that standard, never go get any stars. That's a Dan Snyder
Yeah,
move.
some trades didn't work out. You think of the restricted free agents with the Jets. Some worked, some didn't. I mean, there have been good moves and bad. I mean, I can't do something simply because the horse's ass before didn't manage the team very effectively. But I understand your point, by the way. If the most valuable thing to you in building an organization is your draft picks, then you'd be less inclined to make this deal. I understand that. But again, I think there are exceptions to every rule.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're giving away Caps tickets at the top of the hour. Hey, it's Grant. Huge game tonight. Mavs, Lakers, Luka Doncic against the club that traded him just a couple of weeks ago. NBA fans are ecstatic about this matchup. And if you want to add a little spice for yourself as you watch it, you'll do it with FanDuel. Huge NBA game. No better time to get on FanDuel. They're giving all customers a 50% same game parlay profit boost for tonight's matchup of Mavs, Lakers. Luka Doncic. Is he going to come out hot? Is he going to prove that he's in shape? Maybe you're going with a Luka same game parlay. 25 plus points, 6 or more assists, 8 plus rebounds. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com, promo code GP. Same game parlay profit boost. Mavs Lakers, FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply. Include any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. If you want to win Caps tickets to an upcoming game at Capital One Arena, Ovi hunting down Gretzky, we've got them all week long on the Fan. Your next chance to win it 10 minutes out, top of the hour, right at 4 o'clock. It is time, though, for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So behind the scenes, speaking of the Capitals, here's what's going on with the Grant and Danny program. Grant has very generously offered some Caps merch to one person tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to get into all the specifics, but I will.
Which is very nice.
I will be taking care of our guys behind the scenes, or one of them anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one of them something from the Caps team store tonight.
Right. This is like Grant's on Daddy Warbucks over here, but he's feeling very benevolent, very generous. Didn't have to do this, but it's a nice thing. So he basically said, if I can quote the late, great Heath Ledger as the Joker, we're going to have tryouts. And he broke a pool cue in the middle of the producer's room and threw it in there, and let's sort of see what happens. So the proposal was that the three producers, the guys in charge, corporate Ryan Clary, who frankly doesn't need any gifts. I mean, he's up the corporate ladder now. He's in charge of all of us.
And Caps gear doesn't look great with a suit and tie anyway.
Right. It doesn't look as good when you're wearing your Lions and Yankees gear to work.
I just thought it would be an easy way to do it. I said, let's do a rock, paper, scissors tournament between the three of you, battle royale style, Darius, Ryan, and Toby. And whoever wins is going to get something from the Caps team store tonight. And then you and I realized, I don't want to blame Toby because it seemed like he's been okay here.
Yeah, Toby was fine.
But specifically, Darius and Ryan really struggled to play paper, rock, scissors, and I couldn't believe how complicated they were.
Now, you do say paper, rock, scissors, which is tilting. So it's been rock, paper, scissors since the dawn of time. But you remember somebody called you on this as well, that you say, I think it was either Logan Paulson or Tressway.
I don't know. You
say paper, rock, scissors, which I can't get over that either, but we got to go. But you know how to play at least.
It's definitely paper, rock, scissors.
Never since anywhere.
Said in alphabetical order, paper, rock, scissors.
It has been rock, paper,
PRS.
scissors since the begin. Since someone goes, hey, here's three objects, let's use those.
That's a different.
It's a different argument. You're able to at least play the game.
What
guys?
What beats rock?
Paper.
Paper would come before rock then. Paper, rock, scissors.
So why isn't scissors first? Because it can be paper. I mean,
Doesn't work like
it's a logical pretzel, and you've tied yourself into one. Just know when you're going about your life, when you go home tonight,
It's just RPS.
and you see your lovely wife,
No, PRS.
and you come to work tomorrow, and you're hanging out with your kids, just know in your heart that rock, paper, scissors is the standard. But everyone knows what you're talking about because it's three objects. So these guys don't know how to play it, quite
It's
frankly.
amazing.
That's really what the crux of this is.
Also, the rapid fire. So you go paper, rock, scissors, shoot. Paper, rock, scissors, shoot at this tempo, right? Every time. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And then they kept saying, like, he's counting to three, and then we go 1, 2, 3. And it's like, no.
So I kept
rock, paper, scissors in your case.
I tried
Paper,
to
rock,
keep
scissors.
the uniform just so, because some people say rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Some people say 1, 2, 3, shoot. I said, here, we're going to standardize it so we don't have different regions affecting
Well,
us.
1, 2, 3 ricked me.
Yeah,
But
1, 2,
regardless,
3, shoot.
They couldn't keep up.
They couldn't do it.
Clary couldn't figure it out. He's falling behind. You're doing like each cadence 1, 2, 3. He hasn't done it yet.
He hasn't done the hit.
Then, why did you just sit there? Darius just was standing there and
Like his
had
controller broke.
He had
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
His controller from
He had
that
a
getting
rock
unplugged.
in the
Yeah.
palm of his hand, and you go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And Clary doesn't do anything on the rock, paper, scissors part. He has just no movement.
Right.
And then finally at shoot does something. But then Darius hasn't moved yet. It's his controller got unplugged.
Well, I've never had someone officiate me playing rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, well,
Because rock, paper, scissors.
Well, this was a championship. This is not some like amateur hour thing. This is like an official deal for Caps gear.
Yeah, so I've
basically.
never had it officiated before,
Yeah.
so I didn't know
Well, how
when
would you
someone
normally
officiated.
have played?
You just run it with your friend or
But
whatever.
you still have to go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, but you don't have someone telling you that. It's you and the person that you're playing against do it.
I agree with Darius on this. You guys were the ones in the wrong. First and foremost,
sure.
I've never heard someone say, all right, you ready to play rock, paper, scissors? All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3, shoot. I'm like, whoa, what?
Yeah, that was
Say
completely
rock,
normal.
That
paper,
is a
scissors, shoot.
generational issue for you.
1, 2, 3, shoe. First of all.
I can't
Second of
believe
all,
that.
I've never heard of that in my life. Never heard of someone go, all right, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
What do you think he's saying after rock, paper, scissors?
I don't know, but that's
Shoot.
not the point
But
right
hold on,
now.
no,
You
it's-
guys are wrong.
It's my point right
no,
now.
well, this is my point. You two are wrong.
Okay, but before we get to how wrong we are, I want you to say again what he's saying.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
What
We
did I
covered
just
that.
tell people what I said?
You said 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Shoe.
Shoot. I said shoot, and you were like, what? It doesn't matter. You guys were wrong.
A little.
You guys were wrong. You guys were
The,
in the wrong.
the credibility of the witness would be
Is
in
it
question.
shoe or sock?
I don't know, but all I know is Grant and Danny are wrong in this.
How are we wrong?
Well, you're saying paper, rock, scissors, wrong. Then Danny's like, all right, let's play rock, paper, scissors. And he goes, rock, paper, or he goes 1, 2, 3. I've never heard of that.
Well, the 1, 2, 3 thing I think was ridiculous.
And that's where my pause came.
He did that after you guys already screwed it up to try to go. You kept going. Are we going on 4? Are we going on 4? Are we going on 4?
I literally explained
to
it for uniformity. And so this is to avoid shenanigans where someone's like, no, you went early, or no, it was this. I play this way. To avoid any confusion, standardize the rules here so that everyone would abide by the same thing. 1, 2, 3, shoot. And on the 1, 2, 3, shoot. Then you reveal your selection.
But Clary didn't move, by the way. On
He
the
didn't move.
1, 2, 3, you're
Darius's
supposed to drop
controller
rock
broke.
3 times. Boom, boom, boom. You didn't do it.
Well, because again, he was saying, we're going to play rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I'm like, okay, play this game a million times. And then again, I started saying it, and then he's like, no, I'm going to officiate it. I'm like, okay, whatever.
2 things. 1, Andres Chaparro just hit a 2-run bomb.
Size.
All right, so
Steamed
we'll
up.
locked on Clary. I want to hear about that tomorrow on the pod. Number 2, if it's okay with everyone, if I could just say this. When someone says, I'm going to use Danny's lexicon because I know paper, rock, scissors, just you guys get thrown into a loop for that.
Well, it's not real. So
When someone says, let's play rock, paper, scissors, every person in America knows what that means. That you don't just throw one, you go boom, boom, boom. You drop 3 rocks on your palm, and then you either change or keep a rock. Every person in the United States of America, and I would even say Canada, although I haven't spent a lot of time there. But I would assume
No, they
Canada
played
as well.
up there. I played it when I was on tour.
Every single person knows how to play.
Toby knew how
There's
to
no
play.
explanation. There's no count to 3.
100%. But have anyone in your life ever been like, all right, let's play rock, paper, scissors, and it goes 1, 2, 3, shoot?
Yeah.
Yes,
Shoot.
1,000
Never,
times.
I've never done this before in my life. Never in my life. I played so many rock, paper, scissors. I'm so good at this game, too. I'm so damn good
See,
at it.
This is the frustration. Is now we've gone from he didn't know how to play a minute ago to
Yeah.
he's so good.
I've
By the
played
way,
forever.
He's the only person who's already been eliminated.
Yeah, you're eliminated.
From the possibility.
Unless both
of,
these guys lose twice somehow.
of the gift.
Darius threw a rock first. I should have won that first round.
He
We're gonna
beat
throw
you on that one, too. The one that was thrown
No,
out.
no, I won.
It was Darius got 3 out of 4.
You got credit for that. The one that didn't count when he had the rock, he beat you.
He beat you.
Danny was trying to go,
You
he
scissored.
beat him. And I was like, no, he didn't even move the rock off his palm.
Yeah, Darius didn't move, kept the rock,
By
and,
the way,
and he had a scissor.
Darius is getting away. He also was clueless
Oh,
on this.
his controller broke.
And he's my age. Ryan is in a generation that doesn't know how to play rock, paper, scissors.
1, 2, 3, shoe.
But Darius, what is your excuse?
again, I've never had rock. I can't even. Now you got me confused. Is it rock paper scissors?
It's PRS.
It's rock paper scissors.
Yeah.
I've never had it officiated before, so I
Yeah,
was
because
thinking that
officially
Danny was
sanctioned
telling us go on 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we go.
So
But-
they literally thought it was 1, 2, 3, shoot, and then they were going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
But you
so now
understand.
we're on a 7 count.
You get what I'm saying, which is like they're going like, well, Danny was confusing me. I thought I was supposed to
Explain
go
it so
down
clearly.
and knock over the pins with my hands and then grab the ball and throw it in the air. You should know how to bowl. What Danny wants you to do on what number doesn't matter. Have
Get
you
the
ever
sanction.
bowled before? You're standing in a bowling alley. Grab a damn ball and roll it down toward the pins. You guys, Ryan went down and just slid like a baseball player into the pins and then ran back up and was like, I couldn't understand what Danny was saying to do. And Darius, meanwhile, took the nacho cheese off the bar and just started throwing it at people going, I thought we do this. I thought this
I'm
is
trying
how
to
we
eat some nachos.
I thought this is how we bowl. It's unbelievable. Let's give away Caps tickets next on Grant and Danny. And DJ Hers of the Nats is on the show at 5 o'clock in an hour on the Fan.
1, 2.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. A lot's going to be happening next couple of weeks in the NFL. Just 2 weeks from tomorrow, free agency starts, so a lot of business already getting done. All the GMs and coaches are at the scouting combine in Indianapolis. We got word this morning that the Commanders have told defensive tackle John Allen he can seek a trade to another team. Adam Peters, the GM, spoke today in Indy and confirmed that news.
With John, he's another person who's been a great commander, a great person for this franchise, and he's going in the last year of his deal and wanted to be able to explore opportunities. And so the two main things is we're always going to do what's best for our organization, but we also want to do right by John too. And so those things are important to us.
Now, John Allen's been here 8 seasons, 17th pick overall, 2017 draft. A trade or release of John Allen in the next couple of weeks could save the team another $15.5 million and could possibly give them $98.6 million in cap space for free agency, which starts 2 weeks from tomorrow. Also today, Caps tonight looking to keep things going. Home ice against Calgary, 7 p.m. on the Fan. College hoops, Virginia Tech is home tonight against 19th ranked Louisville. 9 p.m. tip-off for Hokies hoops on the Team 980. Baseball note, reliever Kyle Finnegan back with the Nats. It's a reported 1-year, $6 million contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats to you. You're going to win a pair of tickets to the Capitals game coming up a week from Friday on March 7th against the Detroit Red Wings. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz every single day this week on Grant and Danny.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Wiz, the Caps, the Commanders in one segment. Let's do it. How about the Wiz getting an impressive win with some big-time stops last night, 107-99 at home over the Brooklyn Nets. Presence felt of Marcus Smart, the new member of the Wizards, came over via trade. Bijan Todd of Monumental Sports joins us now. How about the way they finished that game out on the defensive end of the floor?
Yeah, it was a good win. I would say it's an ugly win, Grant, because they did turn the ball over 24 times, which is the second most they've had all season. But you know, they were able to hold Brooklyn to 99 points, which is also the first time all season that they've held an opponent to under 100. Marcus Smart was a big force in that respect. He drew a couple of charges, and he really kind of galvanized the team on the defensive end. So his veteran presence is being felt already.
Loved what I saw from Koulibaly last night. It hadn't been a great go of it offensively for him for a while, so it was nice to see him get 20.
Absolutely, yeah, and he also led the team in field goal attempts. He was 7 for 14 from the field. It's just good to see him being more aggressive on the offensive end. He was finding his spots. He had a little bit of a stroke going from deep as well. Went 3 for 4 from downtown. So Koulibaly kind of is one of those players who can kind of get the entire team going offensively if he's going, because he can space the floor. He can score at 3 levels, and you know he feeds off of guys like Jordan Poole, who had 26 as well. So Koulibaly getting his offense going after struggling to shoot for a while there, like you said, Danny, is a good sign for the entire team for sure.
Yeah, Poole 26 points, 29 minutes. How would you summarize his season so far?
I would say it's a productive season in a couple of respects. Like, he's leading the team in scoring. We kind of expected that to happen. He did that when Kyle Kuzma was still on the team, which was also impressive. But I think his biggest impact would actually be in the locker room, because he's only 25, I believe, maybe 26 years old, and he's already taken up sort of that mentorship role in the locker room. He moved his locker right next to Koulibaly last year, and this year he's done a lot to get to know guys like Bub, Alex, and Keyshawn, the rookies, off the floor. And he's kind of ingratiating them into the NBA culture, and being able to do that on a team that's young, that's going to continue to get younger as the years go on, is a big plus for the Wizards in the locker room. And, of course, just being able to play his natural position at point guard on the floor kind of spurs the entire team to success offensively as well.
So you mentioned Carrington. I think it's last 3 games, Bijan. You correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's now come off the bench a little bit. When he was starting for a while, I feel like it's tough to find your rhythm and your place, and now all of a sudden the backcourt's a little bit more crowded. I mean, I'm glad he's getting that kind of experience as well, because who knows what the future holds in terms of this roster. But that adjustment seems to be maybe taking a second or two for him.
It is, yeah, and he hasn't started for the last couple of games. Part of that is because of the arrival of Marcus Smart and also Malcolm Brogdon being in and out of the lineup with injuries. So it is an adjustment period for Bub Carrington, and we've seen that from him and from Keyshawn George earlier in the season. And George could be a template for him, because George had really inconsistent minutes before the trade deadline, and then Kyle Kuzma, among other players, getting traded, so that kind of wing position opens up a little bit. And George has been dropping double-digit points, I think, in 5 of the last 7 games he's played in. So, players who are young obviously have a little bit of a learning curve when they get to the NBA, and it is tougher when you don't know whether you're going to be starting or not. But Carrington is one of those players who has already shown that he kind of plays above his age, and I think as time goes on here this season, whether or not he starts, he'll show that he can comfortably come in and play a role, whether or not it's on the bench or starting, because he's one of those players who's shows a little bit more experience than what he actually has.
Bijan Todd of Monumental Sports on the Wiz, on our Blitz. Good info as always, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
Yeah, you got it. Let's talk hockey. And to discuss the Capitals, we've got our buddy Steve Wino of the Associated Press. Swino, Alex Ovechkin last time out, a hat trick. He's now just 12 goals behind Wayne Gretzky, about 25 to play. It's starting to look like this thing's happening this year, huh?
Yeah, GP. It seems it's starting to feel like a matter of when, in which game this season, not if he's going to do it. And it really wasn't all that far off. The pace before the hat trick game was for Alex Ovechkin to break the record early next season. And all it takes is a game like that and maybe another couple of multi-goal games. And we're talking about late March, early April. It's getting real quick, and we're all starting to kind of get our plans together for what it's going to be like to see him break this record.
In terms of the club tonight, they have Calgary on the schedule. Preview that one for us.
Yeah, Danny. Calgary Flames in town. Dan Vladar starts. 6'8" defenseman Kevin Ball back in for Calgary. But Logan Thompson on his birthday starts for the Caps. Look, they have 15 goals in the past 2 games for the Capitals. You're probably not banking on scoring that much again. The Capitals have gotten really good this season at figuring out different ways to win. So even if they don't have that depth of offense that they did beating the Penguins in Pittsburgh, beating the Oilers here on Sunday, the Capitals are certainly well prepared and well rested after a day off yesterday to take on the Flames, who are 1 point out of the final playoff spot in the Western Conference.
You mentioned Logan Thompson, who's celebrating a birthday. He's 28 years old as of today. He's already been re-signed, so he's going to be the answer in the net for the next few years for the Capitals. But what a season. .920 save percentage, .225 goals against. Probably statistically the number 2 goalie in the National Hockey League. The Hellebuck this season, who's going to win the Vezina. What do you make of the year he's had and the Caps guessing right on him?
It's a good reward because the Capitals guessed right on Logan Thompson as far back as 2018. They invited him to their development camp back then when he was an undrafted player and sort of saw something in him then. And some wires were crossed, and he didn't get a contract done at the time, wound up going to Vegas. And now the Capitals sort of watched from afar. Logan Thompson was an all-star for the Vegas Golden Knights during the season that they went on to win the Stanley Cup, but he got injured midway through it. So we've seen little spurts of this before, but Logan Thompson's put it all together. And give a lot of credit to goaltending coach Scott Murray and Spencer Carberry for sort of splitting the net almost evenly between Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren this year to be able to get the most out of both these goaltenders. And I think as we go down the stretch here, it may not be 1-1. It might be 2 out of every 3 to Logan Thompson. But I do think that this has been a sort of a good balance in that has paid off dividends for the Capitals leading the Eastern Conference.
Swan, I give you a lot of credit. You've kept it a secret. I'm sure the Jacob Chikrin extension that you're going to report any second now. Can you just go ahead and do that here on air with us? That guy's incredible.
You wish. Yeah, you wish.
I literally do. Yes.
Yeah, and look, I think that the Capitals and Chris Patrick, as soon as the trade deadline, March 7th is passed, it's good that the top priority from a management standpoint is going to be getting Jacob Chikrin locked up long term. And this kind of been a press box discussion among all of us over the past few days and weeks and months is how much is Jacob Chikrin going to cost this team? Remember back in 2018 after the Caps won, John Carlson signed 8 years, $8 million a year. So that's $64 million. I think that's where the price starts for Jacob Chikrin, and I think there's a good chance he could be a $9 million defenseman on a very long-term deal.
There's a bunch of those at this point. If you look at obviously the top end, you've got like Carlson, Dahlin, and Doughty making 11, but the 9 million guys is like Adam Fox and Charlie McAvoy and Seth Jones. So, I mean, if that's what it takes, I know that it sounds insane. I'm doing it. I think he's a great fit. They've essentially got the Carlson money coming off the books potentially after next year anyway, although he's playing like a guy who's still got some legs. They could maybe pay him less and then pay both. But I think Chikrin's got to be the number one priority, to your point.
He absolutely is. And then they also would love to get Charlie Lindgren signed to a deal, too, and run it back with Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren. And I do think John Carlson's not going to play a game in the NHL, not in a Washington Capitals uniform. And so they'll extend him as well. Maybe a little bit of a discounted price. But the salary cap is going up big time exponentially over the next 3 or 4 years, to where paying Jacob Chikrin $9 million a year and John Carlson $6 million a year is not going to hurt this team at all. And I think that's what. And over the next week and change, Chris Patrick has to worry about the trade deadline. But Jacob Chikrin is the immediate top priority after that.
Swine up. Thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy tonight.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
We'll see you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. Our pal Mitch Tischler joins us to talk about that very football team. Mitch, the Cleveland Browns GM said what he probably should say, that they're not interested in trading Myles Garrett. If an offer came in that was really interesting, maybe they might get interested. They're letting them know you're interested. Should that be something Washington is doing?
Absolutely. It should be something Washington's doing, and they're not going to be the only team that's doing it. There's nothing else that Andrew Berry could say up there other than we're not trading him. But this is all a ploy at this point. It's, similar to with the John Allen situation, which I'm sure we'll get to. But the second that you ask a player that they can seek a trade, or if you ask them to restructure their contract, you're essentially saying, hey, you're a candidate to be cut, and if you're not able to figure this out, then we're going to have to find a way to move on. I expect that Myles Garrett will ultimately get moved, whether it's to Washington or not. That's going to be interesting to see.
Speaking of John Allen, Adam Peters says everything's still on the table. How do you see this playing out?
Sure. There's no reason for Adam Peters to rule anything out at this point. And quite frankly, you can say that everything's on the table, but I think we all kind of know where this thing's going. We talked about him being a potential cut candidate with the no guaranteed money. Ultimately, I think he's not on the local 53 next season as we go forward. Whether they're able to work out a trade with him would be interesting, but if we're being honest with ourselves, as much as we have valued John here in Washington over the years, and he's been one of the better players on a really bad football team a lot of times, his production hasn't really matched his contract that he signed, and probably won't match the contract that he's requesting next. And so ultimately, I think any deal for John Allen is going to be minimal return, maybe a 7th with a possibility of him moving up to a 6th if he hits certain standards. But I think the idea that it could be a 3rd or 4th or a 5th, I think might be a little Ashburn syndrome-y.
How high would you go to bring Dante Fowler back?
That's interesting. I mean, here's the thing: if they're able to beef up the defensive end position, and you're able to bring back Dante Fowler as a situational pass rusher, I would be willing to extend myself a little bit there. But ultimately, I think the problem is that the depth is so weak at defensive end with this team that you need to spend that money on players that are going to be able to play, all 3 downs. And while Dante Fowler was a really nice revelation this year, particularly in the pass rush, I think you can look at some of the run issues and can point directly to Fowler not being quite the size of a typical defensive end, and his ability to kind of lock down a edge of a defense. So I'd get a little aggressive with him, but only if I'm able to bring in some other help from outside.
What's your level of confidence in a Marshawn Lattimore bounce back?
I'd say 50-50. What I feel confident about with this front office as it pertains to Marshawn Lattimore is this group has shown, we saw this year, that if a guy doesn't fit their system or isn't going to help them in the future, they have no qualms with cutting that thing short and moving on from him. And so I like the idea of bringing back Marshawn Lattimore for training camp, for the early part of the season. Maybe it's only the preseason, we'll see. Kind of see how he plays, see how he fits in with this defense when he has kind of a full off season to learn. And ultimately, if he's able to contribute as a as a number one, as a corner in any capacity, whether he's number one or not, then great, you keep him on the roster. But I trust Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and we've seen them jettison a lot of players who other front offices and coaching regimes wouldn't have gotten rid of. And so, quite frankly, he should be on this roster. I think he should be on the team next year, and it'll be incumbent on the coaching staff and the front office to make a strong decision when that time comes.
Who leads the backfield in touches next year? Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, or a player not on the roster?
Player not on the roster. I think that's definitely a position that we're going to see some change in. Certainly, I think big picture, kind of holistically, when you look at it, they kept two kind of scat back running backs, and then Brian Robinson as your one kind of main first and second down back. I think that'll get switched next year. I think Brian Robinson and a player to be named later will be your kind of first and second down backs. And, Austin Eckler's under contract. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen with him. Certainly he was a really nice piece this year, particularly when he was healthy. That guy has a long career, probably in front of a camera in the future. I don't know that I'm 100% sure that he's going to return to this roster. So I'm really on this, this player to be named later to be the kind of lead running back of this backfield.
Mitch, we appreciate you, buddy. Good catching up.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Enjoy Indy. There's Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports, and that is our Beltway Blitz. We've got DJ Hers of the Nationals stopping by the show in 40 minutes at 5 o'clock. Next, though, you just asked him about the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
That is the position we'll drill down on today. One position group every single day this week. We're talking RBs next for the Commanders. A position breakdown here on The Fan. It's Grant and Danny with you on a Tuesday.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Share local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Big football news today, just 2 weeks away from free agency in Washington, is that Commanders defensive tackle John Allen has been granted permission to seek a trade. He's been a mainstay in the defense, a team leader since being the 17th pick overall in the 2017 NFL Draft. Capitals back on the ice tonight, hoping to keep things going. They will take on the Calgary Flames, 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. The Great 8 chasing the Great 1. Ovi just 13 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL goals record. College hoops, Virginia Tech home against Louisville, 9 p.m. over on the Team 980. Nationals note, ESPN reporting all-star closer Kyle Finnegan is returning to the Nationals, reportedly a 1-year, $6 million contract. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Roll Forsey on the Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. DJ Hers of the Nationals joins us in about a half hour. Tomorrow on the show, we'll be joined by Caps defensive Jacob Chikrin.
Oh, interesting.
Looking forward to that. He has been incredible. And last time we had him on, about 6 weeks ago, I was really begging him to resign. It hasn't happened yet, so maybe we could do that again.
Yeah, we'll just go full court press.
Update us on your negotiation. What's going on there, Jacob? But he's got a game tonight with his teammates at Capital One Arena as Washington looks to continue its winning ways. By the way, do you realize they have one regulation loss since the new year? Think about that. They have one game where they haven't gotten
points. Is that
points.
right?
Yeah, it's like 15 out of their last 16 they've gotten points. So once since New Year's Eve have they not gotten a point in a game. Pretty astounding, the level of play for the Capitals. But we just did our blitz. You asked Mitch this question about the running backs. So let's get into our position group a day breakdown and go to the RB position. We started with quarterbacks yesterday. Running back is way more interesting, I think, because they've got some decisions to make here. Austin Eckler is under contract and will be back. Brian Robinson is under contract and will also be back. Jeremy Nichols is the only free agent. Chris Rodriguez, the 6th-round pick a couple of years ago, still a couple of years left on his rookie deal. But while he's played very well, is kind of one of those guys back of the roster that you would think is always kind of on a bubble to be back the following season because he's listed 4th on the depth chart. But the big question is, you kind of feel good about Eckler and his role, pass catching back, 2-minute, 4-minute offense. McNichols leaves. Do you just elevate Rodriguez to the 3rd guy, or do you go out and look for somebody like McNichols, who's more of that Eckler mold of shifty pass catcher? And then as far as B-Rob goes, are you willing to try one more time here with Brian Robinson, where every year it seems like another reason why it's close but no cigar? He's solid, but it's not great. But he is getting better. He had 3.9 yards per carry as a rookie, 4.1 last year, 4.3 this year. His attempts have been right around 185 to 205. He's been roughly around 800 yards throughout his career now in 3 straight seasons. You know how I feel. I've been beating the drum for a speedier home run hitting running back to replace him as the RB1 for a little while. But B-Rob is only 25. He doesn't make a lot of money. And you've got to acknowledge that his yards per carry have gone up each season he's been in the league.
They have. And buoyed by a couple very nice games. Regardless of, this is how you get your numbers anyway. Like you think about a major league hitter, you don't hit 300 every day. You hit, 400 for a month and 220 for a month, and you end up at the end of the year hitting 288. And you go, yeah, nice year. It's the average. So he had a handful of games where he was really, really good. The offensive line did well early on when teams weren't really sure how to handle stuff. You think of the Arizona game, 100-plus yards and a touchdown. The Giants, 133 yards, et cetera. Had some really nice ball games. But if you look game in and game out, there's of his, I think it was 14 that he played in, maybe 15 because he was banged up a bunch. The majority of them look, not even majority, overwhelming majority look like 11 for 36, 10 for 16, 5 for 10, 10 for 24. You see where I'm going. It ain't it. And I love the dude. Like, put personal stuff aside, what he overcame, what he, kind of how he goes about his business.
Him being shot.
Yeah, he was shot in the knee. Not like the tip of his pinky, like in the knee. You need them as running backs, I would say, or as anybody, for God's sakes. But this is not the style that I think fits the best for this kind of offense, and really for most modern offenses. There are exceptions. I mean, look at freight trains like Derrick Henry that kind of continue to defy the age curve, and the number of Earl Campbells that we've seen that are awesome, and then sort of I don't know, kind of fall off a cliff, Eddie George style. Some guys defy that. To me, he looks like someone that's old and tired in his mid-20s because of how much he gets beaten up and how much he gets hit. And it's mean, it's disrespectful, but this is the league, man. It's unfair. It goes on with or without you. I need more scat back. I need more quick. I need more home run. I need a younger Austin Eckler type. They don't grow on trees. He's exceptional. And certainly when he was in his prime, he was. But I need to find that. I want to major in that. There's a role for Robinson. It's just not leading my team in touches.
Eckler, for me, has never even really been the home run hitter I'm looking for. I am looking for a strike up the band speedster, like a guy that if he gets through the first level, it's curtains. I think pairing that back that I'm dreaming about and salivating over with Jaden Daniels would be awesome for this offense and for read option and for having him next to Daniels in the gun at the mesh point. Because then you just have this really dangerous, lethal weapon. And it makes Daniels, who didn't really rip off huge runs that often this year. I mean, he was, don't get me wrong, the best running quarterback, not named Lamar Jackson in the National Football League, but that was mostly by way of volume. Like, you didn't have the 60, 70, 80-yard Robert Griffin against the Vikings run from Daniels. And I think part of it is you didn't really have to be worried about whoever the back was next to him, with all due respect to Jeremy McNichols nor Brian Robinson. You mentioned this. Robinson had 3 100-yard games. That's it. For a guy that is your starter who plays 15 games, 3 times he ran for 100, and he had plenty of 15-plus carry games in there. But in 2 of those 3 games, he ripped off a huge run. He had 40-yard runs against the Giants and the Titans. And for him, that is as good as it gets. Like, those are career-long runs. If you remember, both of them, I won't say they weren't fluky, but like the Titans' 40-yard touchdown was an untouched, drive a golf cart through it hole where he was going, if you're at the game, basically away from the tunnel they come out of, but he just runs through the gigantic hole, never gets touched. It would have been a 59, 79-yard touchdown. It was just a bust, basically. Anybody would have scored it that was on their roster. That was the 40-yarder against the Titans as part of a 100-yard game for him.
And the Giants one was that weird pile up on a short yardage play, and then he squirts out the back and goes.
Everybody just kind of gets into a 20-man pile, and then he's somehow still standing as everyone's falling over, and he steps backward and then finds out no one's around me, and then he goes around the edge and he picks up 40. Still gets caught, by the way. But like, I need someone who can go for 60 or 70. So I just think Robinson is a really good RB2 that they've treated like an RB1, is basically how I would describe him. Stylistically speaking, I think he could be great in short yardage. We've seen him be really good on the goal line. I mean, you saw it again this past year. I mean, this is 13 touchdowns the last couple of seasons on the ground as a battering ram. That's the role for me. In a pinch, if he's got to go out and give you 15, 17, 18 carries because your starter's hurt, no problem. He was great at Alabama. He had a good career. He's a third-round pick, whatever. But I want speed. You lower the ceiling of your offense when you go with guys like him who are not scary. They don't worry you in open space. Like, if he gets around the edge with no one around him, you'll get to him in 17, 19 yards on an angle. It's not what I want. I want to, oh my God, he's loose. Go get one, please. Find me Jahmyr Gibbs. And that guy doesn't exist. I get it. But look, you're not looking for him either. You're not going to find him if you keep looking for B-Rob and
respectfully, you keep drafting Chris Rodriguez. Perfectly fine players, but that's not what we're talking about.
Try to draft Jahmyr Gibbs once and see where that gets you.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I would sort of look at those same things that they applied last year in terms of athletic scores to the running back spot. That to me is something I would do pretty consistently every other year, or however often I sort of would decide that round 4, round 5 range for me. I'd always try to find the guy that maybe went to Western Colorado State A&I or whatever, but doesn't have the ideal profile, but can really move, and maybe I can find someone that fits. At worst, he's my gunner on special teams, and we never hear from him again. But they need that. They need some explosion out of there. I'm with you. I mean, to me, the thing that I care about most is what you do in the pass game. And Robinson's actually not a bad receiver, and he's actually pretty decent in terms of pass pro. So he's better than you'd think there, but I need something way more dynamic. Again, you could see what would happen when Eckler was right and healthy. You got that Philly game up there. Eckler left, Eckler right. You're now in field goal range. Just on the opening, after the opening kickoff, right? You'd see it or Cincinnati when you and I were there. Pitch it to him this way, quick screen that way. You all of a sudden just picked up 25 yards, field position change. I need more guys that can do that. Eckler, I think right there at that 100 to 125 touch roll, I think is exactly right. I can't give him more than that because of injury. I need someone who can take some of those 200 plus touches of Robinson's and do more with them.
Yards per attempt are not everything. I understand that. But Eckler this year averaged a half yard per carry more than Robinson has at any point in the first 3 years of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And Eckler did it at 29 years old, battling through some injuries, right? The other thing is the way Robinson finished the season, and he had a really good game, I thought, against Detroit. You knew he wasn't going to be able to run the ball against Philly because nobody runs the ball against Philly. He was completely held in check, 10 carries, 16 yards against the Bucs. He was basically a non-factor in 2 of the playoff games. Detroit was terrible, and they were the opposite of Philly. Like, you and I could have run the ball against the Lions, and we knew that going into that game they'd be able to. But the end of the season, 2 yards per carry against the Cowboys, 2.4 against the Eagles, 3.1 against the Saints. He had 21 for 65 in that game that they almost lost. 2.6 against Dallas. There were only a couple games in the second half of the season where he had any real explosiveness or wiggle to him. And he wasn't the only guy that couldn't run. They all struggled.
Right.
But sorry about it. Like, that was a big show me season, and you didn't show me. That's where we ended up, is I didn't get shown.
And the other note on that Saints game, by the way, remember that he had a long of 22. There was actually a pass that he caught, but they said it was just backwards enough that they called it a run. It was really about 20 for 35, right? Because they were so determined that they'd be able to run the ball in that game, and they just couldn't, and they let New Orleans damn near come back and win it. I just can't beat my head against the wall right there. And I know that there's still this kind of last vestige of the thing that I sort of make fun of, that sort of the Neanderthal college football, the old school football guy, hat on a hat, Oklahoma drill, let's establish physicality downhill. And that battering ram is perfect for that. I just think that's not, and I know you want to establish some of that, so there's room for him on my roster and on my team and to get the football sometimes.
Yeah, football is still physical and violent.
It is.
And macho.
There's something to be said for that. I just can't have that guy get the most touches on my team by a factor of 100. See what I'm saying? He had 100 more touches than anyone else combined on my offense. That's not the most dynamic thing you can do.
My guess is the Eckler injury had a lot to do with that.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I get your point totally. And it's part of why your offense is going to lack explosiveness when you're choosing the let's get into a boxing match guy over the let's run away from you guy. To some extent, though, and you'll disagree with this, that's what they want to be. I mean, they've kind of proven that with a lot of the moves that they've made is that they would rather do the B-Rob thing. So I don't know if I'm going to get what I want.
Right.
Like, what I want, the home run hitter, the speedster, I think they look at the Lions and they'd covet Montgomery over Gibbs. That's what's frustrating.
That's an interesting quandary, by the way. Do you think they think that, or they just inherited this? Because you weren't going to move on from the guys that were already here for cheap.
I just know how they used guys.
Yeah.
This year. I mean, there was something about B-Rob they really liked because Rodriguez was a better version of him, and they just kept going back to the well as the year went on, in my opinion. If you look at someone just sent me Football Insights team run blocking grades this season. They had the way that they chart it, Washington as the 28th best run blocking team in the league. So I'm not sitting here pretending like this is all on B-Rob. They did not do a good job in the second half of the year.
Agreed.
In the run game, unilaterally and collectively. That is irrefutable. But I still need speed. And so the question we want to pose to you guys now, and we'll do it on the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 is the leading ball carrier in terms of rushing attempts this coming season for the Commanders on their team right now or not? Because Eckler's going to be here. He's going to be a key player. But he's not going to lead the team in carries. You saw the role they like for him. Basically, the question is it going to be Brian Robinson, or is it someone they don't have on the team yet that's going to lead them in rushing attempts? We'll answer that question, and we'll get your thoughts on the MGM National Harbor listener lines next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the official, unofficial mover of 1067 The Fan. They have moved almost everybody here at the station, including myself and JP Flame and Drabby T-Shirt and Danny and our boss CK and my in-laws and Danny's dad and a whole bunch of folks. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry leader among the preferred moving company and savvy real estate agents. DC's prominent move management companies. They all know about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, and they want to show you 3 decades of best in industry service and experience. They want to share it with you. Whether you're moving locally, long distance, residential, commercial, take it from me, you're going to love them, and you should make them your number one pick. Metropolitan Moving and Storage will help you stage your home. They can help you pack boxes. They can build a custom crate for you. They'll do it all. They've done it for me. They'll do it for you. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They are the best. Call them, 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Ask for my guy Justin over there. Or visit them at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Each day this week, we're taking another Commanders position group and breaking it down. Today, we're diving into the running back spot, where there's only one free agent among the 4 players on the roster all of last season. Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, Chris Rodriguez, all expected to be back. Jeremy McNichols is the free agent. The only guy I'd say you could lock in a similar role to last year's Eckler. I think it's going to be really comparable looking. Hopefully he's healthier and more involved because he was outstanding. But I guess what we're drilling down on and asking is, Brian Robinson, should you go into this coming season giving him what would be a 4th consecutive opportunity as your starting running back and be a really good rushing team? They weren't last year, and certainly in the second half of the year, they were one of the worst in football. Part of that was they weren't a good run blocking team. We just gave you the data on that. But they also really lack speed. So I'll just continue to beat this drum. The starting running back who's going to lead this team in carries is not on the team. I think they'll run a lot faster 40 than B-Rob. I think they'll be a different looking back in terms of skill set. And I hope they get with the times here and get someone who looks shot out of a cannon coming through the line of scrimmage.
So I just think they don't see things the way that I do. And I think they're better than me, and they should be in charge of the team, and I should not. And there's just going to be some times where I go, like doing the Jordan meme, where you're not Jordan, the LeBron meme, where you're pointing at your teammate, going, "Oh, he was right there." I think it's Brian Robinson again. I think they are enamored for whatever reason. I think this is the thing that they like and who they are, and we're giving guys the commander tag, and we're thumping downhill. We'll establish our physicality and blah blah blah, the blah blah blah, the blah blah blah. It's not what I would do, but I think it's what they're going to do.
They were here for one off season, and they went out and they got 2 new running backs that were heavily involved. They took a little bit off his plate. It's hard for me to imagine after they watched the stretch run of last year that they would sign up for more of that. But maybe you're right. I think that they saw enough, and I think that their acquisitions of 2 guys that are not really B-Robish, like Eckler told us as a weekly regular on our show, all season presented by IT Cadre, great segments. But he said McNichols is more me than Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's my replacement, so to speak. And we ended up seeing that. Rodriguez is more of the B-Rob. And both of those guys, remember, were inherited. Just something to think about. Let's go to Joshua in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What's up, Josh?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, let me preface this by saying I love B-Rob as a human being. I went to training camp, and he literally signed my baby. He picked up my 4-year-old and signed him on the back, and he got shot in this city for us. And I mean, he just seems like a good dude. But we have to move on. And I mean, as a season ticket holder, every time he got the ball in the second half of the season, we're screaming, put in Chris Rodriguez, because it just seemed like he could not make a move. And it wasn't always the blocking. He did not have the vision to do anything other than run into the guy in front of him. And the fact that he couldn't do it at the time that he couldn't do it, when we were when we desperately needed him to show up. And it's also weird to me that when he got fired up by the coach before the Detroit game, he showed up. So it was like he had that switch. He just wasn't flipping the switch. And one final question for you guys. Is this related to this loyalty thing? I feel like DQ has this thing about sticking with his guys no matter what. And that's what it felt like, because any rational decision would have used Chris Rodriguez a lot more, or at least not given 100 more touches to Brian Robinson, but he just didn't do it. Maybe it's a loyalty thing.
Oh, I definitely think there's some of that, this brotherhood.
Yeah, where we go, this is our heart and soul.
Exactly.
Going down with the one that brought us.
I'll go down with my guy, and he was their guy when the year started, so he'll be their guy at the end of the year. Look, I think there's some politics to this as well, in the sense that Chris Rodriguez was a 6th-round pick. For whatever reason, and I don't know why, in training camp, he was on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
He had fallen out of favor already, to the point where I got there for the first time 3 or 4 days into camp, and a couple of the beat reporters were telling me, "Oh, he's not making this team. I mean, he's barely going through the drills. They just don't seem to like the guy." Now, give him credit; he's a survivor. He hung around. He was on the practice squad. He got his shots, and all he did was make the most of them. Yeah, I definitely think there's something to that. I don't know that it's a vision issue with B-Rob. It could be. I think it's a suddenness issue.
I think it's both.
I know that. Yeah. I know it's a twitch issue, but I don't know that he can't see it. If that makes sense. To me, how could I possibly know if he's seeing it or not? I just think If he sees it, it doesn't matter because there's not enough suddenness and what I call twitch or wiggle or, just that ability to bounce that a shiftier, that's what it really is. It's a lack of elusiveness, a lack of shiftiness that his body type, that big bruising kind of physical back, doesn't necessarily have. But when you say it's time to move on, it's time to shift roles, I would say. But I don't think you have to not have him on the roster.
Right. I just want to be clear. I just mean he can't lead my team in touches by 100.
My starting running back that's not on the team is the leader in carries. B-Rob is a short yardage thumper, a goal line, needing one, whatever. Eckler's in his role. There's your group. And if you want to keep Rodriguez around for another year, awesome. I'm all for it. Let's go to Sherry in Eastern Shore. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my call. I think the problem with B-Rob is that he doesn't have the line. So your point about run blocking is all about it. No matter who we hire, they might be faster, they might have more twitch, they're still going to run into the wall because we don't have guys blocking for them. And if you look at B-Rob, I'm a big Alabama fan. Alabama puts elephants on their line. And he did great.
Yes, he did. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame, obviously. The only thing I would point to is both last year and this year, other guys on the team averaged more yards per attempt behind the same line. So this year, Eckler was 4.8, McNichols was 4.7, Rodriguez was 4.9, all roughly the same. B-Rob was a half yard behind all those guys.
And not every situation is the same. Not every
Understood.
carry is equal. Some are short yardage. Some are, the 3rd and 9 give up play. I mean, there's a million factors.
Goes without saying.
But the point's true. To me, though, if you've got the escape guy, that's not who Brian Robinson is. The escape guy can take bad blocking and turn it into something. Robinson to me is Thumper, and Thumper's not there to wiggle out like Houdini.
DJ Hers of the Washington Nationals vying for a spot in their rotation this spring. He'll be on the mound in spring training ball tomorrow. He joins us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. A lot of football business getting done in Indianapolis this week. Everyone on hand for the scouting combine. Commanders GM Adam Peters spoke today and confirmed earlier reports from today that Commanders defensive tackle John Allen has been granted permission to seek a trade. It's been a mainstay in D.C. since being the 17th overall pick in 2017, but with a cut or trade, they could save $15.5 million, his salary, against the salary cap, heading into what for Adam Peters should be another very busy offseason coming up.
I don't really compare this year to last year, but we just have a lot of free agents, and we still have a lot of holes to fill on the roster. We have, I think, the second least amount of players on our roster in the league right now, so we'll be busy, but we want to spend, on Commanders and spend the right way. So that's how we're going to look at it.
Peters also confirmed today senior personnel exec, former GM and former Washington player Martin Mayhew has decided to retire. Other NFL news, Cleveland Browns GM Andrew Berry reiterated today they do not plan to trade defensive end Myles Garrett. Kansas City Chiefs GM Brett Veach said today he expects Travis Kelce will return to play next season. Also a report today that tight end Rob Gronkowski has been working out, feels healthy again, and is considering a return to the NFL. Capitals on the ice tonight against Calgary, 7 p.m. on the Fan. College hoops, Virginia Tech takes on Louisville, 9 p.m. over in the Team 980. And the Nats reportedly bringing back closer Kyle Finnegan, 1 year, $6 million contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Now here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's 13 strikeouts. He strikes out the side of the sixth inning. He goes hopping off the mound back to the dugout. What a performance by DJ Hers. 13 strikeouts. Wow.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. There's never a day of rest in the NFL. The offseason about to ramp up with free agency starting 2 weeks from tomorrow. We found out today the Commanders have given defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade. A move for Allen, either a trade or release, could save them $15.5 million under the salary cap for free agency, which is coming up. GM Adam Peters also confirmed today senior personnel exec, former GM Martin Mayhew, has decided to retire. Capitals hope to keep things going. 7 p.m. face-off tonight against Calgary here for Caps Hockey and the Fan. College basketball, Virginia Tech takes on number 19 Louisville, 9 p.m. on the Team 980. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Big thanks to DJ Hers of the Nats for stopping by, Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. Would you keep Jonathan Allen or trade him for a day 3 pick if that's what it came down to? Now, remember, if you were to trade him and get a late round draft pick, you're also freeing up a ton of cap space. So normally that would be a no-brainer, except in this case, Danny, there's not really much of a need for more cap space. They already have literally more than they're going to use. Like, that's a saying. Got more money than you can use. They have more cap space than they're going to use this offseason. I guess it's still beneficial to just have more that you could potentially roll over. But this is our poll question today on our 1067 The Fan Twitter account. The poll of the day on Grant and Danny, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This is pretty simple. Not simple is the wrong word. It's a pretty basic calculation. Where again, this is what Adam Peters and company are tasked with doing. The way Howie Roseman thinks about it, the way all the smart GMs are doing it. Where are we better? What's more valuable to me? The services of John Allen at his present deal, or salary cap space, and call it a fifth or late fifth. I'm just making up that number. That's the value that we're doing our best to kind of quantify what that might look like. Maybe you could do better if you're willing to pay some of the salary, but just to keep things as simple as possible. Where is this football team better? I don't know that it's that concrete and easy an answer to a fairly simple question, because I don't believe this group is now going to go, oh my God, I got $16 million. Watch what I'm going to do and do a Brewster's Millions bit and go fill in every single need. You're going to responsibly bring back so many of the guys that were on one-year deals. A lot of them will be at pay raises. Think Dante Fowler. I think they'll go into a similar bin in terms of shopping. I don't see them going for a lot of big ticket items. Maybe I'm wrong about that. So if it's me doing it, Danny Peters, I'm more handsome and much more qualified than I am. I'm doing this because I want the cap space, because I want to go make a couple splashes. I don't know that that's their MO. So given in the real world, given that's where we are, and the way that they've gone about their business, and kind of you look at San Francisco and you look at Peters' proclivities, I might actually want to just keep John Allen, even if it is a bit of an overpay this year.
Well, the argument, I think, to keeping John Allen is that the import of D-tackle seems to be growing more and more and more. When you think about how teams are affecting quarterbacks now, and it seems like if you can have a presence on the interior and the ability to get to the quarterback from the inside, that it's actually more effective and beneficial than doing it from the outside. It's kind of odd to think about, but you think about like Aaron Donald winning the Defensive Player of the Year award all those times where he was so dominant and great. Even the Eagles, the Eagles pass rush, where they're at their best is Jalen Carter. The Chiefs, it's Chris Jones. It's not their edge rushers. They both have guys coming off the edge who can have success, and Lord knows the Eagles did in the Super Bowl. But I think there's something to reassessing now. What's most valuable? Is it pass rush from the inside, pass rush from the outside? We've always kind of thought you got to go get that defensive end who can get you 12, 13 sacks. And we're talking about it with Myles Garrett, who could be the best player on your defense and one of the best players in the league. But what if you're just awesome along the defensive interior? I think that's probably the way forward for a lot of teams. I just don't know if Allen changes that algorithm at this point of his career. Like, you've had him the last couple of years, and what do you have to show for it? I don't mean, was your defense good enough? I just mean, I think at his peak, probably 3-4 seasons ago, whenever that was, he was a little better, different player than he is now. And with Allen and Payne on the inside, that and a few bucks got you some coffee. Like, neither of those guys changed games, ended drives, took over games the way that you want. You're hoping that Johnny Newton can become that guy who they just drafted at 36 overall early in the second round. But if he's not going to be, at least he's going to do it much cheaper than Allen. You're paying Allen basically to be a Pro Bowler who is a fringe All-Pro. You're not getting that kind of
you're paying star money for fine, and you can't be
or even good.
Yeah,
star money
you're pretty
for good. But
And
if you do that a handful of times over, you're going to be a really
right. Just an okay team, honestly.
Not a very well like GM.
Right. And that's kind of the thing. This is the hard part. Because again, all this guy's done is everything right at all times. So this is one of those cultural questions. It's one of those, you want a good dude that's done, again, as I said, it's done everything right. All he's done is given everything he has to a franchise that hasn't really rewarded him with many wins and a good process until right now, his final year, and they ended up getting hurt. So I would love some way, and I know this isn't one of the options, to say, John Allen, we would like you back, slightly reduced role, heavily reduced salary. Let's work something out that, maybe benefits both of us. If he's still in the, I'm John Allen, I'm the dude, I'm still an alpha, I still have my fastball, I need to go to free agency or find some place where I can get a contract extension to get paid, I would say seek permission, find that. If you get it, great for you. We'll move on. And one day we'll come back and have a nice ceremony. When you play against us or when you retire, you can come out at halftime and give a speech. All fun and good. I'd love for him to be back. I don't think I can do it at that money if it's me. But for them, I don't know. I don't see them taking that money and turning it around and spending it in a major way because they've already got a lot of cap space, to your point.
All right, I want to play deal or no deal with you right here on Grant and Danny. I'm going to offer you a trade for John Allen, and you can either accept that deal or pass on it. And we can go around the room. I'll make an offer to each of you. But let's start with you, Danny.
Okay.
I will now call Danny Rouillet in his front office.
Hello, Danny Rouillet.
Hey, Danny, it's Grant Peters over with the Washington Commanders.
Grant, saw you on TV looking sharp, my man. You're handsome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, buddy, you got it.
I'd like to send John Allen your way.
Okay.
All I'm looking for is a 5th round pick.
You want a 5th for John Allen?
Yeah.
Why? Let me ask you this, Grant. Again, I'm mesmerized. I'm trying not to look at your eyes because I'll kind of do whatever you ask me to do if I look at you in the face. Why can't I just sign him in free agency when you cut him in a couple of weeks?
I don't have any questions worth answering right now. I just need to know if you're willing to give me a 5 for John Allen.
No.
Okay.
No.
Very
Sorry,
good.
man.
I realized after I called you you should be the Commanders in this exercise.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling you and making the offer for John Allen.
All right.
In deal or no deal. But you just said no. Basically, I'm offering a 5 for John Allen. You're saying no.
Yeah.
If you're Adam Peters.
Oh, if I'm Adam Peters, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a whole different ballgame.
Right, it's a different ballgame.
All
But
right, so
if I'm the team that's I go, I'm not offering him much for you. I can go get him.
All right, so Darius, you're the Commanders. I'm calling you now for John Allen.
Commander speaking.
Hey there. It's your pal Grant Paulson. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm just Adam Peters. That's all.
Yeah, it's a good life over there for
Life's
you.
good. I'm very handsome.
So this is the LA Rams on the phone, by the way. I hold pick 26 in every round.
I thought you don't believe in picks.
I didn't used to. And that's why I'm calling you right now to offer you a draft pick. I'm offering you a 6th round pick for John Allen.
Ooh, 6th round pick. Les Snead. Here, let me think on that. I think I can do better than a 6th.
So you're not accepting the deal?
No, I'm not going to accept that.
Good enough.
I thank you though, Les.
All right, very good. So Darius turned down $16 million in cap space and a 6th round pick to keep John Allen on his roster. See, this is what I am getting to. I think that we saw it with the calls earlier from fans. Darius is turning down an offer. I think people kind of get steamed up to keep John Allen on the roster.
Oh, fans do.
But who else are we talking
100%.
about?
Yeah, people
I'm
are very much
calling
in.
Adam Peters right now.
Yeah.
Darius is a fan. All right, let's get Toby on the horn then. Let's see what Toby's got.
Washington Commanders.
Hello, Mr. Altizer. It's Grant Paulson from the Green Bay Packers. How are you?
Is this in regards to John Allen?
It is.
You can have him.
I haven't given you my offer yet.
That's fine. I accept it.
Wow. Tobes, what do you have against John Allen?
I'm saving a lot of money.
$16 million.
I'm saving a lot of money for a player that had a nice run here.
Yeah.
Been reasonably effective in recent times, but not too recent times.
All right, so shtick aside, then I will offer you a 7th in 2026.
Sure, let's do it.
You're doing that?
Yes, 100%.
How about Toby Altizer?
Yeah, Toby's ready to move, by the way.
Are you turning up the heat a little bit for some radio shtick, or is this serious?
This is a behind the scenes, too.
No, I believe this.
So you're just in. You're just moving on.
I'm moving on regardless.
Because your point is I'm cutting the guy. You would
Correct.
cut him for the $16 million.
Yep. Anybody that calls and offers, great. You can have him.
All right. Now, you might want to work the phones a little bit, but I like for the exercise, you're saying I will accept that offer.
Yeah.
Basically, you're going to tell the GM then, hey, we've got a deal. If I can't do better, I'll call you back in a few hours. I love it. Toby Altizer's moving John Allen for a bag of footballs. Wait, this is a man who rules with an iron fist.
He wants that cap space.
A lot of blood, a lot of sweat, a lot of press conferences where he was angry after losses. All right, Ryan, you're the last one to get an offer.
Adam Peters.
Yeah, Mr. Peters, this is Grant Paulson with the Houston Texans.
How we doing?
25th pick in every single round. How you been?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
Doing well. I want John Allen. Heard you guys have made him available. Talked to the agent. We're working some things out. But here's what you need to know.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a 7th round pick this year and a 5th round pick in 2026 for John Allen.
Okay. We do like Jonathan Allen. And if you're in a 2.5 sacks, like obviously that's a lot of sacks there. So I would see why you would want him.
The joning. I don't understand.
Well, no, but here's also the thing, though. He's a team leader. You guys need a leader in Houston.
Why are you talking me into the trade? I called you and offered you a trade.
Because here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I want that 5th round pick in 2026 to be a 4th round pick.
No, we're not.
You need a leader.
The offer is a 7th round pick this year and a 5th round pick next year.
Okay, let's talk. Martin
Martin
a deal.
Retired, by the way.
Marty
retired also.
Marty.
This is going tough.
The
This is
assistant
bad.
GM.
Yeah, Lance
Newmark.
Yeah, Lance. Silly
Yeah.
white-haired Lance.
You better get your corporate ladder straight.
I know, you're right. We got a deal.
He took the
Wow.
deal. So we picked up at the end there. We picked up 2 trades pulled off for John Allen. Danny Rouillet would not take a. You would take.
I would take a 5th.
Would you take a 6th for him?
No.
You wouldn't.
Mm-mm.
Keep him on your roster.
Yeah. Because I don't hate the idea near as much as Toby.
I don't either. But $16 million you're clearing up, plus the 6.
Mm-hmm.
You have to add $16 million cap space when you do this. That's not nothing.
No, it's significant. I just, again, if this was now we've got the opportunity, watch what we do with it. We're going to go to this, into the open market and start going supermarket sweep style with impact players. I don't think they're really going to utilize it. To me, there's still value in having a leader, a pregame speech guy, a solid player who's transitioning to a slightly new role as rotational defensive tackle. I'll overpay for that for a short amount of time rather than just get nothing for it.
We're talking about like 6% of the salary cap that you get to play with. All right, let's ask the folks. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. What do you need to trade John Allen? Or are you of the belief that if you don't get the right offer, you would just release him because you want the $16 million in cap space? Would you rather him be on the team like Danny and Darius, or would you rather whatever draft picks you can get and the cap space you're saving like Toby and Ryan? You're listening to G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're considering selling your home, you got to give my friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams a telephone call. Let them work for you. They'll use that database of over 16,700 qualified buyers to guarantee the sale of your home fast, and for top dollar. If it sounds too good to be true, it ain't. Reynolds Power Home team have countless reviews from families they have served that back up what they say, just like ours. They get sellers 6.1% more money on average. Think about that. That's tens of thousands of dollars more in your pocket. So many uncertainties in the world right now. One thing is certain. Your home is going to sell if you use Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team. They're so confident in their services. Listen to this. If your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Do what we did and call them right now about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or just go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny on The Fan. Should remind you that the 106.7 The Fan merch store is packed with all kinds of Commanders, Jaden Daniels, shirts and hoodies after the playoff run. We got great Nats gear as well if you're getting ready for their season. There is Ovi and Capital stuff in the 106.7 The Fan merch store as well. So check it out. Order now to get yours. 1067thefan.shop.com. We're talking John Allen and what you would need to trade him. So I really didn't pick a side. I am of the belief, I think, that the value of $16 million in cap space is now a larger priority for me than having him on the roster. And I say that knowing, A, that he's a pretty good football player who could still help you a bunch, and B, that they don't even need the $16 million massively. But the juice now outweighs, is worth the squeeze, so to speak, I think. And that's what I'm going to settle on is I would trade him. I would get a pick. I think you could work hard and pit some teams against each other and maybe get a late 5 or something.
Is there a line that you wouldn't go past? In other words, if someone's like, I'll give you a 7th, dude, a conditional 7th, would you still do it?
Probably not. I mean, but the cap space is really the move for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like $16 million, as I said, it's about 6% of the salary cap.
So then if you don't get a deal, would you just cut him?
Well, at that point, I would take the 7th, I guess. But I guess I got to pick a side here. I think I could do better. I don't know how realistic it is that it would take a 7. I mean, but yeah, if we're playing a game, hypothetically, I guess I would. I mean, for me, I've drafted Johnny Newton for a reason. I've got to trust my evaluation, trust my guys developing him on my staff. I've paid Payne a ton of money. This was always the plan, essentially. It wasn't to necessarily have those two guys. And by the way, I can go cheap and young and impactful. I could go sign a defensive tackle for half of what John Allen makes, who could be damn good. I mean, it's not like I'm giving up on the position. The position's important. I just didn't see enough until the final game or two of the playoffs to feel like I've got to have him on the roster. And I know he was hurt, but that's part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he has had some of those scares and injuries. Sam's in Gainesville. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call. So, listen, great conversation, great debate. He's got to go. Nothing against him personally. He's been a great leader for this organization, but you just said it, Grant. He's coming off an injury. He wasn't very impactful prior to his injury. He's lost a step. And if someone offers me a 5th-round pick, I'm taking it. Or even a low-end 6th-round pick. Anything above that, keep him. Maybe he'll be motivated if we bring him back with JD5 and company to play really, really hard. But it's not surprising. I think it's time to let him go. Thanks for the call, guys.
Appreciate you. I mean, again, for everybody, there's got to be a walk-away point. I guess what I mean is I'd rather get a 4th than a 5th. I'd rather get a 3rd than a 4th. But I'm not just going to give him away. And it sounds like some of the guys, like Toby, would cut him right now just so we could get that signature on the piece of paper. But for me, it's my cutoff is between a 5 and a 6. To me, $5 million, or rather, a 5th-round pick and that $16+ million is worth more to me than having John Allen at an overpay.
Well, even what's a 5th-round pick really worth? I mean, it's a special teams linebacker. It's a back of the roster corner, probably. Like, I mean, to me, if you're if I want a 5th-round pick for him, to get what? I mean, maybe if that and a 4 gets you a better 4, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just more ammunition for me. Whether I use the 5th or turn it into a 4th next year or whatever, I want more. I
think it's about the money.
Then you don't care about the pick. Then you would just cut him, I guess, at the end of the day. If you couldn't get a pick.
Yeah, I mean, a pick is nice in addition to. But yeah,
of course. And
to me, the debate is essentially like when I'm thinking about it, I'm not really thinking about like, is a 6 better? I'm just going $16 million in cap space or having John Allen help me as a rotational D tackle, which is kind of what I view him as now, by the way.
And I'm overpaying for rotational D tackle. There's a point where I would say, you know what, I actually rather have him than not. And I guess for you guys, if there's no endpoint to what you'd accept, of course you want a 5th rounder. It's better than a 6th, better than a 7th, etc.
Yeah.
But if you don't care about the pick, then to me it's about the cap space, which means if you can't trade him, you're moving on. And that's where I'm on the other side.
When do you feel like the last time John Allen played top 10 D tackle football was?
22.
You think that year? So he had 7.5 sacks. He had 17 hits on the quarterback. I mean, that was nowhere near what he was in 2021, in my opinion, when you go back and look at some of the counting numbers. But it was a really, really good year, and he hasn't sniffed it the last couple of years. Do you think he could still play like that?
No.
That was a couple injuries and 3 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think that guy exists anymore. I think he's now, more ceremonial. It's rotational D tackle. So I'm overpaying for that. I'm fully aware. I know that the price doesn't meet the production.
Which would be a problem. Your point, I would imagine, to put words in your mouth, is I can't overpay because I'm in such a good financial situation.
Yes.
I also don't think, there was a time to me where overpaying John Allen make a little more sense because he was the leader of the locker room. He gave the speech on Wednesday. He gave the speech right before the kickoff of the game. Everyone puts their hands in. Now, I don't, you don't need to rank these guys, but like Bobby Wagner and the new school, Frankie Louvu, these guys have all moved ahead of him in my thinking in terms of that.
But there's no guarantee I get some of those guys back. Louvu, yes, but I don't know if I'm getting back.
Understood, but the culture has shifted. It's changed, and
you would hope.
So you have maybe you don't have Bobby Wagner back, but you have Frankie Louvu. You've got Daron Payne. You've got Mikey Sanders still can be that guy. Was that guy at Michigan? On offense, Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels. Sam Cosme on the line. They've got good leaders now. They don't have to overpay for that because he's the only one in the locker room, which was the case a handful of years ago.
Yeah, totally fair. I mean, again, this is also my sort of pragmatic approach to this. Danny Rouillet, GM, moves on. I want the cap space. I'm going big game hunting. I'm sort of putting myself in Danny Peters' shoes. I don't think they do that. I don't think they're going to do the thing I want them to do this offseason. So an extra $16 million on top of my 80 some odd million, they're not going to spend right up to that limit. So to me, it's not as exciting to have that much more cap space.
Oh, no. You're definitely creating savings to have savings.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's almost like when you talk to your parents or something and you're like, you should go on a nice trip. And they're like, nah, I just want to be at home. Well, what are you saving all your money for? Just to roll it over to what? To who? Go use it. Go spend some money. There is some of that. You're creating 16 million more in savings just so that you could potentially roll some more over next year and have more to look at. Because I'm with you. They're not going to use all of their money based on the offseason they had last year. I don't think they're that team. I don't think they are. You're not that guy, pal.
Not that guy, pal.
You're not that pal guy. You're not that buddy, pal. All right, Grant and Danny on the Fan. A lot of NFL headlines, including quarterback news today from the Combine. We've talked a lot about the Commanders. Let's spin you around the NFL. We'll get you Caps Power Play as well. We'll be busy taking you up to 6:30 on
I'm Earl Forsey, the sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Well, for the Commanders, GM Adam Peters spoke at the NFL Scouting Combine today in Indianapolis. He confirmed the reports from early in the day that the team has granted defensive tackle John Allen permission to seek a trade. Could save him $15.5 million or so under the salary cap. Potentially could give them $98.6 million to spend in free agency, which is coming up now in just a couple of weeks. Should be another busy offseason for Adam Peters and company.
I don't really compare this year to last year, but we just have a lot of free agents, and we still have a lot of holes to fill on the roster. We have, I think, the second least amount of players on our roster in the league right now. So we'll be busy, but we want to spend, on Commanders and spend the right way. So that's how we're going to look at it.
Peters also confirmed today senior personnel exec, former GM, former Washington defensive back Martin Mayhew has decided to retire. Cleveland Browns GM Andrew Berry reiterated they are not planning to trade defensive end Myles Garrett. Kansas City Chiefs GM said he expects Travis Kelce will return there to play next season. Capitals try to keep things going on the ice tonight against Calgary, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. College hoops, Virginia Tech takes on 19th-ranked Louisville, 9 p.m. on the Team 980. And baseball reports say all-star closer Kyle Finnegan is returning to the Nationals' one-year, $6 million contract. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
As Washington gets ready this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show wants to know. That's the law firm Condori & Murad. They're going to help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney if that's what you need. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
This is a cool thing. We want to send you to Vegas. You can win an ultimate tournament trip to Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships, flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free app, the Odyssey app, rather. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk.
2 teams already played, I should say will be playing today in DC sports. One already played, and that was the Nationals in spring training, improving to 3-0. They scored 14 runs on the Marlins, and some of the kids put together some quality at-bats. Jacob Young hit a home run for the Nationals today, his first of the spring, as did Robert Hassel, who has shined early in the spring. It's very early, but the prospect who came over from the Padres in the Juan Soto deal, trying to get to the major leagues, has acquitted himself very, very well. From a pitching standpoint, most notably today, Trevor Williams made his first start since getting a 2-year contract to come back to the Nats. Gave up a couple of runs and a hit in his 2 innings of work. But the news out of Nats camp today is that they actually made a move. They did bring back Kyle Finnegan, their closer last year, signed him to a 1-year deal for about $6 million reportedly. Finnegan finished 3rd in the league in saves last year. Remember, he was set to make about $9 million. The team elected not to do that, didn't think he was worth that. So they said, no, thank you, allowed him to go to free agency. He's been on the market ever since for months, and obviously couldn't get a better deal than what Washington just offered him, which was the $6 million to come back. So give them credit. I mean, they saved $3 million here by playing hardball, allowing him to go look for a suitor. And they were right when it came to evaluating him. So you got to give them some credit for that.
No, they certainly were, in terms of not wanting to pay what it would have taken in arbitration. Where I don't give them credit is not trading him in the first place, right? If you'd like to sign him.
That was last season's mistake.
Yeah, if you want to sign him in the offseason, you were welcome to do that, as anybody could have. But the fact that you weren't going to sign him, didn't trade him, didn't want to pay him in arbitration, sort of just didn't make any sense. You could have added, a middling or mid-level or whatever kind of prospect or something like that. But I digress. So, yeah, that's good. I think that answers the ninth inning question, at least to start the year, right? And we're going to have to deal with the inevitable first couple of weeks of the season, there's going to be like a 40 next to his name when it comes to ERA. And then after that, he'll pitch much better. But his starts are rough and tumble.
Yeah, he is a very streaky guy generally. He will have 2 or 3 appearances in a row a couple times this year where he walks a lot of guys, he gives up a bunch of runs, he blows a couple saves, but then there's going to be those stretches of a month at a time where he allows 1 run. I mean, that's kind of the roles that he gets on. He's a good reliever, probably not a first division closer, not someone you want saving the ball game in the 9th inning if you're trying to win a World Series, but clearly at this moment for the Nationals, that's not really where they are as an organization anyway. The other team that is in action tonight is the Capitals, and we'll get you a power play before we get out of here tonight. But Alex Ovechkin's back on the ice for the first time since his weekend hat trick, and the Caps are skating for the first time since scoring 15 goals in 2 games on Saturday and Sunday.
Incredible.
8 in a blowout of the Penguins, and then 7 in an onslaught against the Oilers. They've got the Flames in town for a 7 o'clock puck drop tonight with Ovi just 12 goals away from Wayne Gretzky. But NFL Combine today, tons of NFL news, so let's take you around the league. There's a ton going on. We will begin with the Chiefs, who expect Travis Kelce to play in 2025. Sounds like while he could still change his mind, at least the conversations they've had with him or with his camp make the team think that he is expecting to play this coming season. Was still under contract, still making a lot of money, but after the season he had, which is the least productive of his career, 8.5 yards per catch in his mid-30s, it just felt like maybe we'd seen his final game. But I'll bet you he would have retired had they have won the Super Bowl because they got embarrassed and because he played poorly in the game. My sense is he wants to finish on a different note.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. And you don't want to make those kind of decisions about your future in an emotional state, right? Where that went about as badly as it possibly could. They got by on guts and guile and savvy and a bunch of other things. Again, I kept pointing this out on their way to the Super Bowl. They had a worse team point differential than one of their middling 9-7 Alex Smith checkdown teams of a handful of years ago, and yet they were 15-2. They went 15-1 in games they gave a damn about. Pretty incredible. Their luck kind of ran out against a buzzsaw that was Philadelphia. But had they gone out in a different way, had they won 40-22 or found a way to keep doing it one more time and eked out a W, maybe he'd ride off into the sunset.
First time a member of the Ravens organization has been forced to take questions on Justin Tucker, the unlucky assignment drawn by general manager Eric DeCosta today as he was at the podium. His quote on Tucker, "I think we're fortunate that the league is doing an investigation. We'll wait as patiently as we can for as much information as we can, and we'll make our decisions based on that." So he basically pushed things off toward the team, away from the team rather, and toward the league in their investigation. And he said, we'll play the waiting game. 16 women have come forward to allege sexual harassment and misconduct against Justin Tucker from 2012 to 2016. All of them masseuses, saying that he was acting inappropriately while getting massages at high-end massage places around Baltimore.
Yeah, the accusations are troubling, certainly, and there's nothing to do but what DeCosta suggests. We need to wait for all the information to play out. There's no alternative there. Now, a lot of teams will say the timing of this may not work for us. We have to solve the kicking problem. We have to either do it or don't. We need to know what's going to happen. Is he going to be suspended for a month, for a game, for a year, 2 years? Is he ineligible to play? At some time, this league that puts on football games and a great television product that's not a professional investigative body has to kind of come to a conclusion, and it doesn't always jive with a team's needs. So, again, there's no good way to handle that. An unenviable position for DeCosta today.
So this was interesting, though, before we move on from this. Ravens coach John Harbaugh said the accusation against Tucker are not what you want to wake up and read. He also said that's what we're waiting to try to do is reconcile it. That's what the process is for. That's why you've got to come to an understanding, if you can, of what exactly happened. Went on to say, we've all got questions. Nobody knows what happened, so let's see where the review takes us. They're kind of, at least in Harbaugh's case, playing the side of, hey, these are allegations, but nothing's been proven yet.
Right.
And nobody knows what happened in that room, and certainly not the people that are asking the question. So he's kind of taking that tact. But DeCosta today, the GM, was asked about the Ravens' zero-tolerance stance for domestic violence. This is something John Harbaugh's referenced, I guess, a couple of times, according to this ESPN story I'm reading, where 3 years ago, when he was asked about Deshaun Watson getting an 11-game suspension for the accusations of sexual misconduct with massage therapists, DeCosta at that time, or Harbaugh at that time, rather, cited a zero-tolerance policy within the organization. DeCosta echoed that in 2021, I guess, at that time. Today, DeCosta said there are no absolutes. In this case, we're still awaiting as much information as possible. So it's one of those things where now it's one of your guys. It's a guy that's meant a lot to your organization who's under the gun. And you also don't want to just act quickly without all the intel. See what happened with Brandon McManus in Washington.
Yeah,
not to say he was completely innocent.
The punter who was cut because of accusations that turned out to not be true. Yeah.
Matt Araiza.
Again, this is not, I don't mean to belittle any victims potentially. These are serious things. They should be taken seriously. That means everyone has to wait. We hear something. We want our pound of flesh right away. Wrong. Sorry. You're going to have to be patient. The information has to come forward. That's the only thing that matters.
And if there's evidence that he did it, you'll get your pound of flesh.
100%. Yes.
And you should, by the way. The Falcons talked today. Terry Fontenot, their general manager, said that they plan on keeping Kirk Cousins around as their backup as of right now. It'll be costly. He'll make a ton of money to be a backup. There was some thought that the Falcons would cut Kirk Cousins, take on the dead money that it would take to do so, and then that Cousins could go start somewhere. You look at Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, his former play caller, needs a starter with Deshaun Watson hurt. Sean McVay might be trading Matt Stafford, who Cousins worked with. The Rams are currently saying maybe we'll roll with Jimmy Garoppolo, which I don't believe for a second. But would you rather have Cousins than him? I would think so. There might be some options for him. The Titans, the Raiders, the Giants, who knows? But if he's still a backup and he's just kind of held hostage by Atlanta, hold me hostage for $40 million.
Yeah.
Then he doesn't get to play and he'll be a backup anyway at 37 years old. So this is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out. But they would incur big-time dead money if they released him. So something would have to be ironed out between him, his agent, and the team.
Yeah, this is, again, I like Michael Penix. I liked him coming out of the draft. I liked him in Washington. I still like him. I think he can be really good in the league. It's why it didn't make any sense. Because if Michael Penix plays well and he may be your new starter, this is just sitting there. This is the turd in the punch bowl. That is a hard to get out of. It takes two willing dance partners to want to forego this enormous amount of money that's headed Cousins' way.
When they can get out of the deal is after this year for $35 million in dead cap, which is still not nothing, by the way.
No, that's huge.
But it's way more tolerable over a couple years to spread that out. Right now, it's $65 million in dead cap to get out of it at this point.
And again, for everybody that's like, you draft your quarterback of the future, what's the problem? This is the problem. Well, this part right here.
You could say, though, the problem was signing Cousins if you thought you were going to draft Penix. In other words, the picking of Penix, who might be the answer, isn't the issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Cousins contract that was the problem. My point is you can't do both. Once you paid Cousins, which happened before the draft, then you should have drafted a pass rusher and built up a better team. Because, though, Cousins struggled, wasn't healthy, all those things, it actually worked out that they drafted Penix. But regardless, it doesn't make sense to do both. Pick one or the other. You could draft a quarterback in the top 10. You could pay a quarterback $100 million and lock in for a couple of years. But anyone who says, oh, this was genius. No, it wasn't. You cannot do both of these two things.
Yeah, you've limited what you can get for Michael Penix and the rest of that team. Cousins is dead cap, by the way, if they moved on. I think this year $65 million in dead cap.
That's what I just said, yeah.
I mean, $65 million. I'll say it one more time. $65 million.
Yeah.
Whoops. You cannot tell me that's correct.
Anthony Richardson, the starting quarterback for the Colts the last 2 years, Danny, maybe not for much longer. How about Chris Ballard, their GM today, saying that they're going to have an open quarterback competition between whatever quarterbacks are on their roster.
Wow.
He also acknowledged that all options are on the table in terms of signing a veteran, trading for a veteran, drafting a QB. Basically, the only thing he would acknowledge or guarantee is that there's going to be a competition. Wow.
Yeah.
That didn't take long.
No.
I was not a big Richardson guy coming out. He's very young. He was super inaccurate, 22 years old. Unbelievable physical traits, though.
Yep.
One of the strongest arms in the league, one of the best athletes in the league, one of the fastest runners at the quarterback position. 11 touchdowns, 13 interceptions for him in his first 15 career games. And the real bugaboo on the resume, it won't show up on a NFL.com stat sheet. Remember, he asked out of a game because he was tired at one point this year And apparently that just went over like a fart in church in the building.
You just can't. There's no way to do that. No way around that. Here's the thing. If it's already time to give up on him, and he hasn't played well, I'm not saying he has, then you can't draft a project. See what I'm saying? Like, this was a team that was...
say that again.
So if you're ready to pull the plug on Anthony Richardson, then you can't draft a project if you're the Colts. Because he was the whole time, everyone's going, this is a project. This is going to take a while. And you didn't give him a while, right? Like, he got hurt a bunch, and he showed you that maybe he's not ready for this. Totally understand he's not ready for this. He was not ready for this in the beginning. He was a project. You see what I'm saying? Like, this group was I thought, in their minds, ready to compete. So this was, to me, was like when Ernie Grunfeld drafted Jan Vesely to a veteran team with the big three that you probably needed some immediate help. Not a teenager who couldn't score 10 points in a gym alone by himself. A guy that was at project at best. That's what this was. This was a project that needed projecting. You need some time, and it takes a while.
So I disagree a little bit. But I think we'll say the same thing in the end. They shouldn't have taken him, is the point. And the reason they shouldn't have taken him is because if he takes longer than 2 years to figure it out, he ain't it. If he takes longer than 2 years to figure it out, he shouldn't be being taken in the top 5, period. I disagree with the idea that they didn't give him, like, where you drafted a project, you didn't give him project time. 2 years is as long as you get, man. I mean, what, you're going to give him three? He needs 3 years to develop. In what era? In what decade? I don't have that much time as a head coach. Shane Steichen doesn't have 3 years to go 5-12. He gets fired. Chris Ballard seems to have more lives than a cat as a general manager and picks quarterbacks every couple of years. But no chance should he need 3 years. And I guess here's where we come to the same realization. He shouldn't have been drafted where he was if he needed more than 2 years to figure it out. But no one should be. You should never draft a quarterback early in the first round that needs longer than 2 years to connect the dots.
It's impossible to know at the time. But the whole point is, hey, this guy's raw. Well, yeah, it's going to take some time. Is everyone sure we get that time?
He had 2 seasons.
Yeah, for a group that...
Sadly for him, he got hurt, if you remember.
Right,
and that killed him for most of his first year.
Part of my point.
He only played the first month.
Yeah, and so this was a group... Again, this wasn't Cleveland drafting him, right? I just picked another bad team. The Colts they were frisky for a postseason berth for the last couple of years, right? They were in this very mediocre at best division.
And they had a real quarterback playing. They actually did almost make the playoffs. Remember, they were in the game to win the division last year.
Winner go in
against
Houston, yeah.
Because Flacco outperformed what they were getting out of him. Only thing we disagree on is the amount of time you can give him. I think this was the time. 2 full seasons. Now, he got hurt. That sucks. Mm-hmm. But you gave him a whole sophomore second season now to prove something, and he didn't. Like, there weren't... If he showed major growth or major strides, or... I think what people on the outside don't get a lot of times where they're like, he didn't have enough time. Every day at practice, every day in the building, you see what the guy is. You see how he works. You see when he shows up. You see what kind of hours he puts in, what kind of studying he does, what kind of teammate he is, how he practices. And then you see the game stuff. Trust me, the teams really want him to be the guy. Like, they drafted him. They're paying him all the money. It would be great for them if he's the guy. They're not moving on because they don't want him to be. They're seeing something with all that intel that goes, damn, I don't think we got this right. It makes them look terrible. It probably puts their jobs on the line. Like, the last thing they want to do is Anthony Richardson to not work out. So it tells me, with all of that information they're inputting,
oh yeah,
there's something that is not showing up as right. And I guess my point is, if this was just he needs more time because he's a project, but my God, is he physically talented and showing all the things, but he just needs another year. I don't think that's what's happening with him. Like, I think you watch him and you go, oh my God, he's 4 of 17 passing right now in the third quarter. The next week, oh my God, he's 7 for 21 passing right now. It's just not what it looks like. There's not enough deposits.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I come back to the same thing. I'm repeating myself over and over. Like, we can't be surprised when we draft a project that a project showed up. Like,
but I think this is what it was.
Well, he was so far. Well, the athletic traits are so unique and so incredible that you go, this is worth spending some time on. And now it's taking time and nobody can believe it.
But how much time?
I don't know.
2 years is not enough time?
I don't know. Not when he played 4 games as a rookie. Maybe. I mean,
first of all, they're not cutting him. So he'll still be on the roster. They're going to make him compete.
Sure. I mean,
you've lost the luxury of being the starter.
You get no benefit of cutting him cap-wise.
No, I understand. But I'm saying, like, I can't go into the year with my head coach coaching for his job now because this guy has stunk up the joint.
And I'm not advocating playing him, by the way. They're better with somebody else, probably. They'll dip into the Gardner Minshew tier and play 500 ball.
You're saying they needed to give him more time.
I'm saying this is one of those. I don't know. It's a mistake to draft a project if you can't deal with the project.
Yeah.
Like, this is a project who hasn't played well yet.
I just think it was a bust of a player. Like, you took a guy in the top 5 who can't play, in my opinion. He has not shown that he can play.
Right.
And this is what always happens is people like, you got to give him more time. People still want Justin Fields to get more time. How much more time?
How many more years?
Like, at some point, you got to play good football, man.
Yeah, throwing and completing 47% of your passes.
Did Bo Nick show more this year than he has shown?
Absolutely. After 7 years
Drake
in college.
May,
yeah.
Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams. Like, all of them have had better stuff on pay tape this year. Like,
without a doubt.
At some point, you just got to force me to give you that time that you're asking for. I don't know that he's done that. Bengals spoke this afternoon. I guess that's coming up sometime right around now that they're supposed to be at the podium. Curious to see what they said about T. Higgins, by the way, because they're going to be one of the most talked about teams this offseason. They got to pay Jamar Chase. They've got to get T. Higgins done to a franchise tag or they lose him. And the number 1 sack artist in the NFL this past year is also coming up as a free agent that needs to be paid, also in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I don't think they can do everything. They've said they'd like to. I'd like to do a lot of things that I don't think are possible at this stage. So, yeah, we want to make Jamar Chase the highest paid receiver. We want T. Higgins long-term extension. We want to do all those things. I don't know, man. Somebody's going to shake free and go to another roster is my view. Maybe they can finagle it for this year with a franchise tag and try to go a stars and scrubs type bit. But I don't know. I don't really see it long term for those guys.
Danny Rouillet's got company. Yesterday, you wanted the tush push ban.
Yes,
you're out on the tush push. Today, Raheem Morris said he's wanted that play ridded from the league for 3 seasons. And guess who else is anti tush push? Didn't see this one coming. Sean McDermott. The head coach of the team that runs it the second most.
How about that?
The Eagles and the Bills, I think I saw some stat today, run it combined like 85% of the times that it got run this year, or 90% of the time, was just those 2 teams. Buffalo, 50-plus times. I think it was 58 times this year with Josh Allen ran the tush push. McDermott today said he doesn't think that the play should be allowed. I'm paraphrasing. But he's not really pro that play as a defensive coordinator, the former DB who played at William & Mary. Found that very interesting.
I'm intrigued by that.
I mean, I'd be like the Eagles coming out and going, yeah, I'm just not sure about the
We got to get rid of this thing. I saw Nick Sirianni, by the way, talking about it, where he's like, made it like a personal affront. Said he was somewhat insulted by it, or I'm paraphrasing.
Shocker.
Yeah, I'm just going, oh, that guy is a Super Bowl champ. It's so annoying to me.
Yeah. It's too bad, really. I ask all the Eagles guests that we have on all the time, and their answer is normally the same, but I say, is he a goofball or is he a good coach? And they go, he's both.
Yep.
I think that's probably true.
I think that's what it is. He's our goofball or something.
There you go. Around the NFL on Grant and Danny. Let's get you ready for Caps hockey with a Capitals power play. Game 58 of 82 for the Capitals. Washington comes into the night the number 1 team in the NHL in terms of points per games played. They are 12 points up on the rest of the East and 14 up on the rest of the Metro. They have gotten a point in at least one point in 15 of their last 16 games since the start of the new year. They have just 1 regulation loss in 2025. The number 1 scoring team in the NHL, the number 4 defensive team in the NHL. They're number 10 on the power play. They're number 6 on the penalty kill. They are a juggernaut.
Playing a Calgary Flames team that is cooler than being cold. Ice cold at the moment. I think they've lost, 3 of their last 4. Looking at 4 of their last 6. They eked out the San Jose Sharks, who stink. I think our show, if we skated in shifts, could give the Sharks a game at this point. Calgary hates scoring goals. They're 30th in the league in tallying. This would be a great night to have a lead and a little empty net situation for the guy that wears number 8 here in Washington. Give me a couple goals tonight if we want to.
Yeah, 12 back of Wayne Gretzky. Home game coming up. They've got 3 straight home games before hitting the road again. Let's see if Obi can put some hay in the barn this evening That is your Caps power play. These are the games in these sports where you got like 80-plus games that always worry me, though.
Yep.
Like the great team against the bad team, where you're coming off of your best weekend of the season with 15 goals. And you're like, oh, here's Calgary. And they're not terrible.
They're fighting for a playoff spot.
They've played poorly lately, but they're actually a fringe playoff team. I mean, they're a lot better than kind of we give them credit for, but we'll see how they do. You will hear from Robert Flores tomorrow of MLB Network Television. He's going to be at Nats camp. It'll be at 3 o'clock on G&D. We've got more Caps tickets to give away at 4 o'clock as well. Our position group breakdown, Commanders depth chart, is going to be the wide receiver position tomorrow.
Here we go.
And we'll have the latest from the NFL Combine, so we'll be busy. Thanks for listening to Grant and Danny. For Darius, Ryan, and Toby, we're G&D.
Big night tonight, my friend. High school kids are coming to our pickup game. I'll keep you posted.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 of them.
That's exciting.
They're in shape.
Thanks for listening to The Fan.
Thank you for coming.